in the light. They'll return, but I'll be stronger. Gotta want to dream again. Take me where I've never been. I wanna go there. This time I'm not scared. Now I am unbreakable. It's unmistakable. No one can touch me. Nothing can stop me.
Siguro kaya kami puro 1-1 lang kasi unang-una hindi kami nagkakasundo sa ano pa lang, sa draft. Tapos pangalawa sa laro, laging natatalo sa lane pa lang. Kaya pag once kasi may natalo sa lane, nahirap na, parang nagkakadamayan na kami yun. Siguro kailangan namin gawin, unang-una pa lang magbabatak pa kami lalo. Magka-practice pa kami lalo. Tapos patay din namin mag-practice ng isa lang yung pinapainggan namin, isa lang yung main shot caller namin. Alam kong kaya pang makapasok ng JSK sa playoffs, may chance pa kami. Kailangan lang namin magkasundo. Gagalingan pa namin. Babawi pa kami.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and we welcome you to another exciting week of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. Top 8 teams of the whole country. 2 slots for Worlds, 1 for GPL. Worlds on the line. I am Vulcan, and with me is Atlas.
Of course, coming into this another day of the PGS, definitely exciting. Our first matchup for today in the schedule is actually going to be Infuse versus JSK. And actually, looking at this matchup, it's actually very interesting. As from the interview, they interviewed Fade, and Fade's actually one of the star players of that team. And actually, on the opposing team they have for today is actually the mid laner is also a star here. Envy, definitely very powerful. So let's look at the schedule here. For match 1, we're going to have Infuse versus JSK. For match 2, after that, we're going to have Acclaim Empire X versus Asian Arena. As for the final match for tonight, it's going to be TNC versus Team Manila Eagles.
Yeah, very exciting schedule so far. And match 3 is something you guys should watch out for. And a short recap of the standings onto the standings. We see that we are on the 4th week, right?
Yes.
So expect that players will be on their edge, and this is the test of their resolve and what they have to bring into the Summoner's Rift, something new, and what they have planned out from the previous weeks.
We've actually passed the halfway point for the split, so it's really the time for all of these teams to really get their stuff together and get these crucial points. Looking at the standings, Team Manila Eagles, wow, their winning streak 10-0, 15 points. Perfect. Following them is their sister team IPT, Mineski, and AEX are following them both at 6 points. The interesting thing for this match, for JSK versus Infuse, is that they are both at 3 points. But the thing is, this match has more bearing for Infuse because they have finished more games in the split so far compared to JSK. They have finished 2 more matches, so that's 4 games. And they're both at 3 points, so this is really crucial for them. As for JSK, they can afford to 1-1 this, but they definitely do want to 2-0 because they have more matches left before the end of the split, or before the playoffs.
And you don't want to really set back in your own restrictions because this is going to be the 4th week all out. But to our viewers out there, we have something special in store for you since this is the Philippines Premier League and League of Legends. We want to give you guys something to enjoy the stream. We have our running promo right now, which is the share and win. So here are the mechanics so far, something that's easier to understand. First off, watch the stream, and as the stream goes by, we will be showing you a hashtag code. Using that hashtag code, you have to post in your Facebook profile timeline that code, followed by the link of the stream. It could be the Facebook, it could be the gaming.youtube.com/phgarena/live. So stay tuned for that. And we have something very special because Rampage is coming up shortly, pretty close, almost next month actually. So you're talented and you've seen the stream so far. You've seen how the players play. So we have our PGS digital fan art
For
contest.
artistic summoners, basically the mechanics for this, there's actually more information in esports.arena.ph/PGS, but the gist of it is that there's 8 teams in PGS, and each team has 5 players. You're going to choose one player from each team and then draw them. So whether it's IPT Lite and then you like draw another from the other 7 teams, you have to draw those and then submit it using all the mechanics that you read from the link that we shared earlier, esports.arena.ph/PGS. So it's up to you to put in your own style, make it actually more exciting, because if you just draw people, it's kind of boring. If you like combine them with their champions, with their uniforms, jerseys, it's going to be very interesting to see what our artistic summers can put up. So let's look at the drafting phase between Infuse Esports and JSK Esports.
From the drafting itself, Infused prioritizing that Zac, very potent jungler, and 3 bans, Shen, Thresh, and Gragas. I would say lots of frontline champions who really can control the clash.
There are lots of these control for the team fights actually. The Shen for the top lane. Gragas is actually a flex ban between jungle and top. And the Thresh, of course, against Blaze. As for JSK, they are prioritizing a diverse set of champions. That's going to be the mid or top lane Galio, the jungle at least, as well as the Rakan taken away from Sashi. Their priority picks here, JSK definitely picking a very powerful bot lane here with Caitlyn, Lulu. The poke coming to that lane will be immense. But of course, Infused, knowing that the information JSK has put out is already absolute, they respond with their own bot lane. Very, very safe choice to actually pick up here. Karma and Ashe. So both of these are very powerful bot lanes, but I'd have to like be scared for Infuse here because it is a Caitlyn.
And also for JSK's side, I wonder why they let that Zac pass by. Of all the PGS games we've been seeing so far, almost at 100% that Zac is always banned. But this time, it slipped up. It will now be in the hands of Infuse. This looks pretty dangerous.
Yeah, definitely dangerous because the power that Zac puts in a team fight, being able to disrupt and actually kidnap members of a team and then displace them somewhere else, because position is almost everything in these team fights. So if you're out of position, if you're forcefully put out of position, that's terrible for you and your team dynamic. The thing is, he has 2 ways to actually displace you. These stretching strikes, which displaces 2 champions, or the Let's Bounce, which can displace the entire team if the setup is right. So they have to be really careful for this. Seems like JSK will be picking up the top lane Rumble. Definitely interesting. Seeing a very teamfight focused composition here with the Lulu and the Caitlyn firing away from the back line. As for Infuse, so far, lots of kiting, lots of actually teamfight potential as well. We'll be seeing what their focus here for their second ban phase. Orianna and Ari taken away from Envy. As for JSK, it's going to be the Zed and the Kha'Zix taken away from Spear and Fade. Yeah. See what their picks here for the second picking phase.
Let's see how it goes. We're going to play so far. Right now, JSK showing their cards on that Rex side. And since I guess the Zac did slip up for JSK, they did manage to pick up a Lulu, which is sort of a counter towards Zac, but not a really crucial counter.
Yeah, the Thresh being banned away should have given them off that, okay, they might pick the Zac up. Because Thresh is such a huge counter against these champions like Zac. Yeah. You can just flay them out of their engage. As for Lulu, you can time it, but the cooldown for that counter is a lot longer with the Watt growth. It is still a huge power pick though. Being able to pick Lulu in the first rotation is huge.
And I think a more powerful pick would be a Camille and a Talia. The lockdown with the terrain and positioning. This is the card that Infused is playing against JSK.
And up against the Rumble, having the adaptable defenses definitely helps him out in trading a lane as well. Having your own form of sustain, being able to beat out Whistle in a lane will definitely be huge for Pandars.
And will be up to the mid laners this time because judging from the stats we've gathered so far, Envy may have a lower GPM, but this time we're going to be experiencing Envy on a Talia. Expect that he will be participating in majority of the team fights due to 78 kill participation.
He has such high kill participation. Actually, Infused as an entire team has an above average kill participation. Most of them are above 50. As for Envy, as you said, 78%. Compared to Fade, the CS per minute, the gold per minute, the kill participation and KDA are all higher on Envy's side. But of course, Fade has his own picks that have a lot of kill potential in lane. Look at it. Actually, yeah, Fade has more GPM, CS per minute But the thing is, KDA on Envy, as well as the kill participation, that's the biggest thing, because we see Envy having a lot of these roaming champions.
Yeah.
So that means he has less time to CS, less time to make these gold, but the plays that he makes across the map impact Infuse so much. While Fade relies a lot more on dominating his own lane, staying there, pushing the waves in. Actually, we see that manifesting in the picks here, Talia versus Victor. The difference in the mindsets of both of these mid laners is interesting to see, and I definitely want to see their matchup here in this game.
And also, we like to see that Fade tends to power farm a lot because of his GPM, but leave it to Envy to be the one dictating the fights early on. When he reaches level 6, he will be pressuring majority this time, I think, in the bottom lane, compared to the top lane, which is a Rumble. Not of a high priority for Infuse in this game.
Definitely. I also want to see the Rek'Sai here, because we've seen a few reworked Rek'Sai after she was patched in, and it's definitely interesting. She's much better now compared to last time when the ult just completely misses. In 7.12 they fixed it so it now hits more consistently, and you have to dash out or flash out to actually dodge it. So it might be better, and Liar has to be very careful against Spear, because he's very low mobility compared to Rek'Sai, who just completely annihilated. It's going to be up to Sachi and the rest of Infuse to actually help him out.
Sachi, on the other hand, has a really good standing stats so far for the support, because he's known to be one of these aggressive supports who's very on the defense side.
So coming into this defense side, the Karma, so much utility, but of course it is going to be up to both the junglers and especially the mid lanes to make the difference in these lanes, and we're going to see how all that plays out once we get into the game.
We are now live on the Rift, TNC. Whoa, on the blue side against JSK on the red side. This is the first game, the first match, the opening match in the 4th week of the PGS.
It's going to be Infuse versus JSK. As I said earlier, this has more bearing, more weight on the Infuse side because they have finished more games compared to JSK, who have only finished 3 matches so far in the split. And so that means JSK can come back more from a loss, while Infuse still needs to really power through their last matches.
And also, I like to point out again onto Sachi. He does have the same kill participation as Blaze. So this is something that the battle of the supports to dictate how the ADCs will perform.
I think KP is really one of those most important stats coming into the game, especially in the state of the meta right now. It really helps you to have a very fast-paced playstyle, and having a roaming support like Sachi, being able to roam around, have a high kill participation, that's very important.
Yes, and I really like how Infuse plays. It's more on kill participation, more team-oriented. Where on JSK's side, I like to say it bluntly, they play around mostly like a solo queue.
Yeah.
So this is how they play. They play as kill is their objective.
They did say that in the interview. They did mention that they have to fix their shot calling, they have to fix their macro play, and their obedience to a single shot caller. And that's definitely important for a team, especially when you're playing at this level, at the PGS. When you have a chance to get a ticket to GPL, you cannot compromise. You cannot have a solo queue mentality. And that's what JSK needs to fix. And it's really great that they're willing to fix that, compared to a lot of players who just really stay in their solo queue mentality, even when coming into the pro scene. So that's something very respectable for JSK. Well, Infuse, they have really good synergy as well. Because roaming needs a lot of communication, like summer spell timers, and which spells they have on cooldown, whether they have the lane pushed up or not, whether the counter gank will come from the opposing jungler. And speaking of the junglers, they're actually going on opposite sides of the map here. They will end their pathing in the jungle on opposite sides.
I wonder how the junglers will perform in this game, because Infuse likes to play it very team-oriented. So XDXP on that Zac, he will be making those really unpredictable slingshots to go inside of a lane and then disrupt it. So JSK,
You might see that here.
yeah, they have to practice.
Oh!
But it's going to be a flash burn by Wessel. There is the repositioning from XDXP. Pandar's really delivering the pain.
Definitely, and level 2 gank, and even though it didn't result in a kill, that's still a win for Infuse. Burning Whistle's flash, and then putting a lot of pressure and damage onto him, puts Pandars in a better position in this lane. And the fact that Spear was not able to capitalize on that in the sense that he could have stolen the red buff of XD while all that was happening if they had vision. But since they did not, and they weren't really expecting the level 2 gank, they lost that opportunity.
So
seems like Spear might go for some revenge here in the top lane, though. There's
no
no
ward
ward for
play.
Infuse.
Pandars does have the hook shot.
Hook shot.
He gets away. No flash burned yet. He does have the adaptive defense. Gets torched, but still holding onto that flash.
So that's definitely still a win onto Infuse, even though Pandars really did get chunked down. He still has to teleport. At this stage of the game, you can use your teleport to get back into lane, and that's definitely what he is going to do. Picking up a corrupting potion to trade better against Whistle, have more sustain and mana and HP, and a control ward for more sustainable vision.
I like how Pandars plays that top lane. He knows his champion so well. He knows that he will survive this. I don't need to burn my flash to give Jensky a winning start. Here comes another flash by XDXP.
That is 2 flashes in a span of 2 minutes.
Wow.
And that is huge coming from XDXP. That's putting a lot of pressure on the lane opponents of his teammates.
He is doing his job properly.
Yeah, it's so huge. And then because Envy, because of the pressure that Fade feels, Envy being able to push the wave against them and have a CS lead actually. It's like Whistle waiting for something. I think Pandars knows something might be up. It's very dangerous if he gets caught out. But Spear being very patient.
Patient Hunter, but Pandars is actually pushed too much under his own turret. So this will be a signal for Spear to go back. He wasted so much time there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Communication is key. Oh, he actually goes for it.
He goes for it. The time that Spear went home, he went in. That was not warded, maybe a gut feel.
Yeah, the gut feeling of a top lane is definitely important. I think in top lane, the gut feeling is definitely more important than a lot of other things. Like, it's more prominent for the top laners.
More important than wards.
Yeah, but wards are also important, but there he didn't have a charge for his own ward. He hasn't put down his control ward because he's always being pushed in by Whistle. So holding that control ward definitely still important, but having the gut feeling really worked out for him.
I like how Pandars is playing, but will that work out the same way? This time, Whistle is really going all out in terms of offensive items.
Blasting Wand.
And a Ruby Crystal.
Getting into that. Real high AP items off the bat instead of going for anything defensive.
Oh, in the mid lane though, Envy. Dangerously low, 3 bars left. Spear though, managed to burn his flash, so bit of a reward for Spear.
Yeah, and Envy still has his potion sticking, so he can stay in lane a little bit longer. Maybe Spear might go for a repeat gank because Envy's flash has been burnt. Oh, actually he's going for the gank right now.
Oh, wow. And that would be the first blood for Jensky. Envy did not expect that.
Yeah, he should have expected that. Since his flash was burnt and this is a Rek'Sai, he should have expected the repeat gank will happen. Yes. It seems like there he had to burn his heal and still died. So that's first blood onto Fade. Actually onto Spear. And because Rek'Sai is more damage-oriented in this patch, it's going to be very dangerous if Spear gets more kills and more CS compared to XDXP.
He will be rushing that Tiamat for the clear, and also Fade got that 200 goal assist from the first blood, so this will give Fade a head start against Envy. So Envy right now might be playing a bit more submissive, but the top lane XDXP goes in for the slingshot. There is the slingshot and also the equalizer. Whistle cannot fight back. XDXP gets the kill.
And the range of the stretching strikes has so much impact in these ganks and skirmishes. Wow, Riot really needs to nerf that, because you saw how long
I think
that was.
Yeah, that's how XDXP was playing it. The stretching strike itself is a free stun or also repositioning. So this is something that Jensky knew fully and still left it open for Infuse to pick it up.
Yeah, the long range. It's definitely dangerous to fight around minion waves. And even then, the radius of that stretching strikes before the tether breaks is huge. They definitely need to fix that. Or actually nerf that. Just saying. But now really, XP using that champion very, very effectively.
Very effective. 2 flashes burned in 2 minutes. A kill for himself and an assist for Pandars. That is huge. Also, we're seeing that Spear. I thought that he would be going for the Tiamat. Instead, he goes for the
warrior start here. The tracker's knife definitely more helpful in pro play, because having a lot more vision, I think, is more important than being able to super rush the camps. But if he's going for the warrior start, it seems like it's a lot of straight up damage compared to the AoE clear that the Tiamat might give them. Let's look at the rotations. This is Sachi's roam.
Infuse, suspecting
for
Fade was going for a roam. He gets rooted down. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Fade, though, gets hopped over thanks to the Blasting Club, but he gets repositioned back thanks to Talia. He is very low. There's the Force Field and a stun to secure a kill for Envy. Blaze, though, a bit too late. He did use his flash in an attempt to save his ally.
Even with a flash, even if he was there early, only the health picks shield would have been able to go there. He doesn't have ult yet, doesn't have wide growth, so I don't know why he wasted his flash. It could have helped him more if he saved it, because Sachi does not have Ignite anymore. They would have a little bit more kill pressure if he kept his own flash. Just in case for the bot lane fight.
This is where the stats are coming to fruition. I mean, we're seeing right now how Blaze played that. Flashed in an attempt to save his ally. This is going to be showing in his kill participation. 71%, same as to Sachi. These two supports, they play a lot alike.
Yeah, definitely. The mirror here, and they're playing very powerful supports as well. And the thing is, because they're roaming around so much, Sachi getting that crucial kill for his mid laner is going to be huge for Infuse. As for Blaze, a little bit too slow in the draw there. I think there could have been a lot of preventive measures for that. But in the end, Fade still falls down. He does have the Ignite back, which does put him a little bit on the kill pressure for the mid lane. Still very scary.
The Ignite won't be helping out too much, but because we're seeing that Envy already in the itemization looking pretty decent, whereas Fade on a Victor, expect that you will be upgrading your starting item, but this is where Victor's scaling is kind of slowed down in a way.
Yeah, he needs to build up the core, and seeing as Fade actually built the Ionian Boots first for that little bit more move speed and the CDR, the damage won't be the same compared to Envy. When they do fight, it's going to be Envy ahead with more sustained damage. Look at that. Whistle, trading unfavorable against Pandars.
In terms of CS, he does have some advantage, but when it comes
He is the
to
one pushing in.
He is the one pushing in, and when it comes to team fights, Pandars will be more of a huge threat compared to Whistle. He just has the Equalizer and the Flame Spitter. After that, that's going to be a huge burst. But for Pandars, he has this ability that can zone out the enemy and single focus target. I think that's more important than a single target burst.
Because the Equalizer here, there's a lot of mobility on the Infuse side, except for Liar. But the Equalizer won't work too well if they are not caught out of precision, and it seems like how Infuse is playing, it's very not likely that they will be caught out for an Equalizer to have full value. Compared to Pandars, he dives in, gets a displacement, always gets the value for his team, and look at how much displacement. We talked about this in the drafting phase. The displacement available for Infuse is going to make A-Style's job a lot harder. Because being a sniper like Caitlyn, you really need to be able to position yourself very safely. That's why she has long range. But if XP is always going on him, Envy's blocking him out with the Weaver's Wall, Pandars is putting the ultimatum on him, it's very hard for him to get free hits.
And I think a flash and Lulu's help won't be enough for him to survive a burst like that. So A-Style really playing his game strong so far. He did start with the Orange Shield, same as for Liar, but when it comes to damage, he already has the BF Sword and boost of speed.
On this side of Liar, going for the full item already for Blade of the Ruin King, definitely going to help out.
You can't go wrong with the Blade of the Ruin King on Ash.
More attack speed, life steal as well for the sustain. Helps you keep alive and fight the kite. I think is very big as well, the move speed steal. Definitely big for someone like Caitlyn. Look at XP going for a gang.
Again in the bottleneck. He does bounce back. A-Style under the turret. Carol will not connect. A teleport is coming in. Gets cancelled instead. Now 3 members. 3 on 3. Infused is backing away.
That was definitely a great Let's Bounce, but there was no follow-up to get that. Ooh, Pandars gets a solo kill.
Gets torched.
The build path to Leandri is definitely helping out there.
Yes,
compared to the Sheen to Pandars.
The magic penetration plus the blasting wand is just too much for Pandar's adaptive shield to go up.
Yeah, the Sheen definitely isn't enough to face up against that, because the combat stats for Whistle help him out in all cases, compared to the Sheen on Pandars, which only helps him out around once every 1 or 2 seconds.
And also the fact that Pandars was able to cancel the teleport of Whistle, that was a reward, but it cost him his life.
Yeah, it cost him his life. Definitely not worth it.
And nothing happened in the bottom lane after that.
Because even with 4 members down bot lane, I don't think they would have been able to dive and fuse. Because that's XDXP still alive, Liar at full health. That's going to be difficult to dive even with 4 members. And since Whistle did not have his equalizer for that one, the teleport wouldn't have too much impact. It would have actually helped Pandors to let the teleport go through so he can solo farm the top lane.
That might be a risk for Infuse though. I mean,
That's true.
If he let Whistle channel his teleport towards the bot lane, he would have used his equalizer in Flames better, and that will entitle Jenski for a free tower dive and an Infernal Drake.
That's true, that's true. So we're going to be seeing something, the reset here for the Drake fight. Actually going to happen very, very soon. XP is should be around the corner. Actually, no, it's actually top lane, so there's no contest here, except for a Miracle Steal coming from Sanji. Will not happen.
And
like,
maybe if that was the empowered Q, might have worked out, but the Smite will be nabbing Jenski, their first Drake of the game. And XDXP all over the map, going in onto Whistle. There is Panders for the response. He is very, very low.
Equalizer's available.
There it is. The slow will be slowing them down, but XDXP is not giving up yet. There is the last
Wow,
bounce.
3
Does
members.
not connect, and 3 members collapse onto the top lane of Jenski.
This might be the trade, but look at Jenski going to the bot lane. As soon as they saw 3 members go top, they go for the push here in the bot lane. It's going to be
First turn
2v3.
is still up for grabs. Teleport coming in from the top lane. Panders will join in. Spear is ignited, taking a lot of damage. A-Style flashes over the wall, but it'll be Panders going onto Spear. He tunnels away. Blaze will just follow A-Style.
What phase? I think Panders could have gotten a kill there if he used the hook shot onto A-Style, or did not miss his hook shot stun onto someone. Because he had 3 possible targets there. One was very low. The other was playing from a teammate, but he missed both. He missed both his sweep and his stun, so that's a huge missed opportunity for Infuse. They sacrificed pushing power there in the top lane to go for that teleport. It didn't really pay. It did scare them off, but it didn't pay off the way it should have.
Leave it to Envy to beat this mid lane, who will be all over the map thanks to the Talia. He has the pressure bringing in to this game. This is the 4th week, so Infused really playing their game strong, whereas Jenski, there is an improvement. They have more teamwork, coordination is there, but it is lacking just a bit because they tend to go over aggressive.
Yeah, too deep in. But the thing is, they have growth, which is what counts. Being able to coordinate that. Okay, top lane, there's 3 members. Let's go for the bot lane. I know it's very simple. Like, it's a no-brainer. There's 3 top lanes, so we dive bot. We push bot. But to actually communicate that and immediately go for that, that's definitely kudos to Jenski.
And kudos to XDXP for me. I mean,
as
because
well.
of him, this is how the game is playing out. Flashes burn. That's less pressure onto top and mid lane. So this gives Envy that freedom to roam around the map and offer his assistance. But I don't think that's gonna work out this time because it is 16 minutes into the game. They are building offensively, whereas A-Style gets the static shift already.
Yeah, definitely Jenski will have an earlier power spike with the new Rek'Sai, with Whistle. Oh, good
another
flash.
flash by Fade.
Good flash, but yeah, it is a resource burnt. But when it comes to the mid-game skirmishes, the power of the equalizer will still be felt. A-Style, even with static shift, still has a lot of damage with the BF sword. And
Fade has no flash. He can't take from that. Instead, scares away Envy with his Chaos Storm.
Well, if he gets damage, if he gets the positioning to be able to freely pull out his lasers, then Fade will be very, very scary. He already has a highly upgraded Hextech core.
This is what Fade should do. He has the cooldown timer on his flash, right? If he sees that cooldown timer gone, he should not even go near his lane, because at that time, XDXP will be there. So when the flash cooldown is gone, that's a signal that Fade will have to be a
Really
bit
back
more,
off.
really back off, and for XDXP to go in.
The dynamics of these games definitely at the higher level compared to previous matches from both of these teams. And the fact that this isn't a bloodbath is actually big, because that means the players are a bit more calculated. Of course, Jenski is still going for their aggressive playstyle. That is still a valid way to play. They just have to temper it a little bit more, but there is improvement.
For XDXP, he is itemizing very defensively. Getting the Aegis might go for the Solari.
And there are 2 routes you can go defensively. One is selfish, where you keep yourself alive. but the other is going for a more team-oriented tankiness. He's less tanky on his own, but with his team, the Aegis of the Legion, and once it upgrades into the Locket of the Iron Solari, the survivability for his team will definitely be huge. And that's really what XDXP is going for. And that's really telling of the playstyle of Infuse as well.
And he likes to tower dive, so that's actually a really good pickup. So that shield will be enough to tell his teammates, let's go all in.
Yeah, let's go in, let's dive. It's time to bounce. And the shield will definitely block out 1 or 2 turret shots. Should be enough. It's going to be huge once he completes that. But for now, it is going to be that yellow shield, that Aegis of the Legion. Let's see if the arrow actually hits anyone.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall.
Actually, it does hit. Spot on.
Weaver's
But
Wall
mid lane
onto the
fight.
mid lane. Fade is cannot escape from this. Kandars onto Fade. He gets taken down. But it'll be Spear having a revenge kill. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Infuse. Now the Ocean Drake will be live pretty soon.
And that's actually not going to be too impactful compared to the Infernal Drake, but it is still a little bit of sustain for the team, but it's still a minute away. I think Jenksky will be able to recover and respawn in time to respond to that. As for the kill there, that's a bit easier. In 7.11, that Void Rush would have missed. But in but in this patch, Envy gets clapped there, gets dove on by Spear with a Void Rush. But in the end, still a 2-for-1. Infuse actually gets even more ahead, getting the first turret of the game. Whistle gets his own turret, with that's less gold, and it's not as much pressure compared to the mid lane turret in terms of the map control it gives.
I like how ASA is playing in his own lane. Look at those traps. He knows that XD will make those slingshots, but he did not see that coming. Gets polymorphed in. XD with the electric shot. He gets stretched back in very low. He burns his heal, but will be fighting back with some clean shots. Spear goes in for the knockout. XD is very low. Flashes out, but will proc his cell division. Now Sachi, scaring off the members of Jenksky, will allow XD to regenerate.
Oh, definitely burning the passive there, pretty big. But that cell division status was up, and XD could come up at any moment, which would give Envy enough time to go get there. That's enough to scare Jenksky away. 0 for 0. But more resources burnt actually on the side of Jenksky, burning heal, exhaust.
Ocean is live.
Yeah, this is gonna be another fight probably.
Oh, arrow misses
The
by a
style.
long shot. Spear is going to go to Sachi. He does get the execution onto Sachi. A-style very low. Envy just trying to make some room. XD from the base is now here. No mana onto Blaze, but Fate is very refreshed.
Jenksky with
Here
the
it
initiative
comes.
for this fight.
Might go for steal.
Oh,
Banners
wow.
joins him in. Equalizer on the floor. It would be still Jenksky taking away the Ocean Drake. But now in the fight goes on. Envy takes down Spear. He's to the side. However, Whistle is just burning the members of Infuse. That's going to be a very favorable trade-off for Jenksky. Envy very low. Might give a blue buff and a double to Fade. Liar flashes out,
This might
but
be an
Whistle
ace.
will just whack it to him.
And that was a 5 for 1 in the end. Huge for Jenksky being able to get that. And they get more turrets off of this. And A-Style still pushing that mid lane. Definitely impressive how they were able to pull that off. But Infuse a little bit too antsy, trying to go for the steal with a numbers deficit. So that's really huge for Jenksky, being able to get a 3k gold lead, get both Drakes. They're getting steamy right now with both Infernal and Ocean Drake in their hands. So that's going to be helpful for A-Style, being able to push out lane a lot more sustainably because of the HP and mana regen, as well as having more damage with the Infernal Drake. So look at this, he has a huge wave top lane as well, 210 CS at 22 minutes. That's actually pretty respectable. And he's going to get more from this wave. It's going to be very scary.
I love how Jenksky is playing this game so far. They have the guts to do it. When they go in on an objective, they will try and steal, and they've done it. They took away the Ocean, plus 4 members of Infuse just died, and that's going to give them a huge gold lead.
I have to give it to Spear as well. Every time that he gets a Void Rush out, it actually helps out his team. Earlier it was a 1 for 2 trade, but it's still a trade. They still took resources away from Infuse, and in that fight, because he executed Sachi, there was no more utility for Infuse in that fight. So what happened was Jenksky just took them away, even with A-Style being very low, being safely at range. being able to get the free hits out while Spear and Whistle deal so much damage. Definitely huge. And the fact that Infuse dove in there desperate for an Ocean Drake. I don't think it was worth it to get a huge steal on an Ocean Drake. If it was Mountain, I would have been it would have been understandable, or Infernal, but because it was Ocean Drake, it's not as worth even if they got the steal.
When it comes to that team clash, I liked how A-Star played it though.
Yes.
Those traps was positioned in a way that it will enable A-Star to get those really nice free hits, especially he'll be moving a lot, so that static shift plus the Infinity Edge proc on the crit, it's going to be a huge damage burst, and I don't think Liar expected that to happen.
Definitely huge damage, getting chunked down. And look at his mid lane turret. Because A-Style was pushing this earlier, that puts them in a position to get an even bigger gold lead.
This is just good macro play coming from JSK, but for Infuse, they are on their edge.
Yeah, it's very difficult for this composition to play from behind. Of course, it's still only 3,000 gold, but the fact that the map pressure is not on their side for this one, 3 turrets down on their side, means that it's going to be harder for them to rotate around and get those crucial rotations around the map with a Weaver's Wall, with this Elastic Slingshot and Hookshot, all the mobility on their team. It's going to be very difficult because JSK's composition thrives from being ahead. Because if you're ahead, you have both... Oh,
Panders gets the help, but his Trinity Force is actually very
very late.
I mean,
Having to put a Hex Drinker delayed that as well.
22 minutes in, getting a Triforce is a huge setback, especially on a Camille. Camille does scale off mid to late, but the fact that your itemization needs to match that scaling is something that he has to take account to. Right now he has the Ninja Tabi, Triforce and Hex Drinker. That's not enough. He should by now have a Tiamat to help proc his skills faster and deal more damage AoE.
And the fact that Whistle's been pushing him in because he does not have the Tiamat is huge as well. Whistle is just free to continuously torch these minion waves and get the pressure for his team, and that's huge. And because they are ahead, as I said, he is able to build both offensively and defensively with his Zhonya's Hourglass, which means that Pandar cannot solo kill him in most cases, unless he like severely outplays him. But in this case, Whistle is ahead. The Ninja Tabi actually helps Whistle more than Pandar. So it's very helpful for JSK that their composition right now is ahead, because it's very difficult for Infuse to get back at this stage of the game at 25 minutes.
25 minutes in, kill score 6-8 with JSK doing what they do best, singling out, going ham, and diving those objectives. We've seen how they played in the last split. Very solo queue oriented, really likes to make it things go crazy, but this time, JSK more composed, they know what to do, they know what to stay. The Infernal Drake will be live in less than almost a minute, so this is something that JSK is playing out. Pushing out the bot lane is something they're doing.
That's definitely huge, because as I said earlier, the fact that Pandar does not have the Tiamat means that Whistle can just continuously push them in, and because Infernal Drake will be up and is a more important target right now than Baron, actually more viable target than Baron, being able to push Pandars in means that Whistle has to travel less and Pandars has to teleport.
Look at that, Whistle just ignoring Pandars like a nuisance. He is getting torched. Look at all the damage. He goes in for the Hex Ultimatum. Whistle though, oh, he might
their play, but it's a huge improvement.
And also, the fact that Pandar is a bit delayed in his itemization is huge.
Yes.
That Tiamat would have been so useful in dueling that Rumble. But the fact that the Tiamat was not built, that he would have procced so much damage by that.
Hex Drinker didn't even do anything anymore.
Yeah. He was better off finishing up that Maw or getting, let's say, Spirit Visage. More health and more magic resistance and more regeneration from your sustain.
Seems like that was not the case. We're just only now building the Tiamat.
Oh.
But at this point, because
the fact that he sold one of his items already finished and selling that and changing to a Tiamat, that is inefficiency.
Inefficiency indeed. So we can reduce that from his gold count. Around 25% of the item cost is definitely not efficient. We can probably put
Very delayed.
real CS right now, because he sold that items probably around 175, which is actually huge when you compare to Whistle CS right now, which is at 242.
And he's 3-2-2 with the Leander's Torment and a Zhonya's, a complete counter to Pandars.
Definitely. Pandars will be having a very difficult time. As for the other laners and the junglers, seems like Spear definitely pulling through. More pressure. Of course, XDXP really held the line there, burning a lot of flashes early game. But he was not able to really transition it into something big. While Spear, with a Void Rush, once he reached level 6, with a Void Rush, being able to just constantly execute members of Infuse is actually big for his team. And Envy, ooh,
Look at this
trap
beautiful
line.
lockdown from Jenksky. 4 traps in, control wards place, denying vision. That is how you secure.
I
a
love this
kid.
growth from Jenksky. And coming into this, actually, their mid laners survived through. Fade, even if he hasn't had the best time in the mid lane in this game, he was able to survive through it. Envy, even with his constant pressure onto other lanes, onto the top lane, it's not enough. Pandars is still 1, 3, and 4. Look at that quick Baron.
Here it is,
Infuse
guys.
is none the wiser. XP isn't gonna try.
Oh wow, that's a very easy Baron for Jenksky.
Yeah, definitely.
That was no effort for Jenksky at all. They had complete control of the Baron pit. And this is bad news for Infuse. They had a good start. They burned resources from the top to the mid, but it was the laners that could not perform what XP was trying to do. Especially Pandars. Inefficient itemization is bad.
Look at this. Whistle might be
Here
in
comes
trouble.
Equalizer. He does have the Zonias, but will he proc it? He knows better. Save that Zonias.
What is a trade-off for Jenksky? That might be a mistake coming from Whistle. If they don't get anything out of this, might be the turret, but there's people to defend it. Jenksky will have to regroup and get their items out. XP
Oh, he better go away. Here comes XP. Slingshot will not connect. A-Style is very low. He gets the wild growth, trying to get away. He does flash out of it, but it would be Envy intercepting him, getting the kill.
A little bit too overconfident from Jenksky there.
Oh, Fade
But
though,
here comes
going
Fade.
ham, going to dive that turret, but gets the shot down instead. XP still doing his work, providing CC for his team, and that is recklessness coming from Fade.
Yeah, that was recklessness from actually all of those members. What happened there? They wasted 3 Barons. Now they only have Barons on 2. And the fact that their Baron got taken away from their top laner means that their split push will be super weak.
Very
compared to
weak.
before.
They had the Baron. Why?
They should have just recalled, regrouped, bought their items, and then like converge around the lane.
Yeah,
Because
reset.
Whistle has teleport.
I don't know what they were thinking there.
That's a huge waste. Of course, they still have the lead. 4,000, 2 Infernals, and a 1 Ocean Drake means that when a team fight happens, it's going to be Infused in the lead, but they cannot put themselves at risk like that anymore.
Yeah, they have a lead, but when they did something that reckless, I think that's going to really put Jenksky at a setback and giving Infuse a better start. This
Ooh,
is something
arrow
they
from
have to
Artemis.
stop doing. They have the Baron buff right now. So what should they do is just let the minions do the work.
Yeah, they
push,
can just split
pressure.
push.
There is Whistle in the bot lane.
But he doesn't have Baron buff anymore. Imagine if Whistle had the Baron buff at this point, that minion wave in the bot lane would have already been at the tower like 20 seconds ago. And that would actually be huge while A-Style is pressuring this mid lane. Of course, they are still ahead. They are using this Baron buff now correctly, but losing that opportunity earlier is big. Look at that. 2 members here for the bot lane means that Jenksky can push freely
There it
into the mid
comes.
lane.
Jenksky will try to stall the members of Infuse. There's the less bounce. Whistle still trying to deal damage to Pandars.
Wow,
It'll be
they're winning.
Spear executing that annoying Envy, that Talia. But it'll be Pandars getting a revenge. Running away, but Spear is not giving up the chase. He has the Deadman's Blade.
Look at mid lane. That was a 2v3, and Infused lost that 2 for 2, and rather 2 for 1 in a 2v3.
Inhibitor.
That's big for Jenksky. They got the inhibitor as well with a pressure that Whistle and Spear put in a bot lane. That's big, and I love how they play that. Infused, they tunnel vision too much on taking the 2v3 that they ignored their mid lane. Now they lose an inhibitor. They lose so much pressure in the mid lane. And look at Jenksky.
And they still have
constantly
that
pushing
Baron.
in. Yeah, they do. And they're still pushing this in because Envy is out of the picture. Pandars is actually also dead. So this is just
here
another free
comes
turret. XP might go
Zach
for more.
gets stunned. A-Style's locked down. Gets stunned by
Okay.
XP. Will give Liar the
Never
kill.
mind.
Blaze is very low though.
Never
This might-
mind.
This might
Jenksky.
go for a chase.
Why? Why did they do that? Of course, it was right for them to go for the push, but the position of A-Style there was questionable. Because you saw that he has Caitlyn's range. But he was going melee form on that turret. Weird.
Sneaky. Fade gets slowed. That'll be a signal off. Envy wastes
Look at the
that
wall.
Weaver's wall. This is the 3rd Infernal Drake of the game.
This is going to be huge if Jenksky gets
Oh, especially on the Victor.
it.
Let's
They have
see.
the equalizer.
Here it comes.
Equalizer is available.
There is available. Spear is deep. He gets ulted by Camille. Sachi will be getting a shot down, denying the last stack towards Jansky.
A little too early going in there for Spear.
Might go for a steal.
It was going for a steal, but the Infernal Drake was already, like, not already, it was like
Dead.
still a little half health. Or
Probably dead by then.
So I don't know why Spear went in a little bit too early there.
But it'll be a super minions doing the job.
Look at that. Nexuster is already chunked down by quite a lot. And Jenksky, I'm saying they have a lot of growth, right? That's true. You cannot deny that.
But old habits die hard.
It's definitely hard for them to let go of that habit to just dive in deeply. Even A-Style, who should have been pushing very safely, got knocked in by XDXP, knocked up, gets actually CC locked into Oblivion, and dies. They could have gotten that turret freely if they just played that properly.
And they also had the Baron buff, so this is Jenksky. They had a second chance with the Baron buff. They redeemed themselves just a bit, but that setback in the bonding, that would have been an inhibitor down, and that would have given Jenksky a lot of pressure.
That's true. And that's definitely a huge waste. But of course, Baron will again be up in a minute and a half, and Jenksky already doing their best to control the vision here. Still very, very important to do. Infuse cannot try contesting the vision too much because they are so behind in terms of the stats. In terms of the gold, 5k at 35 minutes, that's a moderate gold lead for Jenksky. But because they have 3 Drakes up, that means Infuse will have a much harder time contesting any of these objectives and putting out their vision. That's still hard.
Vision control, I like how Blaze is playing that vision control.
Definitely. He's been like the unsung hero for this game. He's putting out a lot of this wards, a lot of these warding in. He has really good itemization with the sensor and the redemption. And he's been pulling his weight in these team fights, being able to get the huge heals out, getting a lot of impact with his kit.
Oh, see how Whistle, very patient. He waited for Panthers to get out of the lane. Now he'll get what he wants. That free wave and that glorious push towards inhibitor turret is something a top laners really, that's something they want.
Definitely being able to get the push down in the bot lane. Plus he has teleport.
Oh, here comes
look at that trap line still established.
Same scenario. This time, will Infuse contest?
The only one that can actually get through this trap line are Envy, XAXP, and Pandas. But if they leave Liar and Sachi behind, look at that.
Look at the punishment. Sachi just challenged that. And Fade denied the stun because of the spell shield. XDXP goes in. He is going to bring 3 members towards his team, but it will be Jenksky coming up on top. Look at Whistle pressuring that bot lane. They just baited out Infuse and did what they want.
And they still got a lot of resources, and they can still go for the Baron.
They're still going for the Baron while Whistle is pressuring the inhibitor. Let's see how Infuse is going to play it out. They're going in for the burst. Here comes XDXP securing some kills. 2 members down for Jenksky, but at what cost? Whistle's in the base. Panthers is teleporting. The Baron will now be in the hands of Infuse. Maybe Jenksky might still contest this, but Panthers is there. Panthers is gone. Baron is
XXP is very, very low. Someone needs a tank for him.
Come on, Fade's going in. Oh, but it'll be Infused taking the Baron. But Infinity gets taken out. That'll be a stun onto XDXP. Fade, though, lives with a slither of health, but really toyed with the members of Infused.
But still, Baron going to Jenksky denies it from, rather, Infused denies it from Jenksky and gives him a lot more control of the game. The fact is, if because they should have been satisfied with pushing them off of the Baron and then getting bot lane inhibitor. But they got too greedy and went for the Baron. While XDXP was around the area, could still contest that by rotating around the parts that do not have trap lines, and he was able to lock down with his flash, able to get the crucial let's bounce. Actually hit someone key like A-Style.
So I don't think Whistle will be playing the same game he did this time. That Baron is in the hands of Infuse. So when it comes to split pushing, he will have a harder time because of the Baron resistance.
The magic resist on those Baron empowered minions will definitely be too much for the Flame Spitter.
Yeah, and also he has the Rabadon's death cap plus 2 Infernal Drake. That's huge burst But the Baron buff just defeats that.
Yeah, it's the AoE resistance and the magic resistance on those empowered minions that will make it very difficult for Whistle to play the same game. So now they have to do this a little bit more by the book without the Baron buff. And because Infuse has the Baron buff of their own, they have more power to actually push out. But look at Jenksky, because they have 2
Here
super
it
minion
comes.
waves. Oh my god.
It's party time for Infuse. He goes in. There's a lockdown onto A-Style. He is getting chugged. Gets bursted by Envy. There's the zone just from Whistle. It's not going to work out this time. XDXP going for a re-engage. Aims for Blaze. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Cuts off Blaze. I think he's a dead man.
Wow. In the end, still Infuse pulling through, closing the gold gap very, very quickly. Now it's only 3k. They still have the Baron buff. Eldridrick will be up very, very soon.
Jenksky is getting impatient. I can see it in their movements.
They got too impatient there, and Infuse is starting to scale up very, very well.
Especially that Camille. Look at that. Maw, Titanic Hydra, a BF Sword will be definitely a Garden's Angel.
And that's because Jenksky is a little bit too antsy to get the kills, can close out the game.
Very edgy.
That is like the 3rd or 4th fight. No, the 3rd fight where A-Style positioned himself in a way that's incredibly dumb.
No. I think Jenksky is on their puberty. They're a bit angsty teams. They do not know restraint.
I don't know why A-Style positioned himself like that.
Elder Drake.
This won't be too big compared to if Jenksky gets it, but it's still the burn from that. It's gonna be huge. And I think, look at the gold. Now equalized.
That's just painful.
Jenksky.
All the efforts of Jenksky just goes down the drain from one. Oh wait, make that 3 mistakes. Now the Elder Drake is in the hands of Infused.
That's gonna be huge.
That
means they can 5v5 now.
Yeah, that would have been huge on Jenksky. They have 2 Infernal Drakes.
But now it's all Infused, so their chance, another big epic monster taken away from Jenksky. And I think this is the 3rd time A-Style has put his entire team in jeopardy. If you look at the VOD later, if the upload on the Garena YouTube channel, the A-Style's positioning is incredibly bad. There's no sugarcoating it. That positioning in these team fights, in these pushes, is unforgivable, and that's why Jenksky is losing right now. I think it's not his sole fault, but that's so huge.
That is just a mistake you won't expect. He played his game so well. He knows where to put the traps. But when it comes to team fights, he's at loss because there is that Zac, Talia, and Camille for that lockdown. He can't move away from the Hexing Ultimatum. Right now, Spanish is level 18. That lockdown is longer.
Yeah, so that means A-Style needs to be even more careful with his positioning. Just look at his items. Mercurius, Scimitar, IE, all of these are damage.
6-pack,
Yeah.
locked in.
Locked in already. Most of these are damage items. If you die, that is 50% of your team's damage taken away. Like 33, 45% of your damage taken away.
You can't single out Whistle though. He does have defensive and offensive.
Yeah, but the thing is, the consistent damage that comes from an 80 carry this late in the game is too important. Liar is playing this a little bit better. No, definitely a lot better. With his kiting, with his itemization as well. He only has 5 huge big items locked in, not 6 item build yet. But he's been playing this so well that he only has 2 deaths and a lot of assists still. But the engage coming from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, being able to constantly pull out damage, he's doing a lot more. He has a lot more value for his team right now compared to A-Style, because Liar survives through the fights, so he can pull
and he
out.
has that karma.
Yeah, and he has a lot of utility on his side. So it's definitely interesting to see how Infuse is getting back in this with their patience. And because Jenksky is getting so antsy, trying to finish out the game, it actually blows up in their face.
They better not do the same mistake they did over and over. This is their 4th. They might not have another chance if they do not step up.
Because their margin of error is much smaller now. Earlier, it was still pretty big. They had 3 Drakes. They had a 5k gold lead, 6k gold lead. But now that the gold is equalized,
doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore. And because Infuse got 1 stack of the Infernal Drake, that actually lets them catch up a little bit in terms of the bonus stats that Jenksky has. So it's very scary for Jenksky. They've been playing it so well until the late game comes. And it's actually one of the issues that many of these teams face. They get a really good early game, but they can't close it out because they get impatient.
I think A-Star, I think you've been a bit too much on the A-Star. I mean, look at the composition of
Yes.
Fuse. 3 lockdown champions. A-Star can't catch a break. The only time he can ever free hit safely is he's at the other side of the map.
Yeah, the
'Cause
thing is though,
there will be that second Camille, so how can he, a Caitlyn with not much mobility, get away from the Hex Tip ultimatum?
the thing is though, the way he positioned in those fights, even if you say there's 3 lockdown champions, he has to put himself in the safest part of the danger zone. He's always in the danger zone, but you have to put yourself, because in the fight there in the bot lane, he was like 200 units away from the turret. But he's a Caitlyn. And then the fight there in the top lane that they lost heavily, he was in front of his team. That's definitely something very questionable. And I think that's definitely huge and why Infuse is able to take advantage. Because since he died instantly, Infuse can just clean up the entire fight.
Ooh, what a long fight this is. Infuse.
Baron will be their chance at redemption though.
Infuse is already putting up some control.
But they don't have a trap line that they had earlier.
Ah, this is going to be a setback for Jenksky. Will they
Infuse
have the
has the
same
initiative.
control they did?
They have to clear these waves, and the fact is, the inhibitors are now live for Infuse, meaning that
A-Style.
oh
no.
yes, be careful.
This is his last breath, maybe. That's
Okay,
going
doesn't
to
go
be
for the
okay. That's more of
space
a
check.
mini heart attack for Jenksky.
Gars, Envy still being very patient.
Just
Jenksky
smelling out that.
Okay, they're not actually going for the Baron buff anymore.
playing
They're just
mind
dancing,
games right
just dancing around. Are they going for the second tier turret? Are they going for the Baron buff? But Infuse is actually taking away resources from them right now for free.
Oh
They're starting
boy.
the Baron, but
Jenksky.
XDXP, they don't have vision on XDXP.
Going for a very dangerous Baron.
They might be baiting out XDXP to get there.
The ball lane though,
Oh,
whistle.
man. Look at the crits.
This is going to be Pandar's revenge for all the bullying you did. And now the Baron pit is going to happen. XDXP goes in for the dive. There is the last bounce. Delivers plays to Infuse, and Envy gladly accepts that gift.
Seems like Pandars was able to catch up to Whistle in terms of damage. Just
Oh,
completely
man.
overpowers him. Putting Jenksky in a lot of risk here. Actually puts Infused ahead with control of the Baron as well. Their A-style positioned himself a lot better. But because it was a 4v5 in the end, or rather 4v4, with no chance of Whistle helping them out, that was the signal for XDXP to just go in and get this Baron. Spear
Yes.
might go for something. It's
Yeah.
Envy doing a lot.
Oh,
What,
Spear.
why did he jump over?
Might go for a steal. He does flash back away, so that's a flash burn. He's still going for the Baron, but it would be Sachi warding him off, but Fade gets the last pick onto him. Spear gets slowed by the shot, will join in Fade, but he has the spell shield that denies it.
Still a lot of push going on to Infused with Pandars getting that bot lane turret. Puts them in the lead in gold 4,000.
Fade.
At this point, it's actually not very impactful because now they're starting to lock in these items, but Infused just starting to get to their 6th item while Jenksky, their 80 carry is already locked in as well. So definitely the itemization lead still on Jenksky a little bit, but Infused still needs to play this a lot better.
The true damage comes from Pandar's. The late strike is just huge. Whistle cannot even catch a break. A-Style gets tempted for a kill. He cleanses out, but very low. Pandars will be going in for the lockdown, getting very low. That would be
There we go.
A-Style still taking down, proccing the Guardian Angel
That's
of
it.
Pandars. Pandars gets shut down by Jenksky.
Position himself very, very
That's very
safely.
good. A-Style really sustained himself
Yeah.
pretty well.
That is much better positioning from
Yes.
A-Style than before. He's no longer being a frontline for his team. Now he's hanging back and free hitting now. Even with
Oh.
XP around, he has enough support system to actually
Pandar's
try and
gone.
survive.
This is make or break for both teams. Jenksky goes
going in.
for a clash. A-Style is free to hit, but so is Envy and Liar. That would be Whistle popping his Zonians. Spear gets
Now
put
A-Style's free
position.
hitting.
Liar gets the kill. Whistle's very
wait.
low. That would be A-Style. Very danger close to Liar, giving him a double kill. Now this is just going to be pure cleanup for Infuse, giving that sweet, glorious triple to Liar, and Whistle is trying to get away from Envy.
He has the junk shield.
Oh, that's a bit close,
Oh.
but there's XDXP.
Threaded volley just gets too short. I think Whistle will be able to get away, but look at the pressure
Death
that
timers
Infuse
are
will
huge.
have. They have Baron. They have 4 members alive. Pandars will be alive very, very soon, meaning that they have a lot more pressure for this mid lane. And if you
Oh.
look at the fight earlier, it seems like there was a disjunct in the shot calling there.
Yeah.
Everyone else was retreating, but A-Style was still trying to hit them. That might have been a communication mistake for the for the entire team.
This might cost them the game.
That could actually really
Oh
cost them
wow,
the
the
game.
turret's being taken out very quickly. Whistle's trying his best,
Insta
but
give.
instantly gets bursted out. That would be an ace.
Game 1 to Infuse.
Wow, Infused, really. The endurance they showed in the first game came to fruition. That would
That's
be a
true.
victory for them. The endurance, they were patient enough and really putting Jengski on edge under angsty teen years.
Because Jengski really put themselves in a good position up to the mid-game. But a few crucial mistakes with objectives, especially with the positioning as well, it definitely set them back and allowed Infuse to get back really, really hard.
If the mistakes weren't made by Jengski,
They
I
would have
think
just
he
been
would have
able to-
just they would have just always had the lead.
Yeah.
And because of this gave Infused that space to improve, and that's how they were able to secure the first game.
Yeah, Envy, like it's very weird that how this entire thing played out, because the power spike for Infuse seemed to be just going up. Like at this time, it's like that. But come late game, when Jengski started making crucial mistakes, they just skyrocketed, because it counter snowballs for Jengski. Like they were snowballing early, but now they lose momentum, right? So the snowball is so heavy that they get pushed downwards, and that's what happened.
And I think it's all Jengski's own lead that sent them back. That confidence they had.
They were so confident going in that they didn't mind that they could lose, and they actually did. 4 huge mistakes. 2 from I think those were 2 from the positioning of A-Style. Actually, that's not the sole reason, of course. There's like a lot of factors that played into that, but the most noticeable one was A-Style positioning himself in front of everyone.
Yeah, that happened like 5 times.
But also their late game shot calling as well. A few mistakes here and there. Are we going for the turret? Are we going for the dive? They still need to iron this out. But early game, mid game, they really pulled through. I really like this growth from Jengski. But of course, still congratulations for Infuse getting 1 win.
1 win of the 2-game
Yes.
series. That was the first game between Infuse against Jengski. It was Infuse securing a victory from their patience and counterplay. And guys, there you have it. We'll be back for game 2 between Jengski and Infuse after a short break. We have been your shoutcasters. I am Vulcan, and joining with me was my co-caster, Atlas. See you after the break. But we still Jengski taking away the Elgin Drake. But now in the fight goes on. Envy takes down Spear, leaves to the side. However, Whistle is just burning the members of Infuse. That's going to be a very good trade-off for Jengski. Envy very low, might give a scoop off and a double fade. Liar flashes out, but Whistle will just whack through him.
And that was
The lane here comes SGX straight struggle onto the A-Star is very low. He gets the wild girls trying to get away. He does flash out of it, but it would be Envy intercepting him, getting the kill.
a little bit too overconfident from Jengski there.
Fatal going half, going to dive that turret, but gets the shot down instead. XP still doing his work, providing CC for his team, and that is recklessness coming from play.
That was reckless.
Push the fade out, they're going in for the burst. Here comes XP, securing some kills. 2 members down for Jengski, but at what cost? Whistles in the base, Panos is teleporting the barrier, will now into your hands of Infuse. Maybe Jengski might still contest this. Panos is there, Panos is gone. Baron is
XXP is very, very low.
Oh.
Someone needs a tank for him.
Come on,
No,
Fade's going
Fade.
in. Oh, but it'll be Infused, taking the Baron, but Envy gets taken down. That'll be a stun on to XP. Fade though, live. Partner, Infuse, he goes in. There's a lockdown onto A-Star. He is getting chucked, gets bursted by Envy. There's the zone just from Whistle. It's not going to work out this time. XP goes early in the game. For Blade, here comes the Weaver's Fall. Cuts off Blade. I think he's a dead man.
Wow. Yeah, so Infuse pulling through, closing the gold gap.
Going to happen. XP goes in for that. There is the last sound. Delivers Blade to Infuse, and Envy gladly accepts that kill. Tempted for a kill. He sends it out, but very low. Pandars will be going in for the lockdown. Getting very low. That would be A-Style. Still ticking down. Clocking the Guardian Angel.
That's it.
Pandars gets shut down by Jengski.
Actually, Ryan survived.
This is make or break for both teams. JSK goes
going in.
for a clash. Inside free to hit, but so is Indy and Liar. That would be Whistle popping with Zonian. Spear gets
Now
put
A-Styles
in position. Liar gets the kill. Whistle very low. That would be A-Style. Very danger close to Liar, giving him a double kill. Now this is just going to be pure cleanup for Infuse, giving that sweet, glorious triple to Liar and Whistle. Is trying to get away from Whistle's trying his best, but instantly it's bursting out. That would be amazing.
Game 1 Infuse.
Wow, Infuse really enjoying the kill in the first game.
Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
last breath from them.
My pleasure. Is that fear I smell?
Kid, you copy?
Yep.
Tip the variables in our favor.
You chose the wrong side.
Stand down or be put down.
You never see this coming. Catch!
Recon mode initiated. We aren't weapons. We're human beings. So long as you refuse to obey, you are human. Join the resistance.
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. Ha! There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
A new moon is rising.
The Dunk prophecies are true. Darius has arrived.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and
Dunk
Janice signing off!
The real athlete is on the court. You can leave now. It's game time. Eat it. Rewind that, Zillion. I want to see it again.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
Too easy. Dunk mate. If there isn't any dunking, it isn't a sport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Backus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. Drive your energy. We'll be your shoutcasters for the second game. I am Atlas. With me is Arctic, and we just finished that first game for JSK versus Infuse, and wow, it was actually very telling of the growth of both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been talking about the previous weekend on how both teams kind of need to step up, and I gotta say, you know, they've been living up to expectations. Although this is a very tricky situation for JSK Esports because they do not want to go 0.
Of course, that is just the first game. We'll be getting into our second game to finish off this first match. We'll have 2 more matches after this as we look into our schedule. First match, of course, JSK versus Infuse. Infuse took away the first win, while in the next matches for today, we'll be having Acclaim Emperor X versus Asian Arena, and to close it off is going to be TNC versus Team Manila Eagles. So, of course, looking at that, looking at our standings, rather, it's going to be very interesting because Infuse got a very good lead earlier. Now they have 1 win in this 2-game series, and JSK a little bit more desperate at this point because they have completed now almost an equal amount of games compared to Infuse at this point. So it's definitely a lot more bearing for Infuse to get another win because it will pull them a lot closer above TNC and actually tying Acclaim Empire X for now if they get another win.
So yeah, there we go. And I'm really interested in seeing how these matches, again, this is very crucial because we're already nearing the end. But yeah, speaking of the end, of course, we still have our share and win currently ongoing. Of course, there will be a code that will be appearing per matchup.
Yeah, there was a hashtag.
Yes.
So just share the stream link or the FB stream link with your friends in your timeline. Share it publicly. The hashtag plus the link is going to be gaming.youtube.com/phgarena/live. Or you can also share the FB stream link, FB Live, and you will get a chance to win a mystery gift. Of course, you have to share it publicly. And we're also having our PGS digital fan art contest as we near Rampage.
Yeah, there we go. So, of course, all you have to do is create a digital artwork. So, not the traditional, it has to be digital, which consists of 1 player per team. So, we have a total of 8 teams. So, just choose your favorite player per team. And then, of course, for more information, just check out esports.garena.com/PGS and look for the article for more details.
It's very convenient as well because you will have some references because the players have photos there.
Yeah.
So, it's also going to be very convenient. You will get a chance to win like a really substantial prize if you win that. So, just really pull out your entire artistic spirit and really your esports spirit as well, because we're going to be looking at our teams as we near Rampage. Of course, we're still going to be waiting for the drafting phase for the second game. Really, both of these teams have a little bit of time to prepare for the second game. As JSK said, all of their games have been 1-1 so far. Most of their games have been 1-1 so far. So this is a chance for them to actually get back and not get 0-2, because that's going to be huge against them if they get 0-2. And of course, as for Infuse, they want to get 2-0 so they can go for 6 points, tying with AEX. Of course, this AEX has another match today, so the points might change, but still, being above the midpoint is important for this team.
Yeah, and you know what? What I really find interesting about Infuse is technically they've had a lot of consecutive losses. So to actually be able to come in and actually get a win, it's very telling as to what mindset they have going into this game. You know, they definitely don't want to lose out. And finally, we do see a win out of them after quite a number of matches passed.
Yeah, and that win, the patience, the endurance to just resist the aggressiveness coming from the other team, coming from JSK, definitely huge, and their growth as well. I also like to commend the growth of JSK. As you said, they are known to be very, very aggressive. You've said this in their games every time we cast. And it hasn't been working out for them before, but now they have tempered it a little bit, but they still need to improve.
Definitely. And looks like we will be heading into the action right now as we hit the pick and ban phase for Game 2 of our first match of the day between JSK Esports and Infuse Esports. So it looks like it is going to be the Elise and Rakan banned out from Infuse. A lot of respect right there. And
same bans.
Yeah, pretty much. And then Zach as well.
Okay, now they're taking away the Zach. Because it is a contested first pick. Infuse, they were the blue team in the previous game. So now, since they are on red team, the threat of the Zach being first pick is a lot bigger. So they have to take that away. Shen will be another ban, same one from before. While JSK will be taking away Liars, Caitlyn. A-Style will not be on the Caitlyn for this game.
So we'll just have to see if this will be a continuing trend. Like you did mention, these are the same bans from earlier. So clearly both sides.
Almost the same, yeah.
Yeah. Almost the same, and it looks like the Kha'Zix is going to be banned out from Spear as well. So a lot of jungle-oriented picks up because we do know how dominant, of course, Spear is for JSK Esports.
That's true.
And because looking at JSK Esports for me, I always think these two strong players, both Spear and Fade. It's just that Spear is a much more bannable in a sense because not only have we seen a certain number of champions from him, but at the same time, the pool for junglers in itself is quite narrow. So
That's true.
unless if you're going to compare it to Fade, who not only has quite a number of champions up the sleeve, but in general, mid lane picks, there's pretty much a lot.
And if he is going on that mid lane Galio, Fade will have a lot of impact. As we know, both of these mid laners, it seems like, yeah, Fade is a lot more focused on lane control, lane dominance, while Envy is more on roaming around. Of course, the pick manifested with Victor on Fade, as well as Envy on that Talia. But if Fade goes for the Galio, that's going to change up his playstyle a little bit and be a little bit more like Envy. So that might change the dynamic a lot. The bot lane, however, for JSK will probably be this Varus and Tom Kench in response again from Infused bot lane, picking up the Lulu and Ashe. Very, very strong combo.
Yeah, not to mention I'm really liking how JSK, they're really thinking this over as to what matchups they want to go for. And clearly with this Varus and Tom Kench, I'd say it's definitely a good choice against an Ashe and a Lulu. So there we go, we actually have a Gragas being hovered over for Infused. But yeah, again, this Galio pick, for so many matches that we've seen, a highly contested pick or ban. And for most of the games that we've seen thus far, it's mostly a very high win rate. So I'm actually interested in seeing how, if Infuse could actually kind of break that trend for Galio so far.
Yeah, because Galio mid lane in particular needs a lot of team communication. Of course, we saw that improve in JSK in last game, but of course they faltered around the late game. But if Fade can pull off a Galio mid, that shows a lot of growth for the individual player as well. Because we saw in that last game, Envy was all over the place. He was roaming in and out, getting those kills for the top lane and being able to pressure the other lanes, while Fade focused more on being a pushing power there in the mid lane with his laser. So that difference in the playstyle of these mid laners will have to change up if Fade goes for the mid lane Galio. For Infuse, the second ban phase, still lots of mid lane bans against Envy, and mid lane bans as well against Fade. Spear will also have his mid lane banned out. So the targets for the bans here definitely different for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. But nonetheless, both sides clearly showing that they are aware of what champions both players kind of excel in here. The Zed, so pretty much synonymous to Fade, I'd say, as well as the Nidalee, which Spear performed absolutely amazing on as of the previous weekend. But yeah, it looks like the Victor and the Jarvan the Fourth going to be potentially locked in by JSK Esports here.
It's going to be a potent combo with Whistle now going to be locked in on that Galio instead of Fade. So Fade will still be on his very comfortable Victor pick. I do think that mid lane Galio is a lot better than top lane Galio because your ult is like semi-global. So being there in the mid lane allows you to have impact on two lanes, while top lane is just your own lane and you don't really have a lot of value compared to mid lane Galio. But the combination of Spear and Whistle with the Jarvan, the Cataclysm in Dragon Strike into Cataclysm into an inescapable hero's entrance.
Yeah,
is
looks
definitely huge.
Yeah, and looks like Infused Esports actually going to be taking the Rumble for themselves. Of course, early it was actually JSK that was running the Rumble, so it looks like Pandar is going to show Whistle just maybe that he could potentially excel on this champion. But like I have mentioned, I'm yet to see a team that could actually win against a Galio because of that huge impact.
They picked this magic damage top laner into a magic damage resistant champion. Anti-magic Galio is naturally anti-magic, so this matchup might be a little bit hard for Pandars, but of course he has his own form of sustained damage, own way of wave clearing, so Whistle might have his run for his money. There's definitely something that they have to watch out for. Looking at the compositions as a whole, however, it seems like JSK has a really good wombo combo. Like they lock themselves in a Cataclysm plus the Chaos Storm and then the Hero's Entrance as well, while A-Style is just free hitting away. But Infuse seems to have very balanced as well. Lots of utility, the damage for the mid lane, very good mix of physical and magic, as well as disengage coming from the Gragas.
Yeah, and I mean, with the composition that JSK has, I'm actually interested in seeing as to whether or not they could actually pull off this type of composition where I feel that synergy is very essential, but we'll just have to check it out once we hit the Rift. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are heading into game 2 for our first matchup of the game. There we go. It's going to be, of course, JSK Esports and Infused Esports. So two esports teams. Of course, only one can come off dominant in this match. So we'll just have to see. Of course, let us know in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Is it going to be JSK win, or is it going to be hashtag INF win?
That is the case here, because JSK really wants to make this a 1-1. While Infuse, they cannot afford to lose any more games. Because as we near the end of the group stages before playoffs, you need to get as many points as you want. And if Infuse gets a 2-0 here, that's a huge boost. 3 points is a lot better than 1 point, obviously. That's like mathematics. 3 is greater than 1. But it's also the circumstance that, okay, we're nearing the playoffs. We need to get as many points as possible. And the pressure is definitely being felt here by all of these teams. And the pressure not just, like negatively, but also positively, because we've been seeing so much growth in both JSK and Infuse throughout the split.
And what's really interesting here is that if you're going to look at the two teams, they're kind of in different scenarios despite being at the bottom of the spectrum. For JSK Esports, what I find interesting is that they were actually in the top 4. They made playoffs last split. So it's interesting how despite having Fade, a veteran player, as a pretty good addition, I'd say, to the team, they're still somewhat fumbling as opposed to Infused Esports. So again, it's almost stereotypical in a sense where you'd expect the newer teams to struggle a bit. Although, I can't really say that as much because if you're going to compare it to the previous split, when you have teams, because JSK Esports was actually when they made playoffs, and TNC Pro Team didn't do so bad themselves last split. So it's interesting how it's very stereotypical this split wherein most of the newer teams are struggling.
Definitely, and while Infuse sitting comfortably near the midpoint, even though they are a new team into the PGS Summer Split, is definitely good for them. And the fact that they've been really working on their macro is definitely telling that they are indeed a PGS caliber team. And JSK as well, we've talked about their growth as well, and they have really good micro as well. But the macro is still getting there, but they are growing, and that's what counts. But looking at this right now, it seems like both of our junglers will be meeting around the top lane. Oh, that's going to be trouble for Spear. He has left health. Has to go for the Dragon Strike away. Oh, that's going to hurt. That is the Shock Blast. And Power Shock Blast has to flash over before XDXP can body slam him.
Oh, man, that was very scary indeed. And with the flash down for Spear, that doesn't really leave him as many options as far as the fancy ganks that he could go for with this Jarvan. And of course, if I were him in this case, maybe kind of wait out for that Cataclysm, because I feel like that slash will definitely hurt him as far as potential creativity with the ganks pre-level 6.
This really sets him back in the pathing a lot. Especially, I don't know why he decided to check for the jungle of XDXP. Because looking at the matchup naturally, Jarvan IV has terrible sustain in his first clear, while XDXP has natural sustain with his passive on that Gragas. So I don't know why he thought he could face up against XDXP by checking his jungle. Because naturally, XDXP would have more health, and the early game he has respectable burst and damage as well. And because you're pushing into the territory of the enemy, that means Envy is in more of a position to respond. So it's very questionable that he made the decision to path around that side against Infused.
Yeah, definitely. That's a pretty big struggle for him. But looking at the top lane earlier, what I actually find even more interesting is that if you're going to look at, although Whistle was able to regenerate some level of mana because of that corrupting potion, but he's actually struggling right now.
Might go for some Blaze with a very quick flash. Still gets knocked up, however, but gobbles up his AD carry. Gets saved with a tough skin in the top lane. Spear got the first blood for his top laner Whistle.
Oh man, and of course that is the beauty of having a Tahm Kench in the support role for that bot lane of JSK. When you think that things kind of spelled trouble for Astyler, all it took was just one Devar to save his AD carry. But yeah, looks like first blood gonna go to JSK.
Very good flash as well, because that flash was well before the body slam. He did get knocked up, but because of his positioning then, it wasn't enough for Infuse to actually follow through for a kill, and he was still able to devour his AD carry. Very good for JSK to have that confidence to survive in the bot lane while leaving Spear to get the first blood in the top lane. Let's look at the replay of what happened at top lane.
Yeah, there we go. So Pandar's actually fully committed, so Spear actually getting the knockup onto Pandar. So almost actually very scary for Whistle as well there. But of course, good coordination. And not to mention the fact that that does kind of make up for the lack of flash coming from Spear earlier when he almost died to
Despite
XXP.
the deficiency in the flash, seems like Spear is still pulling out a lot of pressure and really still looking for something against Envy and XDXP around his top side, but of course gets kind of scared away. And look at Sachi actually rotating here around the mid lane in case Spear wants to try something funny.
Ooh, Spear though, just kind of walking. I was
revealing his position.
Yeah, I was actually expecting that maybe they'd kind of bait, since Fade would look like a prime target with limited mana on him right now. So
seems like still gonna chill after that top lane gank, after that bot lane fight as well. Sachi still looking for something. The roam coming from the support, definitely great. Looking at this though, we're gonna see, because Envy and Sachi, they both have very, very high kill participation. That's because they always roam. So the thing here is that Sachi playing to his character, definitely always looking for something to help out Envy. Of course, he has to back off here.
oh man, so there we go. And okay, so looking at the pathing this far, but ooh, okay, I thought we were gonna see some action there for a bit, but yeah, looking at the pathing this far, I'm actually liking how proactive Spear is, because with that flash deficiency, I was kind of expecting that maybe he'd kind of make up for it by perhaps power farming, reaching level 6 as soon as possible. So I like how he's really making things happen for this top lane. But yeah.
Well, the thing is, though, even if he has been ganking and pressuring, he has been also power farming. Look at his CS compared to Whistle, compared to XDX. Compared to Whistle, his own top laner, he has actually more CS than that Galio, and almost double the CS of XDXP. So even though he's been pressuring very well, after Jarvan's first clear, it actually becomes much faster. And now he has the Cataclysm. He has the tools to really gank effectively.
And especially with that flash up almost any minute now. Well, within the next 60 seconds actually. So this will definitely allow him much more space as to getting much more effective ganks and potentially securing kills, in which case.
After he burns a flash with the Demolition Standard Dragon Strike combo, go for the immediate Cataclysm and they cannot escape anymore. Envy cannot escape, Pandars cannot escape, Liar. None of these champions can actually escape from the Cataclysm. And even though XDXP has a body slam, it can just get blocked by Spear.
But you know what's interesting here is, despite that, I actually really like Jinx Esports in the sense that they have a pretty solid front line, and if all goes wrong, they do have that Calm Kench to devour a very vulnerable target. And of course, whether it be Fade or A-Style. That being said, I'm actually interested in seeing whether or not they'll have that. Because, like we mentioned, one of the things that Jinx Esports excels at is individually, they're very talented, mechanically gifted players. But like we have seen, they kind of fumble when it comes to these team clashes, when we kind of need some level of coordination in order to make it work for them. So we'll just have to see whether
it has improved, though.
Yeah,
the thing is, it has improved a lot since we saw in the previous weeks. They are still getting there. And I think the culmination of their improvement in terms of their macro will come, one, in the wombo combo that might happen. Look at that. That's the wombo combo. But of course, Envy does have the flash. They do both burn both summoner spells onto Envy. So that's a lot of pressure that Jenski's putting out. But as I said, that's one of the tests of pressure that they can have, whether they have really improved in terms of the macro.
Man, I like how that Blasting Cone was used just right when the Galio went in. But yeah, I mean, overall, though, still, good attempt, though, from Jengski. I like how proactive they are.
Yeah, they're really proactive.
In comparison to most games. Although, if you're going to compare it to previous games, their proactivity is more of individual stunts as opposed to that proactive play, which was more of I'd say a group effort, because it involved actually having Whistle respond with the hero's entrance, trying to get that solid knock-up, the layering of CC, although it did exhaust the flash from Envy, but still, really refreshing Jengski that I'm seeing here in comparison to most previous games that we've seen.
Yeah, definitely different. That's the first test of their team synergy. Can they pull off the wombo? The second test for this game specifically is if they can pull off the Muraita Boy top catch.
There you go.
Because we've been seeing how the Abyssal Voyage can be used to really gank that bot lane very, very hard. And if Spear, if he can gap close with the Abyssal Voyage together with Blaze, then that means he has more tools to knock up once the gank actually starts. So that's the another true test of the synergy here for this bot lane.
Yeah, and the coordination at the same time, in the sense that if you're gonna look at how Morita Boy actually played the Tahm Kench, like most of, if not almost 100% of his Abyssal Voyages actually resulted to kills for Asian Arena. What I'm worried about here is that, like we mentioned, JSK definitely, without a doubt, has improved in terms of their teamwork, in terms of their macro, overall. But, like, they're still getting there in a sense, so there's still these errors like we have seen in Game 1, but ooh, Enchantress are actually flying.
Ooh, very close there.
Man, if that Enchanted Crystal Arrow actually flew, that actually would have been beautiful, followed up by an explosive cast with XP in the vicinity.
Yeah, the long range of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow would have been enough for XP to get a good explosive cast in. But of course, just dodging it just by a little bit there. A few pixels. He saw it coming, kind of teased it, and then he backed off.
Yeah,
Whistle still going for something. He does have the Hero's Entrance once again. So we might be seeing a dive with Spear, Fade, and Whistle here. But of course, the wards definitely there for Infuse. I like this. The defensive wards in their own jungle, because Spear might go for these invades, and Whistle might position himself around that area of the map to go for a Hero's Entrance.
And I gotta hand it to Whistle, because most of the games that I've seen from him thus far, he's a little bit more restrained to his lane. And so the fact that he's actually getting this roam on, looking for opportunities, or even dewarding for his team, dewarding defensive wards from Infuse Esports, again, so refreshing from JSK. If anything, a very different JSK that I've seen from, without a doubt, from the last split. It's just like you mentioned, with the fact that they're still getting there. What I'm worried about is with the last few weekends that we have of the group stage for the PGS, whether or not it's actually enough. Because still, if you're going to look at the standings, like we did mention, they do not want to get a 2-0 against, they don't want this to be a 2-0 for Infused Esports. That being said, because for Asian Arena as well, they still have so much space to actually increase their ranking to 7th or potentially 6th. So again, every single game counts.
Yeah, the pressure is there. Every point definitely puts you away from relegation and closer to playoffs, possibly. So it's definitely important for both of these teams to get these wins. And I really like how this game isn't a bloodbath just yet. JSK is still looking for aggressive rotations, aggressive ganks and pressure, but they're not going too overconfident. The problem is, can they sustain this kind of patience until late game? Because we saw them not do that last game. So they have to learn from that experience.
Definitely.
Especially for Infernal Drake.
Very good, especially with Vision there. So Infuse Esports is fully, very much well aware that they're taking this, so we might actually see a fight.
To get this fast. Don't get it. I like this, that they really did that very quickly. It's the Infernal Drake, which is the squishiest Drake out of all the 4 elemental Drakes. So I really like how they knew they have enough damage to take that out very, very quickly.
And not to mention that all 4 of them just went for it right away. You know, had that been a scenario wherein you kind of go back to these solo queue moments when you'd call for Garen, but your teammates wouldn't arrive like a few seconds later. So again, this coordination from JSK Esports really working for them this
Another arrow, not going to hit anyone.
And Liar just not getting a break. But again, if those, it's kind of high risk-ish, because so long range, but once that hits, especially with XP in the vicinity, it would have really worked so well for Infuse. But then again, nothing happening thus far, so we'll just have to see later on during the mid-game how this transitions.
Yeah, Fade still really pushing out that lane. He is behind 2 waves against Envy, but surviving that. And since he has a lot of wave clear as well, Envy's also pressured to not leave lane. He hasn't been roaming as much as he usually does. Very uncharacteristic of Envy to really just stay in this lane, because he needs to match the pressure that Fate puts on the turret. Look at his turret, already below half health. If he leaves for a roam, that might be first turret for JSK.
I think, like, if you're going to look at it as well, considering that Vade is running a Victor, the wave clear is a little bit more solid for him, I think, in comparison to a Jace. So, there we go. So, Blue going to Fade. But yeah.
He has Blue now, so that is going to be potentially infinite wave clear as long as he doesn't get ganked. So
definitely,
Envy really needs to match that kind of pressure he puts out.
I gotta say though, I like the restraint coming from Fade in a way, because considering how easily gankable a Victor is, I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen as many ganks from XDXP in a way.
I
Because
think
of
they're
the
waiting too long to get a really good enchanted crystal arrow. But I think there's been a lot of instances where XXP could get a good gank on the fade without spear interfering.
Exactly.
But still, you know, the fact that Jenski is surviving in this early game in this kind of composition, they're still ramping up their gold. They're still very even in terms of the CS, which means that once the fight actually breaks out, it might actually be Jenski ahead in this 5v5.
Sachi actually rotating here to the top lane, and with Spear over there, we might actually see something very bloody.
This might be the action we've been looking for, but look at that. Blaze with a Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyage. This will be a 3v3. Actually, Whistle going for the top lane, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow might hit someone. That's going to be a long stun from across the map. Will it hit anyone? It actually hits onto A-Style. That might be the signal for Infuse to go in, but nope, doesn't go in.
Man,
that's still a very spot-on arrow, but not enough to actually be impactful. Liar might be in trouble here. He's not dealing any damage onto Whistle. He can kite him out, however. Look at that. Actually, and the Flash actually dodged away from the Winds of War. This is a huge damage taken away from Whistle, and I think this is the AD carry winning that fight by a hair.
Yeah,
good Flash.
Definitely. Good on Liar. Good prediction there, actually. But yeah, I mean, XDXP active in the vicinity to get things
Flash.
going.
Does he want to go for it? Just goes for the Deward in the mid lane. A little bit of pressure. So that is 1-1 so far in terms of the kill score.
Actually, it's interesting watching Infuse Esports right now because I'm all about restraint in a way. Especially if you want to wait for optimal timings, and especially if you don't want to really throw, especially in these type of crucial situations. But that being said, the patience that I'm seeing, it's somewhat too much, I'd say, because like you mentioned, there's been so many opportunities where an XDXP could have gone again, even without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Liar, and it doesn't even necessarily have to translate to kills. Like I mentioned, even the smallest exhaustion of summoner spells from Jenski Esports would leave them all the more vulnerable, and that's pressure in itself. So the fact that that hasn't really been happening as much, it's interesting for me.
They really do not want to throw anything away. They don't want to gamble too much, but I think the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that hit top lane, that was a long stun. That was from across the map. They would have been able to get something out of that, because right now A-Style has both summer spells. If they went in on that, even if they didn't 100% commit, if they burnt A-Style summer spells, it would have been worth it. Here comes, gonna be a fight. Panar's gonna try and torch A-Style and Blaze. Might have some roast catfish for tonight, but that's gonna be 4 members backing away. Another Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not hit A-Style.
Man, they've really been forcing these risky long-range Enchanted Crystal
And
Arrows.
because of that, this actually, the pressure in the top lane allows Envy to get that mid lane turret. Actually get a little bit of damage onto that secondary turret as well.
Yeah, I mean, across the map, Infuse Esports really working, and Jenski actually going a bit more responsive here. We're still trying to def this, but again, what's a Galio? I mean, sure, Galio in himself dishes quite the damage, but then again, since this is a top lane Galio, it's more of a tanky role, so it doesn't really have the same damage output, let's say, in comparison to mid lane
Blaze
Galio.
might go for something here. Spear going for the Cataclysm. No follow-up available, and Infuse is around the corner, so he has to back off from that.
Man, oh man.
That's going to be the third Abyssal Voyage actually that we've seen that hasn't resulted in anything big for Jenski.
Definitely.
And even though Blaze, we know him to be a roaming support. He even has the Moby boots right now, but he hasn't been pulling out a lot of value for this team. Same with Sashi, and that's because the game is kind of calm right now, going for a lot of these aggressive plays, but a lot of them with restraint.
So much restraint, so much safety that, I mean, we're heading into 20 minutes into the game.
2 kills.
I don't think I've seen a PGS game that's been this silent for the first 20 minutes.
They are going for these plays onto the Drake. They know which objectives to go for. This is a very squishy Drake, so it can go to either team if they do it quickly. They are dancing around the fire here.
Oh man.
Might go for a fight. Blaze is taking a lot of damage. A Shock Blast is going to put A-Style at half health, but it is going to reset the dragon. Still going for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually interesting if this eventually breaks out into a full anti-fight, but of course, Fertile Drake will be regenerating a bit more.
So going for it. Envy pulls it back to their side now, and actually just goes for the reset. Cannot risk too much. with Jengski's wave pushing down the bot lane turret. Has to clear his mid lane turret as well, because look at the health of that turret, below half. Going to be very dangerous if it falls down.
Man, the restraint from both sides, it's almost driving me crazy, to be honest. I mean, the lack of action within the first 20 minutes, because if anything, for most of the games that we've had this split, the latest that you'd actually see action would probably be like 12, 13 minutes. But the fact that this has gone on to 20 and then both sides kind of restraining themselves.
Doing the dragon dance right here now with Infernal Drake. And looking at how quickly it falls here. Oh, he's stunned. He cannot go for the steal. Now it's going to be the teleport coming from Pandars as well as Whistle. Going for the hero's entrance. Going for the front line of his team. But I think Infuse is just going to go for the disengage. Escaping Jengski's clutches. And still running away with that Infernal Drake.
And but of course, with that one kill, this actually allows JSK Esports the numbers game 5v4. But looks like Sachi gonna be going for the recall, cancels that though as they try to force.
Well, Whistle trying to go for something. Spear has a Cataclysm. That's gonna be Whistle in the middle of everyone. Can he go for the 3-man taunt? Cataclysm goes in as well. Envy tries to go for the dive. This is in between two turrets. Seems like Infuse is taking a lot of damage, but so is Jengski. Seems like it will be a 2-for-2 in the end. But with the turret almost being taken down, Jengski has to back off.
I think there was somewhat of a lack of coordination there coming from Jengski. I'm not sure. Some were probably going for that turret. Others were already committing to the fight. And the problem, plus the problem that they weren't even able to take down that turret, even though with the slither of health, man.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a lack of coordination for that fight. Let's break that down a little bit more.
Yeah, there we go. Whistle actually, I'd say a great initiate because look at the taunts. A lot of members of Infuse
where's
actually connected. But exactly, yes. The lack of follow-up damage, and technically the carries were actually being careful there at the same time because if they fully committed, the tower, they really had, not only did they have to kind of figure out how to work around that fight, they also needed to juggle the damage coming from two turrets correctly. So it was very messy for Jengski there.
Spear was already taking a lot of aggro from the mid lane turret. I think A-Style could have afforded to position himself in a way that he could actually get some free hits during that fight.
Definitely. And as a result, that actually would have resulted to more kills in favor of Jengski right there.
Yeah, if I was Jengski, however, I wouldn't go for the full 2-tower dive. I'd just go for scare them away with the presence of Whistle and then have 3 or 4 members on the turret. It would have been another option, but instead they went for the dive. They do trade 2-for-2, but this is going to be A-Style being roasted after being frozen by that enchanted crystal arrow. That's cooking 101 coming from Infuse Esports.
Yeah, explosive cask was actually used by XTX either, and although he didn't get an Nexus, still didn't really deter them from getting that kill.
A little bit of a wasted resource from XTXP, but this does put them in a position to build a pretty substantial wave here. Coming for this 5 out of 6 wave in the top lane. This will be compounded by the next wave, which I believe is a cannon wave. And look at how fast they push this with 2 members and the red buff. Sachi gonna help them out as well. Getting them another turret, their second one for this game, making the gold lead 2,000 at 23 minutes.
Man, Jengski definitely has their work cut out for them. And like we've mentioned, the big question here is whether or not the level of team play, the level of coordination, is it fully there to work this composition here. And technically, it's not even just about layering the CCs. It's even right down to who they're prioritizing
here. Blaze getting caught out, has to pop the thick skin. Fade going for something here. He actually gets a kill onto Sachi. Now Spear in a position to go for something, but has to back off. No longer has any gap closing potential, but this might be the mid lane turret finally for Jengski.
There we go, JSK Esports. Finally, with a slither of health, you know, they should be able to easily take this down.
Pretty much equalizes the gold here. At most, the difference will be like 2 or 3 potions, and at this point, they don't want to buy potions.
Definitely.
Just a very small lead across the board for Infuse.
Well,
they might go for the Rift Herald, though. Or rather, no, it's actually a Baron. I forgot. It's 24 minutes. The game has been slowed down so much that I thought it was still pre-20.
I don't blame you, man. It's been pretty silent on Summoner's Rift right now. And even though we have seen a bit of action, I wouldn't say it's been like full-on explosive to actually feel that we're in the mid-game right now.
But the fact that Jengski is able to restrain themselves from giving into the urge of diving 5 members into like 3 turrets, that's huge. And here they're waiting for something to happen. Infused, maybe for them to get out of position, maybe for Envy to really... Okay, Envy does not go to face check. Actually, this puts Jengski's plans a little bit on the back burner.
Good on Envy right there, actually.
I think he was suspecting something. He's like, where's Jengski?
Yeah.
They might be here in the top lane. And actually, The ward actually helps them out to just seal the deal and prevent any further traps in that top lane brush.
And so yeah, well, going into this game right here, I'm actually interested in seeing if JSK could really work these 5v5s again. There has been that question as to not only just, well, I kind of think that the initiates are there, everything said and done, but when it comes to those trickier situations where you actually have to determine priorities, whether or not, like we've seen earlier, whether you're going to go for a turret, you'll go for kills, that's something that was kind of still messy. So
and to be fair, a little note there in the mid lane fight, it's like minutes ago, but I think they banked on A-Style getting the turret before the dive. Rather, during the course of that dive, they take the turret fast, but it wasn't fast enough because, you know, Varus isn't really a super turret pusher compared to other AD carries. He does have a lot of wave clear, but that's when it comes to turret himself, compared to other AD carries, the damage is pretty low. So, still, very unfortunate for JSK. The coordination as well wasn't there super well. So coming into 26 minutes of the game, Gold still very, very even. This can swing into either side of the battle.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely all about the control here, I'd say. Who manages to pick off? Because, like, if you're going to look at the composition that JSK has... Oh!
Okay, I think it's just going to be Blaze gobbling Spear up, preventing him from taking any more damage. This will be the Drake. And another Infernal, the third Infernal Drake of the game. Who will it go to? Who will get the third Infernal Drake for this game? Seems like Infuse is really in a position to do so. But Spear trying to go for something, but he's alone. But that might be the setup for everything. That is the Equalizer going down onto the floor. Whistle going to frontline for his team. He does have the flash, goes for the two-man taunt, takes down Sachi. Panarch is now the target. He's going to have the Zhonya's Hourglass, but Spear just easily takes him out along with A-Style. So that is going to be a 0 for 2, but Infernal Drake going for the Infuse.
Yeah, definitely. And we have seen JSK kind of banking on these. Well, they did get 2 kills, I'd say, in all fairness, but in the long run, as far as the benefits of a double Infernal Drake, that makes Infuse Esports all the more painful. So JSK, going into the next fights, they need to ensure that not only do they get the optimal CC to kind of deny the full damage that Infuse can exert, but at the same time, let's go ahead and check out this flash here real quick. So, great move there. Although Whistle not able to optimize the hero's entrance as much, but it does force Infuse Esports to back away here. And at this point, it's just a matter of JSK Esports trying to get what they can out of this. And they did manage that 2 kills onto Pandars and onto Sachi. So, not bad for JSK, I'd say, but they'd have to watch out going into the longer run because that is 2 Infernal.
Double Infernal. I mean, JSK will feel the heat once late game comes. And really, I think one of the key things to that fight being in favor of JSK was that XP was locked away from his team. At the end there, he was in the Tri-Brush, while the rest of his team was already running away like a sliver of health remained.
Ooh, good steal there from XTXP though, because Baron actually, another one of these objectives that technically both sides don't even want to give up at this point because
they
it's
have
been so
substantial
sound right
sustained damage. Both of the AD carries have Blade of the Ruined King. Baron at 29 minutes is a real threat for both of these teams that they do not want to give up.
Especially with the board so equal right now. Sure, just the gold actually in itself, it's very, very equal. Both sides, so kind of don't want to give this Baron because that Baron would be a game changer.
That
would
swing
really
in one team's favor. The gold is really close. Oh, look at that, the decisiveness coming from Spear, but is there follow-up? Indeed, it will come from A-Style to finish off the kill. Spear getting dangerously low after that one. Will they go for the Baron? Spear is very, very low. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I was kind of worried for Spear there a bit, but look, like A-Style was able to respond in time because if that was like, if it came in like 1 to 2 seconds later, that would have actually spelled a 1 for 1.
Disaster, 1 for 1, and because that was the jungler Spear dying compared to Indy, that would have given Baron priority to Infuse because they have their jungler.
Yeah, especially with XDXP actually already in that Baron pit. So would have been very interesting indeed. But
looking at this, the gold is still very even, but the 1k that JSK has above Infuse, and the extra Infernal Drake that Infuse has over JSK, the gold is still super even. Like at this point, I pegged Infuse to be about 500 gold in stats ahead of JSK, so it's still very small.
Looks like JSK going for the small. Actually, again, the patience is very refreshing. I like how they're kind of contenting themselves with these small victories because most of the matches that we've seen from JSK thus far is they like to go for these go big or go home type
And then
of
they
plays.
always go home.
Exactly. So I like the restraint in a sense that, sure, they have them small victories and it seems very equal, but JSK is pretty much contenting themselves, slowly building up on this. So whether or not this will be a continuing factor for them in the game, I'm actually interested in seeing that, especially with such an explosive composition when you have champions such as the Galio, such as the Jarvan the Fourth.
Once another full-on 5v5 team fight happens, that will be the culmination of all these small leads that they've been building up. Still, it's super even. I cannot even give the advantage to one team or another. Their vision is pretty much equal, a little bit on JSK's side, because they do have Baron priority. They are blue team, so they have a little bit more freedom in warding around that Baron. But looking at it now, it seems like it's very, very even. Even the top laners there in the bot lane, they're just clearing each other's waves constantly, push and pull into trying to destroy each other's turrets and apply pressure to the bot lane.
And what I really like about JSK, again, this Tom Kench, even though we haven't seen the Marita Boy type of plays wherein it was used much more
Aggressively?
aggressively, exactly, resulting to kills. Basically, for Blaze in this case, what really makes this Tom Kench all the more worth when you look at it from the perspective of versus... but... Okay, there we go.
Okay, so I don't think Spear would go for that. It is XD/XP. Tank is everything is not worth ulting alone.
Yeah, but as I was saying, because if you're going to look at some games wherein a team uses Tom Kench, the Tom Kench sometimes has to go for a Quicksilver Sash because of the amount of CC that could actually prevent him
From rescuing?
Exactly, but if you're going to look at the composition of Infused Esports, the only form of heavy stun that they have is from Liar. And to a point, it's more of knockbacks with the Gragas and the Jace here, but looks like we might have
be a dive here in the bot lane. Panda is definitely in trouble. Both of them are actually burning their Zhonya's Hourglass, actually dodging the entirety of the damage of the Flame Spitter. But this might cost them a lot as Spear and Blaze have to run away. Of course, A-Style gets gobbled up by Blaze. No damage sustained, so it's a win onto JSK.
Definitely, right. I was actually expecting another clash right there, but looks like that won't be the case again. The restraint.
Oh, this might happen though. That's gonna be a fast Abyssal Voyage onto Envy. They might go for it, but A-Style is going melee form on that Varus. Cannot flash out, but I think Envy will be taken down by Spear here. Now XD/XP under duress. Gets the Wild Growth onto him, gets a slow, but I think Spear is still trying to go for it. But with Liar around the corner, they don't want to commit too much, especially with Fade all the way down there in the bot lane, pushing this tower.
Oh man, I love how JSK is kind of working this map across the board, and
Whistle's still going for it. So
it's a good distraction.
Out.
Yeah, I
good
mean,
distraction.
Good distraction by Whistle.
Look at that, they're dancing around the Baron to let Fade get more push onto that bot lane. But it seems like they will have to stop there. Not want to cash in too much into that pressure.
Oh man, this is crazy. I'm not even sure I'm watching a JSK esports game here right now because this is so different from, so uncharacteristic, but in a good way for JSK esports. Again, the restraint and how they're capitalizing on these small victories, not to mention the mind games that they're playing across the board. It's really, really good, I gotta say. And if this keeps up, this might actually be the 1-1.
And the thing is that they deny the 2-0 for Infuse, and they get a little bit closer, away from relegations, and then getting more points into the summer split. And the maturity of this team and how quickly they grow, they've grown since last split, and then into this one, it's definitely impressive to see. And I'm really respecting JSK right now, as well as Infuse. But the growth from JSK is just huge.
I agree most strongly because if you're going to look at how short our group stage is right now, plus the fact that the pressure is monumental for these teams, fighting to not be the 8th spot to be auto-relegated. So this is impressive in the sense that
Whistle might be in trouble, gets Polymorph. Look at how much damage he's tanking right now. Barely even enough. With a Gargoyle Stoneplate as well. Equalizer gets down. Fade tries to still go for more damage. Actually takes down Sachi. And now Infuse is split apart. Now Envy and XD/XP are the ones that are being targeted. They have to run away. This might be the Baron given to JSK, but they're still going for it. Look at Whistle just tanking so much damage. Dodges a little bit as well with a Hero's Entrance. Now it's going to be Spear. Just as much actually goes in just for the insurance. It's just going to be the Abyssal Voyage to just completely lock away, and they go for the 0 for 3. Baron priority goes to JSK.
This is absolutely crazy. Again, this is the reason why you ban a Galio. from any game, from any professional game for that matter, because of the heavy, just the hero's entrance in itself, plus how tanky he is. Whistle just being a meat shield for Jenks Esports. And
might go for a steal. XCXP definitely has the potential to do so. Whistle is dangerously low, but the threat of FaZe being around there pushes them away.
Man, oh man, oh man, Jenks Esports. And with this Baron, like we've been mentioning, that Baron was a game changer in a sense, but I wouldn't say it wasn't as much of a game changer because Jenks Esports already has that lead working for them.
Look at how much Whistle tanks.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, this is the beauty of the Galio here. And technically, earlier on, he was already tanking a lot of damage as is.
Yeah.
So this gives up so much of a good setup for Jenks Esports to just kind of get into these fights. I'm absolutely odd right now. Again, this Galio is really working for them. And the fact that Whistle used that Galio to kind of not only to distract, but make sure to get members of Jenks Esports in time to secure those kills. That's really, really impressive.
Yeah, I love the itemization coming from Whistle. Of course, this is pretty standard, but this entire just these 3 items actually locks away a lot of infused damage. Blocks away constant volleys, shock blasts, and flame spitters and talk lancers come from Pandars, and he reduces the attack speed. Oh, here might be a fight here, but Spear still very, very tanky. The hero's entrance actually helps him out with a damage reduction. This might be the final fight of the game. If Infuse gets aced, it's gonna be Spear taking a lot of damage. A-Style as well gets taken down by Envy, but the rest of it, Jenks is still going strong. Fade actually goes for the damage, double kill onto Spear. Now it's gonna be these 2 frontliners trying to take out Pandar. Spear teasing him right now. Blaze gobbles him up. It's gonna be XDXP now under attack, but he's still very tanky. But this is still a 1 for 3. All of the damage dealers of Infuse have been taken down. They have a huge Baron wave coming up right now. Whistle being able to frontline attack these turrets means that they might be able to finish off the game from this.
Oh man, Jenks Esports really showing up in this game. Clearly do not want to go home 0-2. And looks like they will try to go for this finish. XDXP and
They can go for the finish. Liar still only 10 seconds away, but the Damashian Standard giving him a lot of attack speed. XDXP trying to go for something here. Gobbles up. Seems like they won't finish the game just yet. But they are leaving this with a huge gold lead and a lot of pressure there in the top lane.
Oh man, good. Again, this is interesting because I feel like if you're gonna look at the previous game, that one overstay from Jenksky cost them the game. So I like the fact that they're showing restraint. Again, I keep on preaching how restraint. I keep on saying restraint for Jenksky Esports, but I gotta give kudos to them for that because, like I mentioned, this is something that you don't normally see from this team that really goes for these all-out plays, overcommits at times, which has resulted to, I'd say, kind of nail in the coffin for them during the game 1.
Yeah,
So
now they're very, very clean on this composition that requires a lot of coordination and communication. And they're winning this game with a 10k gold lead. Spear still going in. Needs to back off from the damage of that Blade of the Ruined King, but this is a huge Baron wave. Blaze is going in onto Sachi just to scare them away with his frontline threat. And look at how fast they take down this inhibitor. It just explodes. Here comes Envy coming from the flank. Whistle tries to go for the two-man taunt. Actually succeeds, but there is no follow-up just yet. Hero's entrance onto Envy. Actually Liar, and he gets taken down. Sachi and the rest of Infuse have the defense so far. Look at Fate's damage, just being able to take out Envy. And the rest of Jenksky just cleaning up house here. Their Nexus will be destroyed very, very soon because there's no one to just damage Jenksky and kill them at this point. Nexus at half health. I think this is going to be a 1-1 in favor of Jenksky for this game.
wow, congratulations, Jenksky Esports. Very impressive indeed. So I gotta hand it to them.
Yes.
They finally showed up. I was kind of worried that the same trend would happen from game 1, but they clearly went for that 360, change of mentality, change of mindset.
No, 360 would be going back to
Oh,
the same thing.
180.
That's a 180.
There we go. Yeah, like, wait a minute.
Oops. Geometry is hard, guys.
Yeah, I hate math.
But of course, coming from that game, it seems like the rotations come from Jenksky who were a lot more clean. Fade was able to do his thing where just completely survive in this lane and then dominate late game with his survivability and his damage. I really love the rotations as well. Their shot calling, their macro was on point against Infuse at that game. It's completely different from last game. A-Style wasn't mispositioning. The rest of the team was able to follow up on their engages. They just got objectives left and right. And wow, I really have a lot of respect from JSK right now.
Definitely. And at the end of the day, this does kind of put them back on equal playing field. Still dangerous, I'd say, for them, because there's still room for Asian Arena as well to climb that ladder, especially if they go for that 2-0 potentially. So
They do have a game later against AEX. This might be one of the chances for Asian Arena to get more points, but still, on to this matchup. It's going to be interesting to see how the players think, their thought process on the entire thing. But of course, before we go onto a short break and for the second match of the game, we'll be having an interview with one of the players of JSK Fade. Take it away, Vulcan.
So hello guys, I'm with the pro player here, Fade of JSK, the mid laner, who in game 2 really outstanding performance, Fade, by the way. But I have a question for you. What happened in game 1? You guys had a tremendous early game advantage.
Siguro kaya kami natalo nun kasi dami naming maling positioning, maling shot call, tas overcommit, yung mga ganun.
The smallest mistakes. So when you went to game 2, I think I saw a different JSK. What did you guys do? What did you change that made you win this second game?
Pag yung second game talaga, alam namin mananalo kami kasi unang-una, pag nananalo, lahat kasi na panalo namin, puro may CC. Doon kami nananalo. Doon lumalabas yung teamwork namin pag nagkakasundo kami, lalo na pag maraming CC.
I heard in an interview that you guys needed some one direction, one shot caller. So in game 1, you guys lacked that in some aspect?
Yun sa game 1 talagang ang dami, ang ingay. Ang sumasabog kami, hindi kami magkasundo.
So how positive are you and to our viewers out there of JSK entering the playoffs?
Ito siguro may chance pa kami. Lalo na pag nakuha namin yung alam naming fix na mananalo kami.
Is it your dream to play in the Rampage stage?
Syempre dream namin yun. So, lalo na ako. Personal dream ko yun. Matagal na. Gusto ko maglaro sa Rampage.
What can you say to our viewers out there with your performance in game 2? Really outstanding. Like any piece of advice, or what can you tell the other teams to expect?
Siguro sa hindi pa namin nakakalaro, expect na hindi namin kayo bibigyan ng easy game.
So guys, there you have it. The interview between the mid laner of Fade of JSK Esports, who secured their victory with a 1-1 against Infused. Thank you for the transition, Atlas. But guys, stay tuned for match 2. We will have a short break.
It falls here. Oh, he's stunned. He cannot go for the steal. Now it's going to be a teleport coming from Pandars as well as Whistle. Going for the hero's entrance, going for the front line of his team. But I think Infuse is just going to go for the disengage. Spear has a Cataclysm. That's going to be Whistle in the middle of everyone. Can he go for the 3-man taunt? Cataclysm goes in as well. Indy tries to go for the dive. This is in between two turrets. It seems like Infuse is taking a lot of damage, but so is JSK. Seems like it will be a 2 for 2 in the end. But with the turret almost being taken down, JSK has to back off. I think there was Infuse really in a position to do so. But Spear trying to go for something, but he's alone. But that might be the setup for everything. That is the equalizer going down onto the floor. Whistle is in the front line for his team. He does have the flash. Goes for the 2-man taunt. Takes down Sachi. Pandars is now the target. Gonna have the Zonya's Hourglass, but Spear just easily takes him out along with A-Style. So that is going to be 0 for 2, but Infiltrate going for 2. Damage is tanking right now. Barely even enough. Getting Largo's Stone Plate as well. Equalizer gets down. Taylor tries to go for more damage. Actually takes down Sachi. And now Infuse is split apart. Now ND and XDXP are the ones that are being targeted. They have to run away. This might be the Baron given to JSK. But this is going for it. Look at Whistle just tanking so much damage. Dodges a little bit as well. Hitting Hero's Entrance. Now it's going to be Spear. Distance Punch actually goes in just for the insurance. This is just going to be the Abyssal Void. Just completely the final fight of the game. If Infuse gets A's, it's going to be Spear taking a lot of damage. A-Style as well gets taken down by Envy, but the rest of the JSK is still going strong. Fade actually goes for the damage. Double kill onto Spear. Now it's going to be these two frontliners trying to take out Pandar. Spear teasing him right now. Waves gobbles him up. It's going to be XDXP now under attack, but he's still very tanky. But this is still a 1 for 3. All of the damage dealers of the Infuse have been taken down. They have a huge Baron wave coming up right now. Whistle being able to frontline and attack these turrets. This means that they might be able to finish off the game from this. two-man Ton actually succeeds, but there is no follow-up just yet. Heroes Edwards onto Indu. Actually, Liar, he gets taken down. Sachi and the rest of Infuse have to defend so far. Look at Fate's damage, just being able to take out Indu. The rest of Jinxie just cleaning up house here. The Nexus will be destroyed very, very soon because there's no one to just damage Jinxie and kill them at this point. Nexus and half elf. I think this is going to be a 1-1 in favor of Jinxie for this game.
Congratulations.
Conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
last breath from them.
My pleasure. Is that fear I smell?
Kid, you copy?
Yep.
Tip the variables in our favor. You chose the wrong side. Stand down or be put down.
You never see this coming. Catch!
Recon mode initiated. We aren't weapons. We're human beings. So long as you refuse to obey, you are human. Join the resistance.
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. Ha! There's nowhere to hide. Blood red. prophecies are true. Darius has arrived.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and Janice signing off!
The real athlete is on the court. You can leave now. It's game time. Eat it. Rewind that, Zillion. I want to see it again.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
Too easy. Dunkmate! If there isn't any dunking, it isn't a sport.
accuse me, the ones who beat me down and bruise me. They hide just out of sight, can't face me in the light. They'll return, but I'll be stronger. God, I want to dream again. Take me where I've never been. I wanna go there. This time I'm not scared. Now I am unbreakable. It's unmistakable. No one can touch me. Nothing can stop me.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you back to the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. Drive your energy. I'll be your shoutcaster. I am Vulcan, and with me is Arctic, concluding the first match with a 1-1. That was actually one of the matches that I thought that was the impact of the start of the fourth week. I mean, we saw how JSK fumbled in game 1, but in game 2, just completely dominated. That is just a message sent to everyone in the all teams that you cannot be complacent.
Exactly. Whether you're at the top, at the bottom right now, you really have to look out for everybody performing right now, really stepping up. But of course, we'll just have to see how that transitions as we look at our schedule to see what matches we still have left for the day.
Yeah, with match 1 concluding with a 1-1 score between Infused Esports and JSK Esports. Moving on to match 2, one of the big names, AEX, the ex-champions of the Spring Split against Asian Arena, one of the new teams entering the PGS in the Summer Split. We're in match 3. One, in my opinion, is going to be a very interesting match, showing that TME, Team Manila Eagles, with a clean slate so far, against TNC, who are fighting for the stuff for the playoffs. So, Arctic, how does it feel? I mean, TME already dominating it so far. Just looking at the standings, look at that, 10-0, 15 points, all sweeps.
That feels. I mean, if I were in TME shoes right now, I would be I feel pretty good about myself. But of course, looking at the bottom side of the spectrum, there's still a lot that could unfold. As Asian Arena, actually, with our matchup right now, looking to potentially climb.
Note that in the PGS, when you are at the bottom, the 8th place, you are auto-relegated. So Asian Arena will be fighting that they still stay in the game, but who knows, they do have some chance still staying in the PGS, but this match will determine it. But to our viewers out there, we still are running the share and win promo. What this is that we're gonna be showing you a hashtag code in the first match, the opening matches. So using that hashtag code, share it on your Facebook profile, timeline, make it public. Share it with that hashtag code, and also share the stream link. Let it be the Facebook Live or the gaming.youtube. You decide, and we will be picking 5 winners of mystery gifts. So what are you waiting for? Share the fun of the PGS, Philippines Premier League in League of Legends.
And speaking of fun, we also do have our PGS Digital Fan Art Contest. So of course, all you have to do is create digital art, not traditional, has to be digital. That consists of 1 player per team coming in from the PGS. So we have a total of 8 teams. Choose your favorite player, put them all into the same artwork. And of course, for more information, check out esports.garena.ph/PGS and look for the article.
And now, on to the second match of the PGS. AEX on the blue side against Asian Arena. On the red side, opening up their bands would be Rumble, Cannon, Jarvan, and Zach, Caitlyn, and Galio.
So there we go. AEX, very interesting thus far. And of course, do take note, for AEX, the starting players would be both Mirmo and Korosu. To sub in for Korosu, actually. New face to AEX. So actually, we'll be playing for both Gen V and Vanguard respectively, if I'm not mistaken.
And we did see Mirmo perform pretty godlike in terms of his positioning and free hit, but this time they have to bank on him against ACA. ACA so far, they had a struggle entering this summer split because, in my opinion, the level of competitiveness in the PGS has been raised ever since the spring splits. So entering right now in the summer split, may be unforgivable for some new teams because of this tremendous race in competitiveness.
And of course, let me just touch on the bans here real quick, because it's very interesting how both sides, if you're going to look at AEX, they have heavy targets onto Boydie right here. The Rumble, the Cannon, and to an extent the Jarvan, which, well, it's more jungle-oriented, I'd say. But we kind of flex the top sometimes, but nonetheless, of course, for the side of Asian Arena, just real quick, it's going to be Zac, Caitlyn, Galio, Thresh, and Blitzcrank. So focus on Tokoroso as well. So it's interesting, actually, ACA, despite this being one of the few times we'll be seeing Kurosu playing for AEX, actually quite aware of what champions he's capable of using. So Hook City is going to be banned out with the Thresh and the Blitzcrank right off the bat.
And respect bans towards Maritaboy in his Tom Ken, so he will be picking up that Rakan. So this time, the second match, first game, AEX Acclaim Empire X versus Asian Arena. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, to be honest, before I even tackle into the compositions both sides have, this is very interesting because during one of the previous weekends, it was calculated going up against Acclaim Empire X, but this time it's gonna be who was formerly on AX, but this time it's gonna be Mirmo, who was formerly part of Asian Arena before they qualified for PGS. So it's interesting if Asian Arena will be able to show that we're fine without you, Mirmo, or will Mirmo show that I don't need you guys?
Very, very spicy. That's just pure spiciness. So let's see, as Arctic says, Mirmo, the ex-ADC of Asian Arena, well, on AEX side, they have lost their calculated. So let's see, is Asian Arena better off without Mirmo? Let's see in this first game of the second match. Very interesting. I like that statement, Arctic. You just raised the bar in terms of excitement and spiciness in this game.
Oh yeah, this story is waiting to unfold. But I mean, what I really like about this at the same time is that, again, a quick review of what Asian Arena kind of went through as far as changes. So Jason was actually on their starter lineup. Well, the original Asian Arena was Jason in the top lane, Jungle Maritaboy during his jungler days. And
we'll be actually seeing it all in works. I mean, all teams have been through their roster changes, especially one of the key teams would be TME, Team Manila Eagles. They have kind of really huge roster change, same as for IPT. And AEX, they did lose their crucial mid laner.
Yeah.
Here it is, guys. We are now live on the Rift. AEX on the blue side against Asian Arena ACA on the red side. Let's see how the first game of match 2 will be played out, with ACA still fighting strong even though they're at the bottom.
Yes, of course, wherever you're watching, whether it be Facebook or YouTube, let us know, ladies and gents, who you guys are rooting for. Of course, hashtag AEX win or hashtag ACA win. This is going to be very interesting because AEX looking to make sure that they secure their spot in the playoffs. They can't be too complacent just yet. And ACA as well, trying to make that climb out of that 8th spot.
You do not want to be in the 8th spot because, like I said, people who are the team actually of the PGS who are in the 8th spot get auto-relegated. The top 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th places will be making the playoffs, whereas 5, 6, 7 will be facing the promotion/relegations. So this is how PGS is very cutthroat in terms of competitiveness, and also how often you can stay as a status being a pro.
Yeah, and it's very interesting how both sides kind of have different priorities unfolding for them. Like we mentioned, AEX kind of wanting to secure their spot in the playoffs. ACA kind of wanting to get out of auto relegation. So it's kind of different, polar opposites of what teams kind of want to go for here. But of course, we'll just have to see if that does unfold. We have seen ACA perform during the split. They actually have quite a number of games wherein they could have potentially won. It's just that it really hasn't transitioned into victories because of minor to major mistakes, whether it be during clashes, miscoordination, miscommunications. So we'll just have to see if this is fixed now that we're going into week 4, because we have seen teams like JSK Esports and Infuse Esports kind of correcting what mistakes that they've had in previous weeks. So hopefully we'll see the same trend coming in from ACA.
It is any team's dream to play on that glorious stage in Rampage and to represent the Philippines in Garena's Premier League, which is the GPL.
Yes.
This time 1 slot for GPL, but 2 for Worlds. Wouldn't anyone be going all out?
Oh man, if I were in their position, it would be an honor.
It's like this taste of Worlds very close to you.
Yeah.
It's like just a meter away, you would do your best.
Exactly. And I gotta say, especially with the teams that we have right now, like I mentioned, everybody stepped it up. So any team that we send, I feel would make us proud regardless. But yeah, I mean, with TME at the top right now, they're looking to be one of the viable candidates, already securing their slot for Rampage. But anyways, going back into this game right here, I was kind of lost there for a moment. So both junglers actually kind of rotating towards polar opposite sides of the map. So whether or not this will actually transition into... Look at this poke though.
The standoff in the bot lane, Mermo and a Kalista. That's pretty refreshing to see instead of that godlike Caitlyn. But when it comes to rotations, leave it to Sanavla to be one of the ones to dictate the early phase of the gank, because he is on that Elise. But when it comes to Tamsu, he is this type of player who likes to mirror the pathing, or in terms of invade. After he invades, he tries to gank.
And you know what's interesting? I'm glad that you brought up the junglers, because both Tamsu and Zenoblo, now that I realize, they're kind of the more gutsier junglers that we have in the PGS right now. Tamsu kind of likes to go for these invades, and Zenoblo as well. So I'm actually interested in seeing how this will transition, whether or not they'll stick to that same playstyles that they usually exhibit on the Rift, or maybe they'll make adjustments, realizing that they kind of mirror each other in terms of their habits. But it looks like we have a gank.
Tamsu just poking Bodhi down. He was in the red side of ACA, whereas Anavla making a slow approach onto the red side of AEX. This is how both of the junglers play, mirror-like, and when they counter, they immediately go for a gank straight in. But sadly, Sanavla misses that crucial cocoon.
Yeah, that's actually very tricky. Even though he lands that cocoon, that Sanguine pull regardless would have granted Awaken that opportunity. Probably the best thing that they could have gotten out of that is to get damage onto Awaken, but other than that, as far as translating into a kill, I don't think that would have been possible just yet.
That's just pure skepticism for them though. I mean, Tamsu, again, slowly approaching the bot lane of ACA. Nowhere it's placed, summoners are all up. You can see that Kurosu going in for the Frostbite stack.
Ooh.
1 stack up, burning the flash of Luxuria, which is actually rewarding for AEX. But now Sinalva again mirroring Tamsu. I think they're like twins.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much twins.
Because again, how both junglers, their play styles is very similar to each other in a way.
This is just like, who is the better jungler? But as you said at the opening statement of the game, you did point out that Mermu was the ex-ADC of Asian Arena. So this is sort of pride on the line instead of worlds on the line, Arctic.
And there we go. I mean, what I really like about this match here is that there's so much on the line for both sides. With AEX, they're kind of in this awkward position right now wherein because of that 2-0 that they unfortunately encountered with TME, it kind of sets them back a bit. I mean, it would have been beautiful if they were the team that ended that streak, but because of that 0-2, it kind of sets them back in the sense wherein they're not safe just yet. They want to secure every win possible in order to get either second, third, or hopefully it wouldn't be the case, transition down to fourth seeds. Although with the score that they have right now, I don't think that's really a thing unless they really fumble.
Any team who faces TME is unfortunate. Entering this summer split, strong as ever. But now in the second match, ACA really has to step up their game, because this is AEX. You are facing the ex-champions of the previous spring split. in the Rampage stage. So 2016 Rampage. So this is something that they have to take account to. This is an opponent they have to study, and I hope they did for their sake, because this might be their last chance.
Yeah, definitely. And especially with ACA, I could only imagine the hunger that they have right now. I mean, being in 8th, of course, isn't the best position. That being said, sometimes it could go both ways, wherein your mindset would, sure, you could feel disheartened, but then again, there's that strong resolve at the same time, wherein you don't want to be that 8th placer. So whether or not that'll transition into a win for AC, we'll just have to see if that's something that could happen for them.
More of vision control in terms of the bot lane. The junglers have yet to secure a first blood for their team, whereas Eito just spying around the jungler of AEX. Whereas for ACA, Sanavla, he did miss that crucial cocoon, and now that he does have his flash, this can go for any aggressive ganks, but since this is the 4th week of PGS, you do not want to be reckless.
Definitely. And looking at the itemization here, I like the fact that Awaken went for the Storm Shield on Vladimir, because it grants him so much more sustain that he already has, considering that he is running a Vladimir. That being said, like I did mention, it's going to be so hard if Xenavla tries to push for ganks here in this bot lane, because the only thing they could probably get out of Awaken is the Summoner spell if they are lucky. That Sanguine Pool is such a great asset when you're in that laning phase, because it just denies so much gank, not necessarily gank potential, but kills that could come off from a gank from the enemy.
Yeah, so Sanavla's option to gank gets narrowed down to top or to bot, and the travel distance is just huge. So not to mention also for Tamsu, I mean, if he does go all in onto Anivia, where he has that passive, that would just be a complete denial of his kill. So that's something that Tamsu has to take account for. So far in the mid lane, I think options for gank is outside the window.
And for ACA right now, because Aiko, like I mentioned, I've followed ACA quite a lot during their days in the Piltover's Finest series. Anivia is one of Aiko's pocket picks, which actually works quite well for ACA. That being said, because if you're going to look at previous games, Aiko has run this Anivia. So, and other teams, they tend to ban it actually. There have been some bans on Aiko's Anivia. So now that that's through, and now that ACA is actually going to be utilizing Aiko on this Anivia, I'm pretty interested in seeing whether or not this will work out for them, whether this will actually transition them into a win, because they really need every single win that they can get at this point.
So I hope that pocket pick of Aiko will bring ACA to one win. At least, maybe if they do make a clean sweep against AEX, they will be safe.
So yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see how that transitions later for them, though. I mean, into this matchup, I really feel that ACA has a chance, because looking at the history that AEX has thus far in the PGS, well, for this split particularly, there have been some great moments for them, but there also has been a few misses, and especially with Vanguard not playing for this game, I'm actually interested in seeing whether or not this quick switch up, because I actually wasn't anticipating that, but looks like we will be heading back into the game. No casualties just yet.
No first blood yet in the 9-minute mark. This is something you expect in a high caliber game play from both teams who are entering this PGS as one of the pros. So expect that they will be playing the farm-based game where they just wait it out, wait for their spikes, and if they see an opportunity or mistake, they go for it.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, looking at everything that's going on across the board, I like how it's pretty even, I'd say, right now. Sure, there are other sides wherein someone's up in C, yes, but overall, considering that this is Xenavla and Tamsu that we're talking about, it's interesting how silent both sides are. We have been seeing small attempts at ganks, but nothing really transitioning into anything big just yet. So now that everybody's at level 6, I'm expecting that maybe we'll see something, even just that small skirmish. But other than that, I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen anything just yet.
Because we will be waiting out for their spikes. Right now, I gotta say, the way the game's being played out is very safe in a way that when it comes to farm-based, I think for AEX composition, works out pretty well. They are on a Callista and a Braum, That's deadly right there. Just from that composition, Kalista and Braum, that's a free stun onto Kalista. So if AEX extends the game very long enough, Awaken on that Vladimir will scale up like crazy, like godlike.
And not to mention the fact that this is Mirmo that we're talking about here, who performed absolutely amazing on the Kalista during his monumental birthday game, wherein he just went above and beyond. So, well, maybe we'll...
Marinoboy goes in for a flash and knock off, same as Sanabla, goes in for a flash and stun! That's what you do when you want the first blood!
Man, ACA, great coordination there.
Whoa.
Didn't really give Awaken that chance to even flash out. I love how they layered that perfectly, not granting Awaken that small window of opportunity to just even flash out, because that one flash out could have potentially deterred ACA from getting that first blood. But great job.
Overkill, in my opinion, but when you are against AEX, especially Awaken, using 2 flashes is pretty much worth it. And now giving a first blood to Sanavla, which is okay, but I think that Eiko would have used it much better.
And I gotta hand it to them because, like I have been saying, Vladimir is one of those champions which is very hard to gank because of that Sanguine Pool. And of course, not to mention, once that Sanguine Pool is done, he also has that flash to boot. So the fact that they pulled off that gank, that 3-man gank on Vladimir,
very
almost
clean.
under turret, not to mention, very clean indeed. That's the best way to put it. So hopefully this will be a great, hopefully this first blood for ACA would grant them that mindset to just push it further and transitioning into hopefully what will be a win for them.
Look how AEX's bot lane is playing out. I really love the duo between Braum and Kalista. I think they fit each other so well. Kalista has that ultimate to recall the Soulbind target, a free knockup, plus another knockup with the Glacial Fissure. That's just scary. And ACA, bottom lane, which is just Rakan and Varus, I don't think they're going to do well against that type of CC lockdown coming from the Braum's passive.
Yeah, I mean, this Rakan definitely has, well, in a way, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Sanavla. 2 wards already in the side of AEX.
Ooh, will be caught out though.
There is a control ward. He does get spotted up, but pretty close call for Townsend. This is what I like about this both junglers.
They're so gutsy.
They're so gutsy, and they always rely on their guts. And when you rely on your guts, you tend to feed. You tend to feed. Well, that's just me, but when I see pro players use their guts, it's like they're psychic. They see like a minute ahead. Whereas when I have a gut feeling, I see a minute behind.
I feel for you, man. I definitely feel for you. But yeah, I mean, that's exactly why it's these type of skills, that type of foresight that really shows.
It really separates you from the pros and the amateurs.
You know, we could only hope to develop the type of my skill set. But yeah, I mean, for Tamsu and Zenavla, again, this is very classic. Zenavla, Tamsu kind of overextending their boundaries a bit, making these very gutsy, almost risky in small invades. But look, there we go. So Zenavla and Tamsu.
Just saying hello, but when it comes to invasion and farming, I think I gotta hand it to Tamsu for that 82 CS compared to 56 against Zenavla.
Yeah, that the saving grace for Zenavla is that he did get that kill. But yeah,
400.
again, at the same time, let's say there is that unfortunate scenario where Zenavla doesn't get the kill. So that definitely puts him in an awkward position because Tamsu, knowing that he's just kind of waiting this out, trying to get as much power farm as he can so that eventually he outplays Zenavla going into potential smaller skirmishes to even bigger clashes.
Yes, and this is ACA's last, I gotta say, they're in a really bad spot in this matchup because they have to step up and they have to show to Philippines that the entire country that they belong in the PGS.
Yeah, definitely, because I gotta hand it to ACA. That first blood maneuver was absolutely impeccable. But that being said, what I do want to see from ACA going into the mid to later parts of the game is that even without having to exhaust so many resources, they could still pull off kills against AEX, especially going into the 5v5 clashes, because that's something I'm yet to see.
We're gonna be seeing, a blind stun by Eiko, gets Tamsu off guard. Here comes the Stan United, he is still sticking to Eiko. Eiko flashes out, Mermo is there for the calling back. Here comes Kurosu, he does not ult yet, does not have enough mana, but Eiko is on egg form. Morita Boy is very low, it will be Awakening securing the kill, and another execution by Mermo. Senavla will be swimming with the fishes with a triple.
Oh man, that's not good for AC at all, but
Ooh,
for Mirmo,
4-0.
exactly, 4-0. Not to mention, that just gave Mirmo all the advantages in the world. 3-0-1 now for this Kalista.
Yeah,
That kind of voids out the first point that ACA had.
3-0-1 on the Kalista, that's an instant port, and this might be the first turret. Like, it's 50 minutes in, the fortification buff is gone, but we are gonna be seeing a teleport by Boydie to deny the first turret. Will it
be able
work
to
out
defend
to
this,
you?
though. But yeah, I mean,
Goes in for the flash stun. There is a teleport coming in. Boydie overcommits. He gets stunned by the Bronze passive. There's a heal burned by Mermo. Mermo is on a rampage.
Yautza, that's definitely not good. Although, I gotta hand it good on Cannon for actually going for the response. Good timing actually, because had that teleport not come in, like if that teleport was kind of a few seconds later, that actually could have spelled a casualty or two for AEX. But let's go ahead and check out what happened here in that dragon fight. So technically you'd think that ACA would win this because they actually had the numbers to their advantage, but look at Awaken here, so much gutsiness, so much damage. Sanguine Pools actually juggles in 3 members of ACA, so this just causes so many problems for AC at this point, and particularly they had that initial advantage. It's just that because they were kind of focused on this dragon a bit, it just allowed AEX to just reverse things.
I love how Awaken has just stepped up his game, really filling the shoes that AEX needs with the really nice Vladimir gameplay and also the burst and the sustain.
Wow. I mean, at this point, we could look at the CS for the ED carries as even, but I mean, what is an equal CS if the KDAs in itself is absolutely amazing?
And interruption onto Awaken, he does get knocked back, stepping away, gets blocked by the Crystallize, but here comes Tansu, he catches the stun blindly! Zanabla is very low, he cocoons away with Luxuria, finishing off Awaken. And Boy D gets another Candy Crush by Mermo.
But yeah, it definitely grants Mirmo yet another kill. Still at 100% kill.
You know, every time I see that Kalista and Bronx together, but wait, Tamsu.
Very tricky.
Just really stepping away from that fight with ACA, getting their first turret of the game. Sadly, it's not the first turret, but at least they will catch up in the gold.
I'm loving how ACA is utilizing their coordination when going for flank.
Morita Boy gets caught by Cannon. That's a lot of damage coming from the Titanic Hydra.
Will be able to escape though. But yeah, as I was saying, I like how ACA is really playing to their strengths here. One thing that I really like about them as a team is their coordination in a way to make up for some of the missteps that they have going into 5v5s. When they're proactive in making plays themselves, as we have seen, they usually get the kill. So hopefully they could continue to capitalize on these small victories. It's kind of similar to what we've seen from Jenksky versus Infuse earlier, when they slowly capitalize on small victories. It's just that the difference here is that ACA is actually at the disadvantage right now.
Oh, the Rift Herald in the hands of AEX. That's something that you have to be wary of. We did see AEX, one of the first teams to actually use it properly, but this time, will they use it correctly? With the Mountain Trade being left pretty soon, ACA has to come back from that really bad clash at the bot lane. That small clash there was huge for ACA because this is they're in the last place and they're in the 4th week. They're on their edge.
Exactly, and like I mentioned, they can't continue to rely on just simply going for those proactive coordinated fights unless it's something where they could hugely benefit. But if it results to just 1 kill, it'll slow them down a bit as far as getting back into this game. Sure, these small victories you could capitalize on, but when you're up against a team like AEX, which is generally very coordinated, very strategic as to how they play out these 5v5s, ACA might actually lose out on those windows of opportunity for those small comebacks.
I hope I hope so for ACA's sake that they do not give those small opportunities for AEX, because this is something that they have to fight for. When you enter the PGS, expect that you will, when you're a new team, it's actually very punishing, in my opinion, that when you're entering the PGS, because you're facing up teams who had this experience, the struggle that ACA is facing. I'm pretty sure all the teams that made it this far, the veterans, have faced so far. But Hamzo really overstepping his boundaries, gets a lot of damage soaked up by him. But here comes Kurosu and Murmo for the assist. Glacial Fissure for a 3-man knockup, but no follow-up because Cannon Stan United didn't channel through. I mean, Tamsu just died, plain sight.
Man, Tamsu definitely needs to show a little bit more respect for ACA, especially transitioning into that mid game. Sure, AEX definitely has that lead right now, but not to the extent wherein they could just really go full ham into the territory of ACA.
Look at them. ACA, 4-man push into the mid lane inner turret. Teleport coming in. Cannon, though, cancels it because he just wants to scare the members of ACA away. He refunds that 100-second cooldown.
Definitely, and this does prevent any further aggression that ACA could exert. But, I mean, yeah, look at this, though. Cannon's actually pushing out here on top, and nobody from ACA actually making the move to respond just yet.
Oh, that's a pretty close call for Kurosu. Should not catch that stun by Sanabla. A flash by Sanabla. He did not want to see meets eye with Tamsu, but here comes maybe a choke point for ACA, but AEX backs away.
Yeah, definitely they need to show a little bit. But yeah, I mean, ACA at the same time definitely doing a great job at trying to keep members of AEX at bay. I really like the restraint, that pullback in a way, although that was a proactive move by AEX to prevent any further pushes from ACA. So overall, I'd say that it's still anybody's game. It's just that ACA has a lot more groundwork that they need to cover in order to get back, because still it's very much in AEX's favor, and we have seen that although Tamsu did die earlier. Oh, there we go. We'll just have to see if this Rift Arrow, like you did mention, is going to be the most optimal use.
Let's see. Boydie has the teleport, but Cannon is pressuring the top lane. Rift Arrow just chunked that huge HP off that turret. Let's see. Murder Boy going for the eye. That would just be a chunk down in health because 4 members were there. These, however, still took down a lot of HP from that inner turret.
Yeah, and even though AEX wasn't able to take that turret right off the bat, I gotta hand it to Eiko there with that wall. It wasn't necessarily to block up Rift Arrow, because Rift Arrow could easily skip over that if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's just that that wall actually zoned the rest of AEX from following suit to Rift Arrow to take down that turret right away.
Smart moves by ACA for that standoff. I hope that they still make this good decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how AC is playing this out a little bit more safer, because they are in a position wherein they're up against the wall. Not necessarily a huge lead just yet for AEX, but ACA definitely showing the respect in a sense wherein they don't want to suffer any more casualties to allow AEX that avenue to further that lead that they have.
But the lead that AEX has is kind of huge for Murmu. 501 on a Callista with a Blade of the Rune King and a Runance. That's pretty much lock-in for a Callista. When a Callista has the Runance Hurricane, expect a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the tricky part here is that even if you focus Mirmo in a sense, you still have other threats such as Awaken. And if we have seen earlier, even though Awaken might be 1, 2, and 3, not exactly the same KDA as, not exactly the stellar KDA that Mirmo has, but that being said, that is a Vladimir, and we have seen the damage that he was exerting earlier during one of those smaller skirmishes towards the dragon side. So there's definitely a lot that AC has to work around here in order to sway things back into their favor, or not necessarily even sway things, but just get back on equal ground with AEX.
But for Awaken, as you mentioned, I don't think he's going to be falling off anytime soon. He will keep scaling. He is on that Vladimir, and when a Vladimir reaches the late game, that's just bad news. Cannon flashes away from the knockup, so that's one summoner down. We see that Kurosu and Murmu is going to be joining him in the top side, whereas Awaken is still going to be pressuring the bot side. The bot side start is pretty low, whereas Eiko might respond to it, but let's see if he will be able to defend it.
Oh man, this will be tricky though. AEX might actually want to set things up, and Eiko though still far
No
out.
wards placed by AEX. They are entering enemy territory.
And not to mention, Eiko doesn't have his teleport up just yet, but looks like he may potentially be walking now, knowing that the Baron has started.
AEX starting the Baron just to bait them out, lure your prey in the pit. So when they're in the pit, you just kill them right there. If AEX actually starts the Baron pit fight, I think they will win because they have Murmu, 501, and a Braum.
And not to mention the fact that Cannon actually transitioned to the top side, and because of that lure at the Baron side, it actually forced Eiko to stop preventing Awaken from pushing and try to transition to that Baron side in case their forethought transcended to them thinking that AEX was going to go for that Baron. So actually good mind games being played by AEX
Bait
here.
the baiter. So that's going to be more mind games, but I don't think AEX is going on a date, so they do not want any mind games. They know what they want, whereas ACA is still trying to make the moves onto AEX. AEX playing hard to get.
Yeah, and at the same time, if I were Moraita Boy in this case, I'd find it very tricky for him because, as we have seen, it's kind of hard to find a good setup when you're up against these type of champions. Like you mentioned, the Kalista and the Brahma itself is such a huge hold. It's such a signature, very textbook combo that you have here to get those stunts off right off the bat. Plus the fact that you have such a threat in the form of a Vladimir in frontlining for EX, so it's so hard. I mean, let's say, sure, even though let's say the opportunity does arise where Moraita could get into the backline, get some charm onto Mirmo. It's so tricky for the rest of ACA to get that follow-up on.
Yeah, and for ACA to actually get some lead back into the game, they need that. If they're denied of that resource, that's bad news. Cannon escapes with the Stand United, very decisive move and set up a teleport. So now the bot lane will be on siege, whereas in the jungle side, we can see the AEX is trying to make it their own.
And what's interesting here is that if we're going to look at the map, ACA is forced into this more responsive defensive role. And there we go, AEX actually lingering towards this Baron side once again. So I really like how they're just kind of one step ahead, forcing ACA and kind of forcing ACA into these maneuvers which they pre-calculate.
This is something that ACA is playing very slowly, which is actually good. Ramp it up just a bit when they feel comfortable. Like, they have to get the small objectives can mean something in the long run, like in terms of objectives or score count, but leave it to AEX. They have the mid lane inner turret. Now maybe the out inhibitor turret might be in danger. Two members are still in the top lane trying to finish off Tamsu. Tamsu flashes away and leaps to safety. He is out of the danger zone.
Yeah, definitely survives. Yet another day for the meantime. But overall, it doesn't really deter AEX from lead. I like how they're kind of, although it does seem that ACA is holding them off, but in a way, I feel like it's actually AEX that's being a little bit more proactive into, even though it's just very equal, AEX just kind of forcing ACA into these positions where they just have to continue to respond to whatever aggressive plays, I mean, say aggressive, but proactive plays that AX makes, whether it be pushes or pressuring onto the dragon by establishing vision themselves. And as you can see, let's say once AX is actually pushing lane, it gets them into a position wherein they have to respond to these tower pushes. Or once AEX actually transitions to Baron, we have seen Eiko coming in way from the bot lane, walks all the way down to the Baron because of that threat that AEX continues to pose.
What we thought were a game where the junglers would dictate it, it's not the case this time. It's where the laners are really pushing very hard. The junglers is just there for a precaution, whereas I gotta say the bot lane has really been playing it so... That's not really great, but in ways that they are just fending off the advances of Luxuria and Moraita Boy. In terms of KDA, of course, let's say Murmo has the most gold, the most kills compared to Luxuria. But that only happened because of the collapse in the bot lane. If the laning phase just happened to AC's favor, I think Luxuria would have caught up in terms of gold.
Yeah, but speaking of gold, it's still very stagnant in the sense 6,000 to 7,000 still in favor of AEX. But because there has been a sense of passiveness, it's just AEX trying to force objectives, trying to force towers. It's actually been, again, I guess that's the word for it. It's been stagnant for both sides. ACA doing well to defend, respond, but AEX in themselves, they haven't really pushed anything yet. Although they have gotten these inner turrets, maybe they're just slowly choking down ACA, but that's something yet to be seen once we hit these clashes later.
When it comes to gold, as you said, I think it's all on to Murmo. He does have the majority of the gold. He does have almost all the kills.
Oh.
On the jungle side, Tamzu spots Zenobla. Zenobla flashes away. Murmo calls in that Braum for the glacial fissure knockups. Zenobla can't escape, gets taken down. There is the redemption. Kana picks up the kill. That's 2 members of ACA down, while AEX still fresh, very healthy, straight from the base.
Oh yes, and they could easily go for this Baron if they do desire to do so, because Zenobla is down. That does relieve the threat of potential smite steals for ACA, and I don't think ACA could contest this in a way, because those are 5 members of AEX still alive and kicking.
Just watch me take this Baron, says AEX towards ACA. But with 3 members, they are calling for a miracle. They're still going in. There is the flash in by Moraita Boy onto Tamzu. Tamzu leaps away with Murmo just free hitting, stacking up that Callista, and that would be a pure murder scene by AEX, calling the police.
Oh man, calling the police indeed, and AEX does redivert their attention to this Baron. Zenobla is alive though I don't think he'll make it in time, because AEX, the damage is real. They are taking this Baron so
Voidy.
Oh.
However, Tamzu did get executed. Voidy just played that role as to be this fly, just going around, just being a nuisance. But Tamzu's down. Okay, let's say Tamzu gets executed, but that's not a huge setback.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go ahead and check out what happened here in the clash. So, AEX actually reversing things right away. AZA trying to contest, but it's just that with the lead that AEX has right now, there's really not much they could do. Plus the fact that they were missing out on some crucial damage in a way. And so the Kun in itself from Elise also works well, because if you're going to look at the composition that AEX has, they actually have some great CC. It's just that for each member that you lose, it kind of weakens that resolve, weakens that potential to really turn things.
When it comes to KDA with Murmo, 100% kill participation, whereas Kurosu, great job on that Braum, 019. But for ECA, they have to catch up. Moraita Boy did try his best in the Baron, but he tried to make it work, trying to deny the Baron, delay it. But you have to take account to Murmo and that Braum. That is such a good combo, and that combo will not be easily broken down. Kurosu has the Storm Surger. He has that Relic Shield and enhanced to the Side Stone. That's going to be huge. He has that passive from that reward. So Kurosu will be this huge Titan for Murmo. He will block off majority of the damage.
And that being said, that Baron contest was actually quite weird for ACA, but oh, Moraita Boy.
Moraita Boy going for a very aggressive knockoff, fails, goes back to Zenobla.
Yeah, but that was such a weird contest for me in a way, because he already lost out on Zenobla, plus Luxuria as well. So the chance to turn things around for
Awaken going in for a flash in. There is a portable proc. He does pop his ghost and goes in for a first kill onto Eiko. And a tower dive by Tamzu will secure a kill. Awaken goes in, aiming for Luxuria. He has no one to protect to. And I think that's just pure murder. Boydi's left there just to watch his friends die. And I think the inhibitor is exposed. He will be taken down while Boydi is left to pick up the corpses of his fallen teammates.
Oh man, AEX.
I think Boydi should pick up a shovel. I think I saw a murder scene here. A slaughterhouse by AEX.
Yeah, and
the pride of Iloilo.
Man, and looks like they actually smell Boydi instead.
Oh god. Boydi just brought his shovel, but he didn't bring a wheelbarrow. He has to go back. I think AEX will send him to heaven.
Oh.
He gets taken out for an ace. That's just bullying right there.
Yeah, I mean, and look at the gold difference here. We're talking almost, that's 13,000 actually. So, man, this is actually very tricky for AC at this point. Whatever windows of opportunity that AZA had to get back into this game, they kind of lost it at this point. And again, with the Baron on AX's side and so much pressure being exerted, it's just so tricky for AC at this point.
Right now, ACA, it's rainy season. They have to pick up their boots because every time they enter a fight, there's always going to be blood. And that blood would be dishing out by Awaken. I mean, Awaken itself, he has the Pro Bell. Okay, he procs it, he flashes in, but that's not the end story. He has that ghost. And that ghost is just scary. He's this heat-seeking missile that when he explodes in, he leaves this blood, and that blood is just going to melt the members of ACA.
And speaking of the members right here, because as far as what I'm seeing here, it's quite hard to find a window of opportunity to come back when you're looking at it from ACA standpoint. towers on towers, dragons, gold, even CS to an extent, all across the board in favor of AEX. The small advantage, I mean, the small victory that they do have, perhaps maybe is Luxuria being a few CS up on Mirmo, but that doesn't really count or amount to anything as far as ACA getting back into this game. And ACA just continue to be forced into these responsive stance here.
Tamzu just dodges a bullet. The Chain of Corruption does miss, so that's one ultimate down for ACA. Whereas AEX has three Mountain Drakes. I don't think that turn's gonna last. Voidy trying to make a way in. Sinavla trying to find his opening, but it would be Voidy engaging with the explosive cast, does not connect to any members. Mirmo calling into Caroso. He goes in for the Glacial Fissure, knocking up 2 members. Luxurian Eagle at the backside with Mirmo cleansing out of it. He flashes into the base of ACA, just mowing them down. And I think Mirmo is going to be collecting some souls tonight with Sanavla. Does not have mana in spider form. And now 4 members of ACA down yet again. Tamsu trying to go in for the secure, but it'll be Mirmo getting that clean ace. The better insect is Tamsu.
Oh man,
the better bug. And I think that's game set, guys, with AEX showing how it's done. The ex-champions of the Rampage 2016, cleaning up game 1 of our second match.
Wow. Really great on AEX right there. Really showing up and showing why they were the champs of the previous Rampage. But then again, we can't really put that into account because if you're going to compare AEX to what they are right now, it's a totally different roster. But still, despite those roster changes, still they're showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in the PGS.
So I think, guys, you have it. There was AEX with a tremendous victory. 3 Mountain Drakes. That's just enough for any team to really be fearful for their Nexus. But AEX showing no mercy, just murdered ACA in this first game. So here are the end game stats. Mirmo with 0 deaths. 8-0-10, that is just scary. This just goes to show how Mirmo is capable of dealing that damage and feeling in the shoes of AEX.
Look at the damage indeed.
Almost neck and neck with Awaken, whereas Asian Arena, they lack that damage. Aiko on that Anivia is such a late game damage healer, and I don't think he had the resources for him to actually build properly.
Yeah, and that being said, going into the next game, ACA may definitely need to rethink their strategy overall because in all fairness to ACA, sure, AEX performed absolutely stellar in that game, but ACA did have their small highlight moments in a sense where they were proactive early game. So hopefully going into the second game, they try to focus around that type of strategy wherein they go for champions which could pop off earlier on to complement that synergy that they have, because they actually did perform really well, I'd say. It's just that going into the mid game, it was very stagnant. It didn't really give them that much chance of opportunity because AX already had that heavy lead. ACA didn't really have that proactivity to sway things back into equal ground.
Okay, with that being said, I hope with everything that's coming to game 1, let's hope that ACA will fight back strong in game 2 of the second match. You just witnessed the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. Drive your energy after a short break. I'm Vulcan, and with me is Arctic. We'll see you for game 2 after the short break. Mirmo is there for the calling back. Here comes Kurosu. He does not ult yet, does not have enough mana, but Eiko is on egg form. Morita Boy is very low. It will be Awakening, secure the kill, and another execution by Mirmo. Zanavla will be swimming with the PGS with a triple.
Oh man, that's not
a miracle. They're still going in. There is the flash in by Morita Boy on the Tamsu. Tamsu leaps away with Mirmo just free hitting, stacking up that Kalista, and that would be a pure murder scene by AEX, calling the police. Going in for a flash in, there is the Proto Proc. He does pop his ghost and goes in for a burst kill onto Eiko. And a tower dive by Tamsu will secure a kill. Awakening goes in, aiming for Luxuria. He has no one to protect to. And I think that's just pure murder. Voidy's left there just to watch his friends die. Way in, Navla trying to find his opening, but it will be Voidy engaging with the explosive cast, does not connect to any members. Mirmo calling into Kurosu. He goes in for the Glacial Fissure, knocking up 2 members. The Luxurian Eagle on the backside with Mirmo cleansing out of it. He flashes into the base of ACA, just mowing them down. And I think Mirmo is going to be collecting some souls tonight with Sanavla. Does not have mana in spider form. And that's being said, guys, with AEX showing how it's done. The AEX champions of the Rampage 2016, cleaning up game 1 of our second match. Wow, really great.
Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
what separates men from lesser men? Predators from prey? Fear. Predators smell it. And walk away when they don't.
My pleasure. Is that fear I smell?
Kid, you copy?
Yep.
Tip the variables in our favor. You chose the wrong side. Stand down or be put down.
You never see this coming. Cash.
Recon mode initiated. We aren't weapons. We're human beings. So long as you refuse to obey, you are human. Join the resistance.
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. Ha! There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
A new moon is rising.
The dunk prophecies are true. Darius has arrived.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and
Dunk
Janice signing off!
The real athlete is on the court. You can leave now. It's game time. Eat it. Rewind that, Zillion. I want to see it again.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
Too easy. Dunkmate. If there isn't any dunking, it isn't a sport.
Good evening, everyone, and we welcome you back to the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. Drive your energy. We'll be your casters for the Game 2 of Match 2. I am Vulcan, and with me is Atlas.
Of course, we just got back from Game 1 of this match. It was intense, coming from AEX, just completely dominating them by the end there. What happened there? What made that happen for AEX?
Because it was all about AEX capitalizing on the mistakes that ACA did, especially after the bot lane dive that went horribly wrong for ACA, especially a teleport play from the top lane Boy D, who tried to deny the first turret. That was just bad news, and because of that bad start, Murmur capitalized on all that.
He popped off that game. We'll see if that's the case.
His mechanics were crazy.
Yeah. We'll see if that's the case. Coming into the second game for our schedule, let's look at our schedule here. This is our second match, so we are past the halfway point for the stream today.
Wow.
I hope you've all been enjoying today's PGS. Of course, we'll be having Game 2. We'll see if Asian Arena can actually come back and strike back against the Empire.
And I hope that you guys are still in your game because we are still on our promo, the Share and Win. Remember that the mechanics are simple. I'll put it simply. There'll be a hashtag code coming up in the stream. Copy that hashtag code, paste it on your Facebook profile timeline, make it public, okay? Then make sure you post it with the stream's link. Make it a YouTube or Facebook, and share it there. If you post that, just the hashtag and no stream, I don't think you're eligible.
Count.
Yes, and we will have 5 mystery gifts for that.
Yeah, 5 mystery gifts for each hashtag actually, so it's very important you pay attention to what the hashtag is and also watch the stream. Of course, coming into this match, looking at the points for the standings for each of the teams, it's really crucial for AX to continue this streak. Because, of course, playoffs will be like the top 4, right?
Yes,
but
correct.
It always helps to be above the rest. Of course, it's very difficult to catch up to TME, but if Acclaim Empire X can get more wins, they might actually have more points than IPT when the playoffs start.
And when that happens, that is bad news for Mineski or TNC, who's obviously they want to make it to the Rampage stage.
Yes.
This is the stage for the finals of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series, and also your ticket, the team's ticket towards GPL and then Worlds, because
that's the end game.
That's the end game. Because right now, in the new format changes, we will be having 2 slots for Worlds, which is very enticing to all these pro teams.
Yeah, because the last time we got into Worlds, of course, we didn't perform too stellar, but just the honor of being at the international stage is definitely important. Just being even in the Southeast Asian stage is definitely something of like a medal. It's a real honor for these teams, and they really are gunning for it.
Yes.
We're going to see if AEX continues their streak here, looking at the pick and bans. Always the focus on the Zac. Even though they are the first pick, it doesn't seem like they'll be picking it up because they might have a different composition in mind. We'll see if AEX can read through that.
Yes, and I hope for Asian Arena, they have to step it up. I mean, I always say it to every team that is struggling, but they have to shake it off. This is the PGS. Top 8 teams, expect that you will be on your wits' end and you will have to really work your way up. Sweat, tears, and everything come into play.
Definitely. Looking at the other bans, lots of jungle bans coming from Asian Arena, and AEX, we'll see what their third ban will be. It seems like there's a good spread of bans. Might even be a Kennen ban against Luxuria. Could also be against Boydi. So it's very flexible as well. So is the Jarvan ban. And these are all just very generic, good functioning bans.
Yes.
It's like if you don't have anything too specific in mind, you ban these champions. These are in the pool.
And sometimes it actually works.
Yeah.
And now we see AEX, they're actually banning out the Caitlyn, probably from Luxuria, but we did see Murmu on that Caitlyn. But this time we're seeing an Asian Arena. From that game 1, we saw how the bot lane turned up, but I think that's because of the lead they got.
Yeah.
And knowing that, Asian Arena still left it open. The Braum and Kalista combo is still up for grabs. And if Cannon locks in that Sejuani and a Braum, that is just 4 stuns in total.
Yeah. That's a lot of lockdown that could be
nightmare.
possible because, yeah, you know, Permafrost, the passive is almost like Concussive Strikes, but it's spread out through your entire team. So any melee champion can stack those up. Seems like ACA might go for some revenge here. Luxuria can play that Kalista. We'll see if they can pull off the combo as well. And imagine this, whether this Galio's mid lane or top lane. Imagine when the skirmish. Oh, it's just a tease. He's teasing us, man. Luxuria, you are teasing us. If it is the Jinx pick, okay, he's really playing with our hearts here. But let's wait for the final lock.
Maybe your heart's not yet ready for it.
Oh man, I mean, Callista did get stabbed in the heart with a spear.
Oh
Like it seems like he will lock it in though. We'll see if they can go for the wombo combo. Because imagine this: whoever the black spear is on, and then he gets the ultimate onto someone, and then Hero's Entrance follow-up. That's crazy. We're going to see if they are able to pull it off. AEX going for Karma and Tristana for the bot lane. Mirmo on a hyper carry.
It's like this. Right now, Asian Arena's lineup looks really good in paper at front. It's like when you buy, let's say, a fruit basket, you think it's full. And when you actually open up the fruit basket, turns out there's just styrofoam at the bottom. You just got scammed. And this is actually the composition that Asian Arena is playing, because at first it looks good. It's up to them to make it work. And if they don't make it work, I think they're just going to get styrofoam.
Just
well,
completely...
I experienced that kasi. I got scammed.
Get scamazed there. It will be the case if ACA doesn't get their act together. And with these unconventional picks, it will be a lot of pressure onto Luxuria and Moraito Boy to have this really good synergy in the bot lane.
Look at that. That would be a lock-in onto a Sion.
Oh,
interesting. Man. I love it. I'm pretty sure Sion can go both ways. Probably the top or the jungle. But when it comes to how AX likes to play, most likely the Sion will be going to the top lane. I'm not sure. It is a possibility. But on Asian Arena's side, let's see.
A lot of damage if they lock in the
I
Zyra.
like it. Luxuria on a Callista with Moraito Boy on a Lulu looks pretty solid. As for Eiko on an Ari.
So all of this, quite a solid front line here on with Zenavla and Boydi.
Yes.
Really good burst coming from Eiko. And if Luxuria is protected very well, he can just stack up those spears and then rend them completely. As for AEX,
would be jungle Sion.
Very survivable.
We have yet to see a jungle Sion.
They have yet to see like a Sion in pro play for a while.
Let's see. Will it be a miracle for AX to pull it off, but leave it to one of the X champions?
That's true.
To pull this one off.
But as Arctic said, this is like almost a completely different roster.
Yes.
We'll be seeing if they can pull the same unconventional playstyle that the previous AX was known for.
Fill in the shoes.
Yeah, but looking at this, it seems to be... I'm worried about the Sejuani. Because yes, Sejuani is very strong on her own, but having only 2 melee champions really cuts down on the effectiveness of Permafrost a lot. We'll be seeing if they can pull off the same kind of effectiveness with only 2 melee champions. But of course, the utility from the Karma and the survivability and sheer damage from the Vladimir, plus the infinite scaling, almost infinite scaling of a Tristana, could actually make up for that. Very solid front line here, but also for Asian Arena.
I love the draft so far for Asian Arena. Looks pretty solid. Let's hope it works well. Like I said, it looks good at itself. Like
it's on paper, it looks very good.
It looks very. You can think of a lot of ways they can use it, but when it comes to actual play, it's up to them, their mechanics, their cooperation as a team to leave it. But I think action speaks louder than words. Let's see it on the Rift.
All right, let's get into it. Asian Arena versus AEX. One of ACA's last chances to get more points so they get out of relegation range, off the relegation range. We'll be seeing if they can pull this off. 1-1, or will it be a 2-0 sweep by AEX? Let's see how our teams play out their level 1s.
And also for AEX, they want that clean sweep if they want to have a better spot when it comes to the playoffs. They do not want to be at the bottom where it's a test of endurance, but we did see from the last split that IPT made it from the bottom and clawed their way up.
We'll be seeing how that plays out, definitely. How are these teams going to play out their level 1s? Because this is very important. Like having the early lead, not just like in fighting, but in the terms of the pathing. Because both of these have junglers have pretty slow first clears. They are tanks. So, but I actually peg it onto Zenavla to clear much faster than the Sion. I've actually have not seen jungle Sion in months, in years.
I think I gotta disagree on you with that because in my opinion, I think Sion does clear faster than a Sejuani if he's level 3. But when it comes to the start of the jungle, okay, give this an alpha.
We're gonna see it. Yeah, definitely. In the first clears, Zenabla will be much faster, but that is like the kind of the thing that dictates where you're gonna path, where you're gonna gank or counter gank. We'll see though. AEX.
Murata boy getting some hits
something.
in. Mermo though on a Tristan, interesting that it kind of follows the same mechanic as a Caitlyn, but Murata boy is taking a lot of punishment.
It's kind of similar in that they have long range, yes.
Yes.
But the power spikes are definitely different.
Ooh, Murata boy very gutsy here. Look at that, almost down to 20% health. That
Not
is
really
just,
paying off though.
Is it paying off? Because I think Kurosu will just regenerate that just in the nick of time, because on a Karma you have to shield and sustain. But I like how Murata boy plays this very aggressive. Wants to try and zone out the ADC so that Luxuria will have an easier time.
They do have both the ignite, so playing aggressively, something that they do want. Just have the kill pressure. What's interesting is that Luxuria does not have the Black Spear on anyone yet.
He likes to do that because right now it's like this. You don't want to. You have to wait out the perfect timing to look for that special someone. Stab them in the heart and use their soul for your own greed. That's how Luxuria is going to play. Because if you actually put it very early on, it's actually very difficult for him. But leave it to Luxuria to play with the heart.
Well, Luxuria is named after the Latin word for sin after all. That is twisted. But yeah, it seems like he might be saving it for Zenabla later.
Or someone better.
Or even Boydi. The thing is, if he goes onto Zenabla, Zenabla gets another gap closer with the Fate's Call.
Oh, wow.
And then add to that the range of the Body Slam and then Hero's Entrance. That is a possibility. The trade-off for that is that you lose so much damage in the laning phase.
Yeah, normally I think it would be onto Zenabla.
You won't be able to use the Sentinel's passive to actually deal so much damage to the opposing laners, but it seems like they're not too bothered by it, just constantly pushing the bot lane of AEX in.
Yeah, bind yourself to Zenabla, throw him into the middle of the fight. If things go bad, use the explosive cask and call in Boydi for the help.
And it seems like Tomsu might be going for some counter jungling here. The Blast Cone is available for him, is it?
He's gonna go all backside, but we do see that Zenabla is there.
Because of the camps that were cleared by Zenabla, it seems like AX knows what's up.
Echo has the flash ready. He's a bit too far from the wall. Gets knocked up by the smashing blow. Awaken! Goes towards Echo. Echo does not have more flash. Here comes Zenabla for this. Awaken gives the first blood to ACA, but it'll be Kurosu getting the revenge kill, and now Mermu. This is deja vu.
Oh man, 201
already.
At almost 5 minutes.
This is the same situation we saw. When something happens in the bot lane, ACA tends to overcommit, and that just makes Mermu happier.
201 means that the mid-game slump of a Tristana is kind of mitigated, because the power spike for Tristana is valley-shaped. Very strong in laning, weak in the mid-game when she hasn't built her items, and late game is just absolutely phenomenal. But his actually puts a buffer on her mid-game. Her early game is already very, very good, and having Mirmo 201 means that his mid-game, once we get to around 15 minutes, will be much, much easier. Luxuria's going to have a harder time, because at this point in the game, yeah, Kalista cannot match the damage that Mirmo can put out at such a short frame of time. Of course, the rend is painful, but when it comes to an actual combat situation, Luxuria will just suffer if the support's able to get some shields onto Mirmo.
Mirmo pretty feeling confident because he does have the red buff. In time, he will regenerate it back, but that's going to be something that he has to watch out for, especially Morita Boy on that Lulu.
Does not have the Ignite any longer. It's like, yeah, that overcommitment to the bot lane costs a lot of resources for both of these teams, but especially ACA.
That's just bad news for ACA. They have to really, this is deja vu. Okay, this is now their second chance. Should we let this setback trouble us? No, this is PGS. We are a pro team, so let's show them off their shot.
Yeah, we'll see how ACA can recover from that. They're not out of the game yet. 201 isn't as bad as being suddenly 4-0. That is something that they can bank on. If they can survive in lane, that Kalista will be very, very scary. As long as Luxury can match the CS as well, coming from Mirmo. But at this point in the game, it might be very, very difficult for Zenabla to continue the pressure. has to constantly look for these ganks, but these are so hard to actually take down. Cannon is very tanky, and when your top lane is also a tank and your jungler is a tank, you're hard pressed to actually get any kills. And mid lane, it's so hard to gank a Vladimir.
Oh, and also,
he might be going
look
for
how
it.
Cannon played with Voidy, forcing out his flash. Now Cannon's very low. He does have the Undying. Let's see if he might go in. No jungler spotted yet, but just from that playstyle, you saw the Voidy try to make his approach inside, but Cannon just sidesteps it, goes back with the Arctic Assault. So that's something that Voidy has to consider.
When it respect that.
Yeah, when it comes to mechanics, I think Cannon is better than Voidy. Just from that top lane duel itself.
Just from looking at the 2 games, actually, it seems like Cannon may be mechanically superior. As well as the pick, I think that having the Sejuani around is definitely big. Having the permacost, the damage is actually huge early in the game. Looking at it, however, it's still, yeah, as I said, it's hard for Zenobla to get any good ganks. Might be a chance for this one, though.
He actually overstepped that.
There is no flash for Boydu, so there's no threat of a taunt flash happening, but he has to back off here.
And here are the keystone masteries of our teams. Interestingly, we are seeing an Undying on that Sejuani. Normally we'd see a Courage of the Colossus, but Undying is pretty good when it comes to duel.
I really prefer Grasp of the Undying on Sejuani, even if you're going jungle. Because you're already going to be very tanky once you go in. The shield really helps from Colossus, but I think having the Grasp of the Undying lets you actually stay in the fight a lot longer. With the mini life, with the pseudo lifesteal that it contains.
Here it comes.
Oh man, look at that.
going in. All ham in. Oh, misses Morita Bar flash. Burn heal also. However, Tamzu will be getting away thanks to Kurosa's speed boost. What?
Oh man.
What a force gank from AEX. Paying off.
That is one of the powers of Sion that we overlooked. We forgot that his ult just allows you to force these lane ganks. That was surprising. I didn't actually hear the sound of the war cry that signals that there is a Sion ulting somewhere. They should have expected that. And even then, it was too late. Just Tamsu running in the 90s. He's constantly drifting towards the bot lane. Actually gets a kill again onto Mirmo. Actually, the assist, but still, the experience as well as the small gold is still putting Mirmo ahead in terms of the power spike. Look at
caught that. Walks off the tether. Mirmo taking some turret hits, gets bursted down. There's the proc from the Thunderlords.
Polymorph saved him. Because otherwise Mirmo would have dived in.
Zenobla and Aiko coming in short, coming in hot. Zenobla takes kill. Oh! Clutch flash by Mirmo saves his life.
Leaves his support behind. How is AEX going to respond to this? 4 men in the bot lane. How are they going to trade? Seems like they don't really have any resources to trade for it.
Yeah, if Mirmo did not flash, he would have been displaced further away. So that's actually a pretty clutch flash. Now, ACA, they might just take
the teleport. Luxurious very low. This might be very dangerous.
Oh,
look at that cannon.
Cannon gets Sissy locked down, taking a lot of damage. The Ren just destroyed him. Luxurious didn't see any trouble at that.
It might be pushing away the first third of the game, however, but they're still going strong. 5 members now here in the bot lane. 3 members to defend. Can they do it?
Charm. Boydy taking some turret hits. There's the Wild Girl. Boydy survives the dive. Boydy gets taken out by Awaken. Awaken goes in for the flash. Nope. There's the Ghost.
And they still go for it.
I don't think they will.
They cannot. That was a very questionable teleport coming from Cannon. Like, even if Awaken was on his way, the lockdown available for ACA down there in the bot lane after he teleports would be too much. I think he overestimated the speed Awaken could go to the bot lane.
Oh, here comes Zenobla. Does not have no mana. He does land the slow from the Kurosu, but there is that slow from the Inner Flame, so that would be a disengage. I like how when there's a game between this ACA and AEX, when there's one kill, it's like a piranha. There's like a feeding festival. When the first blood gets dealt, these teams, both of these teams tend to go all out. I mean, look at that Cyan gang just going ham.
Constantly aggressiveness every time there's an opportunity. It reminds me a lot of how Jenski plays, but looking at this, it's a lot more bloodthirsty than how Jenski played in the previous match. We'll be seeing if it pays off for either of these teams, because, oh my god,
look at the damage going for the Karma. Kurosu really delivering the pain. Zenobla.
No mana.
No mana for the body slam. Has to back away.
He's going to be very dangerous.
He still didn't recall after having no mana.
He should have recalled. Because even if he has constant recovery and health with his passive, the mana is still something that you have to take into consideration. Mirmo, it's going to be very dangerous if Luxurious stays. He does have the potion ticking, but Mirmo, if he gets a few shots on him with explosive shot, and then here comes another gang. Deja vu!
Tamsi goes in for the ram. He does not connect onto Luxuria. Luxuria hops away, but it will be Mirmo securing the kill. Hops onto Marata Boy.
Oh man.
He's on a killing spree.
Has to jump out.
Away, Eiko still chasing down Tamsu. The heal won't save him. That's a double. Tamsu is as stubborn as a bull. It's not.
Wow, look at all that damage.
Passive damage is just huge. Eiko.
And because he's very low, this leaves AEX free to push in this bot lane. They might get first turret of the game
I think
here.
they will get it.
They definitely will. Wow. The decisiveness of Tamsu to just drift to the bot lane. And that was a repeat gank. As soon as they heard the war cry, they should have expected Tamsu to get there. It's deja vu. I've been in this place before, says Tamsu as he drifts to the bot lane and actually gets a successful gank. Even though it was a trade, they were able to get first hit of the game, which is big. Let's break that down. Like, Tamsu doesn't have a lot of room to actually charge up the distance, but it's still enough for him to close the distance, get the damage onto Luxuria. Of course, Eiko is around here to assist his team, but at this point, because Mirmo is getting resets and Moraita Boy is so low, that means this is a 2v2 in this situation, but Mirmo being able to safely get out, still able to survive and get those kills, crucial kills, onto a hyper carry are dangerous. So here, of course, the damage, the passive, the usage of the passive is definitely good here because it guarantees the bot lane turret, and the first turret of the game is huge in terms of the gold spike.
And the first turret was taken out by Murmu and Awaken. That is huge.
And Korosu might be in a little trouble here.
He gets taunted. Here comes Murmu for the time save. Boydie flies in, knocks down Korosu to the ground.
Unfortunate for him. Gets a kill onto Boydie, not really on a huge carry. So compared to other kills, there's not a lot of value. But still, a kill is a kill, and it going to Boydie means he'll be having more gold for his tank items. Seems like Rift Herald will be the cost for that, though, for AEX.
This will be AEX losing the Rift Herald because we did see them take down Rift Herald for the first game. Used it not that well, but this time ACA will have a try on.
We'll see if they use it correctly to get like 1 or 2 turrets. Of course, their composition isn't too suited for a Rift Herald push compared to others, like say with a Caitlyn, with a Tristana. We'll see if they can take advantage of its power still, though. We're going to see. The lane swap is happening. They might go for this Rift Herald in the top lane, but I think they should have full value here. Moraita Boy actually getting the Rift Herald Eye means that he's able to recall much faster, which means he can roam around much more efficiently. I think that's why they gave it to Moraita Boy.
He'll be all over the map.
Yeah, he'll be all over the map. I think the kill participation for Moraita Boy on average on his team is very high compared to his teammates.
Always, majority of the time.
Yeah, because he has the Moby Boots as well here, so really, he is going for that. Seeing the lane swap, just waiting for these turrets to fall. It's just going to be the Permafrost. Actually, at this point, the Permafrost doesn't deal too much damage. It's just there for really a lot of this CC lock that's happening, but I don't think the CC lock will be enough against Rift Herald.
Eiko goes over the wall, charms Korosu, ignited, just let the fire do the work. Eiko picks up a kill, whereas ACA takes down the bot lane turret. Here comes teleport play.
Have a wave.
Voidy's there, flash and taunt does not connect. Awaken just pulls down.
Sanguine Pool dodges a bullet there. And running away from 4 members, actually leaving the Rift Herald alone there in the bot lane means Cannon might actually solo kill Moraita Boy.
Permafrost still channels in, and the Glacial Prison knockup. That's going to be overkill. Cannon has some grudge against that. You take away the turret I'm defending. How dare you?
Gets clapped. That lockdown, as I said, definitely powerful. Against another tank, it doesn't deal too much damage, but against someone squishy like Moraita Boy, who isn't a carry, the permafrost damage is actually super substantial.
Super huge. I mean, it's the permafrost and the undying proc, that's extra magic damage that deals so much pain, and also the glacial prison is a bit of an overkill.
As overkill, but that is a relatively short cooldown at this point of the game. But that is something that ACA can take note of. Okay, he doesn't have Glacial Prison for, what, a minute. Maybe we can make a play here. We'll see if ACA can do that.
Can they though? I mean, no objectives.
There's no really objectives around outer turrets. still
Something that's
standing,
actually eye-catching. I mean, a Cloud Drake is helpful for heavy macro playstyle, but let's see what happens here.
it will be very bad if they overcommit on
Let's see
this.
who steals it. Oh, ACA steals the Cloud Drake.
I didn't get too excited because it was a Cloud Drake.
Oh come on! It's the glory. It's the feeling that you steal it. That's just pride. Like, I mean, I bet Sanavla is on a high horse. Like, oh, I stole that Cloud Drake. What are you gonna
It's
do
like
about
a psychological thing. I've always talked about how the mindset.
it? Oh come on! That's a
The mindset
steal.
is the
That's
biggest
something.
thing. Yeah, definitely. That is gonna help Sinavla rotate around more, have a little bit more mobility. He already has the body slam, so being to rotate around. Plus, it also helps out Morita Boy, who is really much of a roamer. So that small boost of movement speed might actually be substantial at some point in the game. But here, Cannon pushing that top lane after leaving his bot lane behind.
Well, you might say that stealing a Cloud Drake is not of a big deal, but there is a hidden passive when you steal a Drake. You get that confidence
mental
boost.
boost.
Yeah, the plus 50 confidence is something that ACA needs right now to boost their morale, and here it comes.
Might be
Glacial
trouble.
Prison locks down Morita Boy. He does press out of it. Morita Boy gets locked down. Here comes Eiko for the charm in onto Murmo. Murmo is very low. Here comes Eiko going for the backline. However, he gets knocked back. Eiko cannot reach Murmo, but it'll be awakened. Going to be in the front line. Boydie backs away. Eiko is still trying to catch some members of AEX down. It's a bit difficult. He didn't have that Spirit Rush yet. He used it too much. He could even chase down Murmo because there's Tamsu and Cannon there. He was very low. He was actually in kill range for Eiko.
Yeah, so close for ACA, but in the end they lose this 1-for-2. AX in the lead for now. They might even get a good push out in terms of the waves. Man, very decisive coming from the team there. But the thing is, it was very messy still.
Yeah.
So much AoE thrown around. And even though the initiation coming from the Glacial Prison was spot on, the follow-up was very, very strange. Let's look at here. As he goes straight onto Morita Boy. I don't think that's a wise decision to go straight only for Morita Boy. If he had saved the Glacial Prison for... Look at this. Luxury and Eiko were right next to each other. That would have been a prime moment to use Glacial Prison. Of course, Tamsu gets a decent ulti here to lock up the 80 carry. But still, if that Glacial Prison went onto the 2 carries of ACA, that would have been a full win for AEX.
Oh, really?
Still though, very close.
Yeah,
very
really
messy.
close call for ACA to win that fight because we did see that Eiko really went out to Murmo, but Tamsu just invaded him and stole his glory.
Seems like a small loss for ACA there, of course, at this point of the game. 18 minutes. 2K isn't too big. Isn't too big of a deficiency, or rather of a deficit. So, but it's going to be up to the next team fights. Where are the next objectives? The only thing left really is this mid lane turret, and that's where we can expect the next fight to happen. Cannon's already getting in position. Of course, he is under a ward. We'll see if he can go for it. AC has a very solid front line. It's going to be hard to get an uninterrupted Glacial Prison onto one of the carries. So he has to use it, I think, from an unexpected place. But from there, that side is quite warded.
And the unexpected place would be the opposite direction. Like, it will be so unexpected they'll be stunned. Here comes.
This might be it. Actually, no, that's just Zenabla.
Just standing off. I mean, let's see what they have, what they can offer, and AEX will just be the ones to counter it.
Yeah, definitely. Because right now, ACA is going to be playing, should be playing a little more aggressively. Because at this point, AEX is not really. The thing is that Mirmo got so many kills. This should be the place, the point of the game where Mirmo is at his weakest. But because he's 4-0-5, he's actually doing a lot better than Luxuria.
Engaged from Cannon. There's the Permafrost. Gets stunned and knocked down. But Luxuria will just be calling down more the boy.
This might be just the setup for the turret, but I don't know why Cannon keeps going for the Glacial Prison onto Morita Boy.
Maybe a grudge, let's see.
We're seeing how all of that plays out. That is a pretty big cooldown taken away from AEX. But they have the rest of their ultimates ready.
Yes.
Sion can charge in if they need to.
That's going to be a very aggressive playstyle. Just run it down mid with Tamsu. And when he dies, it doesn't matter. It just sets him up for more damage and potentially a kill.
So ACA needs to be very careful even if they get the kill onto their tank.
Boydie on the only cannon. The charm will not connect. Glacial Prison is still on cooldown,
Halfway
down.
through.
Tamsu does have his ultimate ready. Everyone is actually ready to rock, but onto
ACA really aggressively pushing their advantage here in the mid lane because Cannon does not have their long-range initiation just yet.
Luxuria does not have his face call yet. Also for Boyd.
I expect Tamsu to ult right around now. We will see that soon.
He's free. He is getting. Here it is.
There we
Goal
go.
Coming in. Let's see how it plays out onto Morita Boy instead. He gets singled out. Morita Boy flashes over the wall. Let's see. However, Cannon will still be going for some kills. Boydie gets singled out. Heroes enters the way. Leaves Eiko a position to take that Awaken. Cannon flashes over that wall. And Murmu trying to go for the black side. Cannot succeed. Sanabla gets knocked back. He does have to Lulu's ult for the help. Murmu leaps away. Rocky jumps in. Dodges the charm. That would be choke.
Juicy.
This is choke point. Murmu at the backside. Sees Sanabla. Pushes them away to AEX. That would be clutch. And Murmu with the playstyle with the ultimate Luxuria goes over the wall. But it'll be Murmu joining in with a rocket jump double kill.
Man, Morita Boy cannot catch a break. He's always the one, always trying to be killed. Of course, he there survived enough to put out a lot of utility, but in the end, because they were cornered, they weren't able to take out and get a pick off with the charms, with the Ari.
And I think AEX is pretty much happy with that. That choke point, ACA just led themselves towards a trap.
They cornered them, and as soon as they were in range, Buster shot right back into this team. Beautiful coming from Mirmo. 7-0-6. Let's break that down, because what happened here is that Tamsu activates his ult from a distance where ACA cannot react anymore. Of course, he gets onto Morita Boy. Cannot catch a break. The permafrost as well as the frontline coming from Cannon, all so good in keeping Mirmo alive. And of course here Awaken falls, but he survived for so long because of Sustain and his Sanguine Pool. And this actually sets up the chase here coming into this jungle, and they have no choice but to go around behind the red buff here. And Mirmo knows it. So as soon as they reach around the bound here, Buster shot back into his team.
That is just teamwork right there displayed by AEX. ACA, they were all over the map, scattered around like a chicken chopped head. And I think from that playstyle, we know that AEX, they have their synchro on point.
Definitely in sync here, and the kills are all going to the right people. Just okay enough of kills onto Tamsu, Awaken, and Cannon. But look at the kill distribution onto Mirmo. It's beautiful. 7-0-6 means that he has already built into a lot of his items, and being able to build a QSS as well while still having more damage than Luxuria is great for the itemization timing.
Does that leave you a bit teary-eyed because it's so beautiful, Atlas?
We'll have to see though, because the Tristana is at her most quote-unquote beautiful in the late game, when she has more range than even Caitlyn. It's definitely something that we have to wait for. But with how AEX is playing, I don't know if we'll even reach that point, because they've been playing at such a pace that ACA just keeps getting taken down, and the trades are never in their favor. We'll be seeing though another. I think Tamsu misclicked. I thought he was going for it.
Recheck. Come back.
Mission abort.
Mission abort. I don't want to commit.
Seems like this is still very scary for ACA though, because at this point Mirmo has enough range to be a substantial threat as well.
Eiko goes in with the Pro Belt with the Spirit Rush. He gets Buster Shot back. Mirmo dodges the orbs. He flashes back towards support, but Luxuria flashes in for him. Mirmo gets shielded, but it'll be Luxuria rending him down, and then Sanabla picks up Tamsu.
Where is the rest of the team?
Awaken. Still trying to look for an opening though. ACA, they know what they're doing. There's a flash in, Sanguine Pull, then a Pro Belt proc. Luxuria trying to catch down Awaken, but will fail. Eiko is in kill range. Better back away. You're gonna give Awaken maybe a triple. Look at that root down by Sanabla. Oh, a triple by Awaken. He gets stunted under the turret, knocks back, and that would be a shot down with Pointy flashing in for Kurosu. Let's see if he'll get another one.
He gets snared actually. I don't think he can continue to chase, but meanwhile in the top lane, Cannon's pushing this top lane very, very nicely. He does have the Sunfire Cape as well as the wave clear of the Winter's Wrath. Gets a really nice push onto this turret. And I don't think it's super worth it, but in the end, the thing is, this was like a 3v4 in favor of ACA, but because AEX is quite ahead in terms of Mirmo's itemization, he can just pull out enough damage to chunk them down. And once Awaken when Awaken gets to the fight, he can just clean up because he's so fast. He has a Storm Raider Surge, and he's so survivable. And here, of course, the corpse of Tamsu does get knocked around a little bit, but of course they have all their attention onto the dead Tamsu that they don't notice Awaken dealing so much damage here. Already half health, but after getting a good transfusion, back to 75%. And that's how he survived through all this triple kill. Of course, here he gets locked down under turret, gives away a kill, but in the end, I think it's still worth it now in favor of AEX because on top of those 3 kills onto Awaken, they got a top lane turret.
And also they got that good control when it comes to the scaling of ACS composition, because looking at the gold, I think it's catching up pretty well.
Yeah, the thing is though, where is the gold going to? Eiko can go for Mirmo. The 5 kills is substantial on an assassin like Eiko. But if the front line is very solid for AEX, then the 7 kills, 6 assists onto Mirmo might mean more than the 5 kills and 7 assists onto Eiko. Because this is a hyper carry we're talking about. The more gold hyper carry has, the more it's multiplied compared to Eiko. If an assassin gets gold, it's only multiplied up to a certain point until his targets are all too tanky to actually one-shot. And if Mirmo is more ahead than Eiko, then he has the itemization to QSS out of the charm and be able to survive the burst coming from Eiko, which means that Eiko, his lead of 5 kills is nullified, while Mirmo can still push out the damage from a fed Tristana. We'll see how all that plays out here. Cannon will be teleporting.
Oh boy, we're coming in. Cannon is there. ACA, you have to think it through. This is a make or break. Baron is at stake here. Maybe probably the game. Tamsu going for maybe a choke point on
Really
Sanabla.
pushing their advantage here, pushing them away from the turrets. This puts AEX in a position to get some chip damage onto this mid lane turret. Of course,
look at the long range Legion prison by Cannon. That would surely scare Luxuria. And now the turret is down. AEX playing their cards right. And that goes on to Mirmo. Denies that rocket jump.
Why was Mirmo there when he knows full well that his rocket jump can be cancelled?
Oh,
now they don't have any damage.
It can go away. The range of Tamsu gets denied. There's the 3-man knockup.
Can Awaken save
Here
this?
comes Cannon for the engage.
Awaken
is there for the second pull. Luxuria is free to hit. Denies the approach.
There we go.
Getting it out. Luxuria gets it out by Awaken. That's so much damage coming from that
4v5.
single Vladimir.
I said they didn't have any more damage, but when Awaken arrived in that fight,
oh,
Blood Blazing just gets a 4v5, 2 for 3 in their favor.
This is something that you gotta fear, a late game Vladimir.
Very, very scary. And I don't think Boydie can continue to chase here. Still, the trade not going in their favor. Because here, even if it is technically 4v5, look at this. The lockdown, the AoE that happens allows Awaken to get all of this damage for free. There is no one attacking him because he's in the Sunken Pool while still charging up his Tides of Blood, still being able to get his cooldowns off with his transfusions and get a really good Hemo Plague earlier.
Yeah.
So all this gives him another triple kill and puts his KDA at 8-3 and 2.
Standoff. I don't think that will be breaking down. He's Sunken Pools.
He's
By
alone.
time, Proto Bells away. Oh, transfusion.
Oh, cannot go for it.
Close.
The thing is, one thing I noticed about Vladimir actually is that for other champions, there's no real indication about their cooldowns, right? For Vladimir, you can actually tell when his transfusion is off cooldown. And there,
so close, so close.
definitely close there. And they knew that they could take down Awaken with him regenerating health because the transfusion bar at the bottom, when you get the blood rush, when that is filled up, one half of it is filled up. That's when the transfusion is off cooldown. We'll see how ACA can take advantage of that kill onto Awaken. Still very dangerous.
Eiko charms Tamsu. The Baron is almost down. Mirmo is free to hit on the side. Someone noticed Mirmo. He's free hitting Sanabla. He goes in with the body slam, flashes over the wall, but Mirmo gets cancelled by his rocket jump, and that is going to be good news for ACA.
3 for 2 still, but Awaken now up and running. Can he get the cancel? Seems like the threat of Awaken is enough to actually cancel the Baron. Plus the Novel is not around. Even with the security of the Rend, being jumped on by Awaken is just too much of a threat. And there, that's the power you're talking about of Tamsu. Even when he's dead, he can still kill. Look at that.
Here it comes.
Yeah, look at this. Zinabla does actually a very, very good job of distracting Mirmo here because even if people say, oh, why is he focusing the tank? The fact is, if he gets closer, Zenabla will lock him down. So this is like the best target out of a bad situation that Mirmo could have.
Look at
Of
that
course,
rocket jump.
the jump gets cancelled, but look at Eiko just getting beaten down by Tamsu, even in death. He can't catch a break. Gets shut down.
When a Saiyan dies, you should not ignore it. That's his basic attack. It's gonna deal
It's empowered
percentage
so much.
health.
Look
Yeah,
at
it's
Awaken
so
soloing this
empowered.
Infernal Drake. It is the squishiest Drake of the game. So this is easily taken down by Awaken. Infernal Drake onto this composition means that they will not be slacking in damage. Well, ACA, it's still very hard for them to win straight up 5v5s. Even when they try to go for pickoffs, it's still very difficult because their prime target is Mirmo, right? And Mirmo has enough support systems in Tamsu, Cannon being their front line, and then Korosu being his support. Plus, he can just rocket jump away. It's very hard for Eiko to get the value from his 9 kills, 10 assists. On the other hand, it seems like every kill on AEX gives them so much value, even because this is the point where they have their power spikes. It's not conditional. Eiko is an assassin, so his kill potential is conditional compared to Awaken and Mirmo, who can just constantly push out their damage as long as they're positioned right. So it's very difficult for ACA to actually get back into the game here, even with Eiko being so ahead in terms of the kills and assists.
Yeah, it all boils down to how you perform in a team clash, and also that Mirmo Tristana. That's something that you have to watch out for, especially Awaken. You can't seem to kill Awaken because of the sustain coming from his transfusion.
If you ignore Awaken, Mirmo wrecks you. If you ignore Mirmo, Awaken drains you of your blood. It's very difficult of a choice for ACA because of how their composition is placed. Their only real damage dealer right now is Luxuria.
Oh.
As for Eiko, he's more of a bursty champ right now. But, as I explained earlier, it's so hard to burst anyone down at this point of the game.
Especially when Cannon is pressuring that bot lane, not faltering at all.
This might start the Baron attempt because Luxuria is down there in the bot lane.
Okay, Cannon teleporting in, maybe. Here it comes.
Cannon will try to delay Zenabla and the rest of
Oh,
ACA as much as
boy.
possible.
Baron is being
how fast
grabbed
they
by
take it.
AEX. It's almost down. Miranda boy can't do anything but watch. Awaken zoning out the members of ACA. Just
Awaken,
bursted down
wow.
Eiko. Cannon is taking a lot of hits with the Ren. Luxuria is trying to position himself, leaving behind Boydie to just die under
Galio.
the... I think AX just had a feeding frenzy onto Boydie. Like, so much damage Boydie soaked up.
Like,
but
and
no
he was
damage.
in a river.
Yeah,
it was
no-
like a cow in a river full of piranhas there. And this leaves AX open with a Baron buff.
Oh boy.
With a frontliner and 1 damage carry taken out. This is a free inhibitor for them.
Oh, AX still pretty much healthy. They can take down this inhibitor with no problem. Death timer on Boydie is
Oh, they might
29.
be going for the Nexus turrets.
Oh, why not? They
yeah,
have
Mirmo is full health.
Mirmo is on Tristana. That's going to take that pretty much quickly. I don't think that's a problem for them. Mirmo is still focusing on the Nexus turret.
They have to cut their slack right
here.
now, though.
Yeah.
ACA, their backs to the wall. They might try to go for something here. Zenabla really looking for it. Is the Cloud Drake going to help them? But both teams have Cloud Drake, so it doesn't matter.
Boydie is going to be live soon, so I think Zenabla is trying to bait out the members of AEX. They have the heroic entrance. Maybe the teleport is up. Heroic entrance not yet up yet. So far, pretty much soon. Tamzu gets charmed by Eiko.
Oh, gets denied.
Oh, gets denied. He does flash over the brush, but Tamzu's effort wasted.
Might go for something, but of course, at this
Oh,
point,
look
when
at
you're
damage
alone,
he still deals.
he's still able to deal damage, but with 5 people wailing on him, he can't really do much because he does get CC locked. Still, with that mid lane inhibitor, it's going to be very difficult for ACA to pay attention to other places in the map. And here, AEX should be free to push down this bot lane. They can go for top lane, but it's too far from them right now. So right now, they're going to build their bot lane wave. We're seeing how all of that plays out, how ACA responds to this, because this is a looming threat. Inevitably, AEX will reach that bot lane with their Baroned up minions, and they will destroy it. It's like literally a 10 health right now, and Mirmo, once he gets some alone time with that turret, is going to explode.
And also, when you see Mirmo on the turret, expect that it's not...
It's going to fall fast.
No. You have this false security that, hey, we have this turret, we can siege them. But
Look at
when you
that.
see Mirmo, like, oh, it's gone in like flat 3 seconds.
It's just so effective here. Mirmo's itemization, he has the static shiv. So of course this gives him wave clearing with the minions.
double.
Double kinetic item here, going for the static shiv and a rapid fire cannon. Just longer range, lots of wave clear as well.
And higher crit chance.
A higher crit chance and attack speed that's further compounded by the rapid fire. Means that it's going to be very scary if Mirmo is able to free hit. And with Thompson and Cannon leading the charge and Awaken distracting ACA, that's going to be very easy to achieve.
And now with the Barons in the hands of AEX, they're seeking to end this game in their favor. But ACA knows what's at stake.
They are defending this bot lane very dauntlessly.
2 control wards.
Let's see how all of it just culminates here, because this is a ticking time bomb right now. Elder Drake gonna spawn soon. ACA cannot contest it, so they have to make a play here, make a desperate play, and AEX has so many tools to just keep the ball on their side.
Yes. But for Tamsu, he's trying his best to just draw some attention to himself and giving his teammates that opening to take down those turrets, because at this point of the game, it's all about taking down that Nexus. And I think AEX, they have Mermo on that Tristana. That is more than enough.
The attack speed, all that damage onto the structures will be enough. Explosive shot. All of this is just way too scary for AC. I don't think they can defend even under turret. They have to make a play once Mirmo gets onto something. Of course, I think the Baron buff will be decaying right around now. But the the Elder Drake will be up very, very soon, and that's something that they cannot ignore. If AEX get this, they can easily force a fight in any of these lanes and then win the game from that.
Yeah, they have Mermo on the Tristana. That is just scary, and I don't think this Elder is going to survive long.
Cannon does have the teleport.
So Nava's making its way in. Boydie zoning out members. Kurosu spots them. Boydie goes in for the taunt.
Have to dance around his rig.
Let's see. Mermo is still sticking to them.
Look
So
at
Nava
Zenava.
taking a lot of damage from the Elder itself. The Elder just loves Zenava. Here comes the teleport. Cannon's there. Glacier Prince up for grabs. Awaken is going in with a ghost. Down to Echo. There's the dive by Mermo. Free hitting, but Awaken will be taking a spotlight. He's taking so much damage, dealing that double kill and the Sanguine Pull to chase away Zenava and Morai the Boy.
Seems like, look at Mirmo just dealing so much damage. Oh, look at him dive in.
Channeling his rocket jump one after another, getting the resets, but Zenava cuts Kurosu's spree just short, and
he
flashes for that. Why not? That would be an ace and a guaranteed victory for AEX.
But I don't think Zenavla can defend alone. I think they will just have to finish this game immediately. Canceling the port from Zenavla means that this is some alone time with a turret for Cannon and Tamsu. I think this is the game. All of these death timers are too long to actually defend this against 4 members plus a Tristana. And it's going to be game 2 for AEX.
Wow, AEX, the ex-champions of the Rampage 2016 and the pride of Iloilo, securing the victory with a 2-0 against ACA.
Wow, very, very decisive victory coming from AEX, and how they just constantly played the composition to their advantage. They know that, okay, Mirmo's ahead now. We can just go straight for these mid lane to these late game fights, because the weakness of Tristana has just been erased because of how ACA played
It's the same
that.
situation we saw in game 1. Deja vu.
And I really like how Thompson played that as well, being such an aggressive ganker. I think there should have been Eurobeat playing every time that he was ganking with his ultimate. Definitely decisive, ending him with so much kill participation. They have 20, that's so many kills.
And I think from the end game stats, it speaks for itself. And looking at the damage dealt, again, Awaken and Mermo neck and neck in terms of damage.
Of course, Eiko also dealt a lot of damage, but it's not enough to close out any of his important kills. That's the weakness of an assassin scaling into late game, cannot finish off these kills with one hit.
Yes, and we've been talking about Mermo, how he's been playing exceptionally well, entering the summer split of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017. I mean, this is something that we have to hear from himself with this post-match interview. Take it away, Arctic.
What's up, ladies and gents? So, kasama ko nga ngayon ang AD Carry, superstar AD Carry ng Acclaim Empire X na si Mirmo. So, Mirmo, congratulations nga pala. So, my biggest question is, anong factor ang tingin mong nakakontribute sa dominating win nyo against ACA 2-0?
So, for me, it's not really dominating kasi medyo nahirapan din kami. We close out yung game. Pero sa tingin ko yung big factor na kaya medyo naging dominating for you or for the viewers, siguro yung open na pick ni Awaken, which is Vlad. So, yun talaga yung parang isa sa main champs niya na nagke-carry sa mid lane. Saka, pwede na rin sabihin yung first game, na-open yung Kalista, which is my favorite. So,
Ayan. So, yeah, I mean, you guys did really well regardless. Pero, ang isa ko pang napansin kasi is you're actually working with a new support. So, how does it feel working with a different support instead of Vanguard? Tapos, how does it affect the team in general?
So, for me, para sa akin, I can play naman kahit sinong support. As long as meron kaming synergy between us. Na-work naman namin yun within 2 weeks or 1 week of practice. Tapos, sa pagbago ng team, I guess, si Korusu medyo mas vocal siya. So, doon medyo naging maganda yung result.
I see. Actually, very impressive performance nga ng duo nyo kanina. Pero, the biggest question, of course, how does it feel that you're one step closer to making it to the playoffs?
Siyempre, masaya kami. Goal talaga namin is to go to Rampage. And siyempre, gusto ko rin ma-meet yung mga teammates ko sa Iloilo kasi hindi ko pa sila na-meet personally. So,
yeah, okay. So, congratulations with it, Mirmo. Really great job. Going 2-0 again for our second matchup today. Of course, when we get back, we will be going into our third matchup between TNC as well as Team Manila Eagles. Of course, what happens later on, we'll just have to see. Of course, this is the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series Driver Energy. We'll be right back.
In a weekend, that is beautiful.
And Colosso might be in a little trouble here.
He gets caught, and here comes Mermu for the time to save. Boydie flies in, knocks down Caroso to the ground, boosts him around, and here comes
trouble.
Prison. Locks down Miranda Boy. He doesn't press out of it. Miranda Boy gets locked down. Here comes Eiko for the charm in onto Mermo. Mermo is very low. Here comes Eiko going for the backline. However, gets knocked back. Eiko cannot reach Mermo, but he'll be awakened. Going to be in the front line. Boydie backs away. Eiko is still trying to catch some members of AEX. He's really, he has been hearing this.
There we go.
In. Let's see how it plays out onto Miranda Boy instead. He gets singled out. Miranda Boy flashes over the wall. However, Cannon is still going for some kills. Boydie gets singled out. Heroes enters away. Gives Eiko a position to take that Awaken. Cannon flashes over that wall. And Mermo trying to go for the black side. Cannot succeed. Tsunaba gets knocked back. He does have to lose. Ult for the help. Mermo leads away. Rocky gets in. Dodges the charm. That would be choke.
Juicy.
This is choke point. Mermo at the backside. Sees another. Pushes them away to AEX. That would be clutch. And Mermo with the playstyle, with the ultimate Luxuria goes over the wall. But it'll be Mermo joining in with a back towards support. But Luxuria flashes in for him. Mermo gets shielded, but it'll be Luxuria rending him down. And then Tsunaba picks up Kamzu.
Where is the rest of the team?
Oh, Awaken. Tonight for opening, so ACA, they don't want to do it. There's a flash in, Simon Full, let it throw about Proc. Luxuria trying to catch down Awaken, but will fail. Eiko is in kill range. They're back away. You're going to get Awaken, maybe a triple. Look at Awaken is there for the Simon Full. Luxuria is free to hit. The nicely approach.
There we go.
Getting it out. Luxuria gets it out by Awaken. That's so much damage coming from that single planet. Mermo is free to hit on the side. Someone noticed Mermo. He's free hitting Tsunaba. He goes in with the body slam, flashes over the wall, but Mermo cancels, gets cancelled by his rocket jump, and that is going to be good news for ACA.
3-for-2 still.
Can't do anything but watch. Awaken zoning out the members of ACA. Just bursted down. Eiko. Cannon is taking a lot of hits with the red. Luxuria is trying to position himself, leaving behind Boydie to just die on the I think Mermo is still sticking to them. Tsunaba taking a lot of damage from the Elder itself. The Elder just loves Tsunaba. Here comes the teleport. Cannon is there. Electric Prince up for grabs. Awaken is going in with a ghost. To Eiko. There's the dive by Mermo. Free hitting, but Awaken will be taking a spotlight. He's taking so much damage, dealing that double kill, and the Silent Pull chase away Tsunaba and Miranda Boy.
Right. Look at Mirmo just dealing so much much damage. Oh, look at it dive in.
Channeling his rocket jump one after another, getting the resets, but so now the cuts corrosive speed destroyed and
he flashes.
He flashes for that. Why not? That would be an ace.
All
and
these defenders are too long to actually defend this against 4 members plus a Tristana, and they're going to be game 2 for AEX.
Wow, AEX, the ex-champions of the Rampage 2016, the pride of Iloilo.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. We cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Darkness conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
just out of sight. Can't face me in the light. They'll return, but I'll be stronger. Gotta want to dream again. Take me where I've never been. I wanna go there. This time I'm not scared. Now I am unbreakable. It's unmistakable. No one can touch me. Nothing can stop me.
Good evening once again, Summoners, and welcome back to the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. Drive your energy, of course. Before anything else, we are going to be introducing ourselves as Yo Casters, Arctic at Yo Service Fam, and of course with me is Atlas, and wow, oh wow, match 3 we go into.
Of course, TNC versus Team Manila Eagles. This is kind of like the highlight of the night for today, seeing these two teams face off against each other. Of course, looking at our schedule, I mean, this is our last match for today, but let's review everything that's happened for today. Coming into our schedule, of course. In match 1, of course, it was a very good fight between those two teams. And coming into this match 3, it's like the combination we have for today. All the discussions we had for our teams, definitely something that we have to pay attention to. How much they've grown since the start of the split, how much improvement they've had, how much they've patched up their weaknesses. It's very important to look at that. But of course, looking at the standings as well of these two teams, it's very important to look at the standings for TNC as well as Team Manila Eagles. Of course, TME 15 points, way ahead of everyone else. 10-0. We'll see if that will break today. We'll see if TNC can actually take away one win from them, make them bleed. As for TNC, they are sitting at 4 points, so they are very incentivized to work hard to get more points so they can actually have a chance to go into playoffs.
Yeah, and despite being at 4 points, technically speaking, they're the team with the least amount of games played thus far. So there's a lot of ground that they could cover to really get to the playoffs. There's just so much space. Of course, it'll all depend starting off with the game against TME.
Definitely. And of course, we are running the share and win promo for you guys. We'll be giving you a hashtag code, and all you have to do once you see the hashtag code around there, what you're going to do is just share it on your timeline, the hashtag, and then the stream link, whether it's the Facebook link on our official PGS FB page or the YouTube stream, which is gaming.youtube.com/phmarina/live. It has to have both the hashtag and the YouTube or FB link, as well as be shared publicly, and then you will get a chance to win one of 5 mystery gifts.
Yes, and of course, aside from that, we also do have the PGS Digital Fan Art Contest. Of course, all you have to do is just create a digital art, not the traditional, it has to be digital. That consists of 1 player per team. Of course, we have a 9,000 RP prize pool for this. Well, of course, for more details, all you have to do is just visit esports.garena.ph/PGS, look for the article, and art away you go.
All the details and mechanics for that will be there. So if you have any questions, there should be some answers already there for you guys. But of course, let's get into the drafting phase between TNC Pro Team versus Team Manila Eagles. Seeing our pick and ban already, the Shen already locked away from JLC.
Yeah, I mean, JLC, when you think of who potentially would be the best Shen player in the Philippines, I'd definitely peg it on JLC. So, I mean, wow. Not to mention, I just have to bring this up real quick, because this is a team that we usually see kind of switcheroo with the roster. So TNC Endless Ace is going to be playing mid lane, subbing in for Hayes for this first game, because we do see him in a lot of roles. So I just needed to point that out.
Endless Ace is a very flexible, versatile player, and that's really one of the reasons a lot of people respect him as a professional player of League of Legends. As for the bans here, Lux actually respect ban against Endless Ace. You will not usually see a ban against Lux in any pro play.
Not at all.
Unless it's a huge respect ban, and then Endless Ace is definitely pulling that much respect. As well, Lando locked away from the Fiora. As for, yeah, it seems like JLC, a lot of tanks ban away from the Sejuani and the Shen, and the Threshold ban out against Rox. We saw how much impact Rox has when paired with Marky with that Thresh, but they didn't ban out the Xayah. That's scary.
I mean, who knows, maybe, I mean, Xayah, sure, she does have a few nerfs, but so far, that's what from what we've been
So
seeing from
very
TME.
strong.
Yes, so very strong, and Marky doesn't seem deterred at all. Doesn't really affect the overall picture as to how godly he is on this Aya. But
They
of
might
course,
be banking on the safety of the Caitlyn here. The danger is they're leaving a lot of other power picks open. They're leaving the Galio open and the Zac open. That's huge. You're leaving those 2 picks open. We're going to see how they respond to that, if they have a game plan for it, because leaving both Galio and Zac open is just a death sentence.
exactly. I mean, 2 of the most OP champions as of this patch. Crazy, man. But there we go. It looks like the Gragas and the Trundle, in fact, going to be locked in for
The
TNC.
Trundle might be a tech pick against the Galio. It is a tank, and then Trundle just loves eating up tanks. As for the second row of bans, it is going to be the Zed Cassiopeia for TNC and the Syndra Karma for TME. So they have the priority for picks here for the second phase of the pick. So they ban out Karma and then take away the Lulu. So TNC is left with less optimal supports, but they might just go for the Zyra.
Oh, wow. And you know what's really interesting here is normally I wouldn't be as interested in seeing what teams will pull out to counter a Galio, but considering that this is Endless Ace, I consider Endless Ace one of the prime tacticians-ish of the PGS. So that being said, given this draft, I mean, they did take the risk of opening that Galio. I'm pretty sure that they estimated that. So
for the top lane.
Yeah.
Because Galio isn't really a characteristically Trevor champion, right? It's the same thing when Light played the Galio, it wasn't very characteristic of him to play such. So having that means that, of course, they're probably going to give the tank to JLC, while Trevor will go to a more high damage, high assassination champion like this Ahri. So far, the composition seems very, very solid. And looking at our matchup here, High versus Marky, everything in Marky's favor. 7.1 KDA, very, very safe. GPM is double of High's because of how much support system his team has for him, and CS per minute twice as well.
Oh, man.
High is really up for a hard time there in bot lane. We'll see if the team synergy will be enough to actually pull through. These are 2 bird teams fighting it out.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Of course, we do have both compositions locked in. Of course, let us know who you guys are supporting. Hashtag TNC win or hashtag TME win as we head into the action in just a little bit. But yeah, that action, I'm anticipating how this will play out for both sides here. Because, again, the Galio in itself, just being left open. I mean, I've been pegging this Casper. It's like you have a higher chance of winning just because of the hero's entrance in itself is huge, not to mention just everything overall. But of course, we'll just have to see how this transitions for both TNC and Team Manila Eagles. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the third matchup for Game 1 of Week 4 of Day 1 of the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series, Drive Yo Energy against TNC Pro Team versus Team Manila Eagles. And there we go, on to Summoner's Rift we go as we find out whether or not TME will be able to continue their undefeated streak, or will finally TNC not only end that, but also establish themselves one step closer to potentially going into playoffs.
Yeah, if they get at least one win against TME, that's momentum. And they're also setting themselves as the first one to make TME bleed.
Oh,
so really the question is, which bird will soar, TNC or the Team Manila Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, but going into the rotations that we're seeing, I mean, looks like both junglers will be stopping opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, it seems like their focus will be on opposite sides. It's also just the really convenient way to clear as those champions. They are more effective when they start Raptors.
Yes.
And Raptor start anyway is very, very versatile. Even if you start Raptors, you can have a very versatile gank path, whether mid, top, or bot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you could transition to generally near would be red buff, but then again, because of that flexibility that you have, of course, it all depends on how both Coops and Burst will be playing this out. And technically speaking, I mean, Burst thus far has had quite a ball, has been really dominant.
I want to see the leash on Coops. I want to see the leash on that Raptor camp for the top, for that side, because that is delicious. You see already that Cups has a lot of AUE with Unstable Matter, and then JLC with the Winds of War, and then Trevor with the Orb of Deception. That's a really solid leash for Cups.
And not just the leash, but looking at the composition in general, Marky running the Saya. So, I mean, it's already tricky enough that you give a Galio and a Zac to TME. Round that up with the fact that you're giving probably one of the best champions for Marky, one of the champions that he's has most success on to date. That's going to be pretty tricky. Even Trevor on this Ari, actually, he's had a great performance on
Very comfortable on his champion indeed. So it's very scary for TNC knowing that they let 2 pocket picks and 2 power picks through. Actually, no, 3 power picks through. The top lane, jungle, and support are all power picks. Of course, with the top lane, they have Lando and a tech pick against JLC. Trundle can definitely beat down that Galio, that Gargoyle very, very hard in lane. And even later in the game when skirmishes and team fights start. But still, having those picks come through might be very difficult when it comes to when the mid game and late game start.
Oh, definitely. And overall, this will definitely put TNC to the ultimate test here. They left so many champions open, a lot acquired for TME right here. If they win this game, I would be very, very impressed. But there we go, JLC actually getting a chunk, almost half.
That's the beating that you naturally get from Trundle. And wow, Trundle is such a great pick against Galio. Because it's like this. If you're again in a losing matchup, you want to freeze the lane, right? You cannot do that as Galio. It's impossible to do it as Galio. You naturally push no matter what you do. Of course, the only thing that you can do is be behind like one entire wave at 3 minutes, which is substantial.
And like historically speaking, I'm very confident with how Lando plays with Trundle. This is actually the champion that allowed TNC to defend their slot going into the 2017 summer split.
Ooh. Being able to play that in promos and relegations, survive through it because of that pick. Because I remember Lando wrecking faces, eating their faces off with that Trundle. But in here, it seems like it's really doing well against that Galio player.
And especially, you have to consider the fact that during that promotionals, Lando was actually very behind in the early phase. But later on, transition into the mid and late game, whether it be split pushing, again, providing that armor shred for his team. There's just so many ways he could work with his Trundle that TME themselves, I feel like they have to work around this.
It might be dangerous for JLC. He'll get spotted already. That is just going to be a little bit of CC onto him. I don't think they can confirm the kill here. Not enough lockdown to actually take him down, but this does force him to recall. Cups might be looking for something. That's the thing. Even though Lando can wreck face there in the top lane, you have to pay attention. Rox is still on that really powerful Lulu, and Cups might still be looking for something on this really almost OP Zac. They are closing in with a minion wave, but I don't think... Actually, they are going for the dive there in the bot lane. You can see that Endless Ace and Burst are making their way down to the bot lane. First blood actually goes on the Marky high, almost being taken down. There's 4 members here. JLC teleported down actually. Endless Ace goes for the flash, but Rock still gets taken down. Coops will be next. He has the cell division, but it's still going to be 3 members wailing onto GLC. Can Marky get out enough damage to finish off Endless Ace? He does have the Sanguine Pool almost ready under transfusion. Coops gets taken down finally. Here comes Trevor, not yet level 6, cannot get any more kills than that.
Oh man. Oh,
actually going for it. Flash in with the Ignite. Gets a really good kill against High, and now it's going to be 3 members against 2 here in the bot lane. Seems like they will have to back off.
Very interesting start for both teams right there. I mean, the action... In fact, what's really interesting here is that...
Oh, they're going for it. Orthrus is still full health, so this might be super dangerous. JLC dies for no reason. They might have been a little overconfident there.
Yeah, definitely. But nonetheless, I gotta peg it on TME as coming off onto better. Let's go ahead and check out what happened here though in the bot lane. So we got a great initiate there from there. But then again, fighting under turret at this point. So very, very tricky for TME. If anything, I feel like they were in a more dangerous position. But here we go. We get the teleport response from Londo, as well as a great, again, Endless Ace actually getting there earlier, able to kind of make sure that TNC gets onto equal footing with TME here, because TME was clearly on the ball here. So at the end of the day, Trevor actually coming in, although there have been a few casualties suffered by TME, but overall I gotta peg at TME coming up at the better end.
But Trevor in trouble, he doesn't have any flash. But here comes Cups trying to save, actually rescues him. Is going to be the kill going again onto Trevor, because Burst got absolutely denied there with the stretching strikes.
Man, TME really performing at this point. I mean, I gotta hand it to them. Like I was saying, if anything, TME actually played that bot lane gang a bit riskier because they're the one that initiated, in fact, fighting under turret. So the fact that they're the ones that still came up a few bits of gold
notches
up
on
top. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually quite commendable. So, plus the fact that even right now, double kill for Trevor on a champion that he's very, very efficient at, and in fact, very scary as we've seen in previous games. This is something that TNC has to take into account right here. This is an opponent they cannot take lightly, and it's not the same scenario wherein Burst could really just go all out, because during previous games, he's had a ball with all these ganks, but right now they have to play it a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, because Cubs was right on the ball there in the mid lane counter gank, saves Trevor, and then gives him a double kill. That's a huge boost, and that puts him a lot closer to Morello Nomicon, which means Endless Ace will have a much harder time sustaining in the lane. And especially, the most important thing that's happened in the game is that, so far, is that because of the aggressiveness of TME, Marquis got a double kill, rather, first blood and then another kill on top of that, which puts him already pretty far in terms of itemization compared to High. At this point, they have pretty equal, rather, 2 waves above High, plus a kill above High. That should amount to around a pickaxe's worth of value.
And with all said and done, this only actually hastens TME's win conditions and their strengths to the teeth. Like we mentioned, once you get both Trevor and Marquis going, it's completely mind-boggling to think just how crazy these clashes could go. And with JLC and Goops to just kind of allow them that flexibility to just go crazy in these clashes, because they have a pretty solid front line and a lot of disruptors in the form of Galio and Zac. It's just crazy. And TNC, you know, they really need to try to get back into this game in a jiffy, because if not, considering the great footwork that TME has with this start, I'd say that they're coming up at the better end of the spectrum.
The thing is, though, TNC's composition can play from behind with the safety of the Caitlyn and the Zyra being able to deal lots of damage even when behind if you're pushing onto her, as well as Lando being able to steal stats from either JLC or Coops. So they have a few ways to rubber band into this game, but they have to play it correctly. And there's a lot of pressure onto Burst, because he caused his mid laner to die there earlier, and then both of them died, giving the double kill onto Trevor. So the pressure is definitely still there, always having to really be careful around Coops.
Yeah, but I gotta hand it to Burst nonetheless. This is the same proactive play that we've been seeing him from previous games past. It's just unfortunate that it didn't really result to anything significant that propels TNC into a better lead. But then again, this is TME that they're facing, the top seed, for a very good reason right now as of our current split. So I feel that whatever... Oh, hold on, thought that we have a fight.
Whoops, might be going for something. Let's Bounce actually misses. But still, burning the flash onto High, and they have some bit of pressure here in the bot lane, but of course the R-Chunk down have to back off. Must be careful.
Yeah, I mean, TME, with that lead that they have, I definitely don't doubt the confidence right now with the place that they're trying to make here. You know, Cubs taking a more active stance as far as trying to get ganks on, trying to get Marquis or even Trevor to an extent all the more ahead, working with the leads that they have, working to the strengths of their composition, and what might be pretty chaotic for TNC later on during the later phases of the game.
Of course, the trade-off here is that Burst has a lot more time to counter jungle against Cubs. So that does put him, like, he should be around 40% through level 7 right now, while Coops just reached level 6, or rather level 7 from the Raptor camp on TNC side. So that is the advantage that he has, because Coops is focused so much on ganking his lanes, but for so far it's really paying off more on Coops' side than Burst's.
Definitely. I mean, with
the dive though, JLC so mobile with the Justice Punch. Oh, gets cancelled by the explosive cast. And actually, Lando gets a teleport onto elsewhere because he expects that the 2-man gang coming from Trevor and Coops will be arriving.
Oh man, that was a great teleport right there. No second thoughts at all. Predicting very well that Trevor and Coops was going to go for that respawn. So I like how Lando was kind of 2 steps ahead right there.
Yeah. He knew that, okay, they're coming to the top lane. I have to get out of here. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty, to the mid lane. Then he makes his escape. Very clean coming from this TNC onto the gank here. But what was the trade-off? Coops, they wasted Coops' time going to the top lane, which is something. So that's actually a free kill onto Lando. And you said how impactful Lando's Trundle was.
Exactly. And with that being said, though, still, you do deter the meat shields for TME here. Again, like I mentioned, although... Oh, there we have a fight, though.
Oh, look at that. I couldn't even play-by-play that.
Yeah,
that happened in like less than a second.
I know, that was great. I didn't expect that. I was kind of composing my thoughts there, but there we go. We have another kill going on to Trevor. 4-0-1 now on this R. Indeed, a huge threat.
And then another one onto Marky as well. So the kill distribution here, all of the kills are on carries.
Yeah, and
for TME.
That was actually the point that I was about to make. Sure, you get a gank onto JLC, but the bigger question is that the person that you want to try to get your ganks on? Is that the type of champion you actually want to get behind? Because
that is going to be this power of the stretching strikes. Burst has to burn his ultimate here with almost no resources burned on the side of TME, but they do trade that off for the top lane turret.
Oh, man.
And that is the second turret of the game.
But yeah, with all said and done, I mean, if you're going to look at it, is GLC really the target that you want to set behind? Especially with as a Galio. But there we go, we have the taunt going on.
The lockdown onto Endless Ace means that he cannot Sanguine pull right out of there.
Oh man, I love the transition of that taunt going into the charm. That was absolutely beautiful. Not allowing.
There's going to be more fights. It doesn't seem like Coops has any targets to disrupt them with his stretching strikes, but they are still going for it. Marky at full health. Might be very dangerous though. Orthrus deals a lot of damage. And they have to back off from that. Look at the damage that Lando brings to that top lane second-tier turret.
Oh man, but overall, you know,
Let's
Lando really
break that down.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out what happened here. Hai actually caught in a very tricky position there, like ultimate focus fire there from both Trevor and Marky. So really crazy.
That's the burst that you get from a Saya, as well as a Trevor backing him up with an extra rotation of spells. That was just game over for the bot lane, and they are both very squishy champions.
And this is a very tricky situation for Bruce. I couldn't actually blame him for going for a gank onto JLC, because if you're going to look at how hard it is to gank the other lanes at this point, considering how Trevor, all he needs is the Spirish Rush way out if ever he does get ganked by Burst. On the other hand, for the bot lane, Marky has a lot of utility from rocks, and then if all said and done, all he could do is just ultimate. Yeah, exactly, to just avoid the CC coming in from TNC. So Burst really isn't left with many options here as far as getting ganks
Also,
on.
yeah, it's also still very hard to gank JLC. He has damage reduction, he has the CC to really deter you from killing him, the tankiness, plus he has a little bit of mobility from the Justice Punch. Of course, there is counterplay, you can block it, but that's also one of the reasons why I think Galio is overpowered. He has mobility, he has tankiness, he has peel, he has engage. And the peel and his engage are in one package, so it's really so overpowered, and TME has been using it very well.
Yeah.
Of course, he has been ganked a lot, but the tankiness means that Burst spends a lot of time trying to take him down. So that leaves Trevor open to roam block.
I actually like that point that you brought up there, because it was clearly demonstrated on that, in terms of that kill that they got onto GLC.
They're going to summon the Rift Herald there in the top lane. Might be very dangerous.
Ooh, and I don't think Orthos and Hai is really in the position right now to fend that off.
Seems like they're just going to take the Rift Herald here to the top lane. Maybe they'll summon it here. Maybe Coops will get more value from the Empowered Recall. But looking at the state of this top lane right now, it's very possible for them to summon it after taking down this first turret.
Oh man, this is really... I've been talking about how this is the ultimate test for TNC, and with very good reason, because right now, for most of the very successful games that they've had, it's mostly because Burst has been proactively ganking, resulting to successful kills onto the enemy team. So now that Burst is kind of forced into a position wherein nothing really happens
for something. Actually, does not get the kidnap onto Burst, does knock him back quite a bit, but that's just an ultimate burn by Coops there.
There we go. Still 4-8 on the scoreboard right now. But yeah, as I've been saying, at the end of the day, sure they did get a gank onto JLC, but if you're going to look at who the people you really want to try to shut down, being the Ahri and the Saya, that's a threat that TNC needs to try to deal with going into these bigger clashes. And here we go, Rift Herald.
Let's look at this demolition job. Bam! That is going to be TME, another turret on their side, but they're just leaving the Rift Herald alone. I think he will still be able to get a little bit of damage onto that. Not a lot, but this leaves them open to take this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, transitioning into objective, very good onto TME. The decisiveness is definitely there.
It's not the optimal Drake, it is Cloud Drake. So the boost isn't too big in terms of gold value and stats, but having that move speed for Trevor, for Marky, and for Coops is definitely big for them to be able to rotate around and outplay and outsmart TNC a lot more.
I definitely agree with you there. And that being said, for TNC at this point, it's just so tricky because the only person that's really okay as far as standing right now, I'd peg it onto Lando, but everybody else really needs to pull this weight. Again, this is a scenario wherein I'm actually interested in seeing if TNC has a plan B that they could put into effect, because most of the plans that have really worked out for them to great success is, again, Burst really getting all the lanes going by going for successful, these unexpected surprise gangs. But since that didn't happen, this is technically where the other members of TNC should be pulling their weight and not rely on Burst that much. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's because, you know, Burst, his power comes from unexpected ganks. And that's one of the powers of Gragas. But who does unexpected ganks better than Gragas? It's Zac. So it's definitely something that they have to be careful for.
Yeah, and at this point, like, going into the 5v5s, I'm not really sure TNC could deal with that right now because there's just so much power, there's just so much clash power with TME's composition. Not only that, they have so much protection for their carries that I don't think any of the members could just really go full on, and even Endless Ace on this Vladimir to an extent.
Look at that, the restraint, not to charm just yet, but Endless Ace does have the Ghost. I think he will be able to just escape from this. Actually going to try and fight it. Ignite actually has all of his health regeneration. Trevor now unstoppable. So this leaves his bot lane a lot more open to just be attacked. And you know how Marky kills these turrets so fast with the deadly plumage. Here comes the fight though. Marky gonna be the target, but he's still doing quite a lot of damage. Ult still available for Rox. Actually, the bottom sub cancels the elastic slingshot. Look at all the damage from the Stranglethorns onto Rox and Marky, but he's still recovering health from the Warlord's Bloodlust. That damage though onto Orthros has to flash away, respecting the power of that Blade Caller. Now look at that, the backline still being assaulted by the tanks of TME, while Lando has to run away from an angry Marky. It's going to be Burst also being taken down high. Now alone here, it is just going to be Endless Ace trying to catch up to him, but then because Taunt Flash come from JLC almost seals his death, but this is also going to be the tombstone for this bot lane turret.
Oh man, this is going south way too fast for TNC. And the tricky part is I'm not even sure if TNC knows how to respond in these type of scenarios wherein they're just kind of, again, all across the board, objectives, kills, giving the win conditions to TME. Actually, it's all working in TME's favor right now. That this is, like I mentioned, this is a true test for TNC as to whether or not they could go for other plans wherein where the ultimate plan for them, which has been working for them in previous games, ultimately fails for them.
And this is like in video games, when in RPGs specifically, when the game throws at you the final boss when you're halfway through the game just to show how powerful they are. This is kind of like what TNC is experiencing right now. They are being beaten down by TME with almost no chance of winning. And if they do get to playoffs, this is what their final boss would be. Because right now, I don't think there are any teams that can come close to the 15 points that TME has. Well, TNC really needs to break their backs to even get into playoffs.
And it's really hard to peg where exactly TNC went wrong, because I feel like there's just so many angles you could look at here. Right down to the pick and ban phase. The fact that you opened 2 OP champions in the form of Galio and Zac, not to mention prime champions for both Trevor and Marky in the form of the Ahri and
then the Lulu. They just gave away every single power pick available for TME.
So that being said, I'm not really sure what they were going for here right up. I mean, I do understand. I like the Trundle pick. It's just that I feel that as far as trying to last it out, going into the mid game, that's something that they really weren't able to explore.
Trundle pick isn't enough, but it is going to be Burst being taken out. Look at that giant cook, just going to continue being locked down. Burst actually survives through that. TNC High actually takes out the tank for TME. Now TME on the run. Trevor going for a flank. He doesn't have Spirit Rush any longer. Marky isn't here, but now he is. He might be able to deal enough damage to scare away TNC at this point, and Trevor might be a little bit of danger here being away from the rest of his team, but this is a possible pincer attack if they play it right. It's Marky just constantly pulling it out here. He does not have the Blade Caller, but does have enough damage from his auto attacks to just take out High here. Look at that, just constant double kills here, left and right. Lando now under duress. JLC can just go on almost with the Winds of War, but I think Trevor has enough boost speed to catch up to him.
Yautza, and that just, again, 6 to 15 right now in favor of TME.
0 for 3.
That was crazy. Not to mention the fact that we're talking about an 8,000 gold difference at more than 20 minutes into the game. That's insane. And TNC in total command right now.
Definitely. And TME just commanding the game. And even at 21 minutes, 38 seconds, they are getting this Baron buff very, very decisively. Because, yeah, TNC has no chance to contest this. And even if they try to, they'll just get annihilated by TME.
Oh man, at this point of the game, TME just really flexing muscles right now. And what really concerns me is that what proactive steps will TNC do going into the next game? Because
they can't really.
Yeah, because looking at this game, there's not really much that they could do anymore with the heavy lead that TME. They kind of need to rely on a huge mess up from TME, which I highly doubt will happen.
Yeah, because TME has been playing very clean games for the entire split, and I don't think they'll mess up randomly now.
No,
and the thing is that TNC, they're forced into this reactive state. It's very hard for this kind of composition, of course, when you're so behind. Of course, when you're even, being reactive is okay. You have the strangle forms, you have the explosive gas, you have the ultimate coming from the trundle. So all of it is very possible to play from a little bit behind or from even. But when you're 10,000 gold behind the 22 minutes, you just kind of recuperate, sit down in a corner, and then think, what did I do wrong? Okay, it was the drafting. We let them have 5 power pits.
Exactly, and I don't know, going into the next one, although I kind of understand where TNC is coming from with going into the draft, because looking at the members of TME, this is exactly why they are the first seed in the current summer split. It's because of that fact that it's so hard to ban out just one member.
Yeah.
It's so tricky because all of these players are superstars on Team.
But when I looked at the pick and ban phase, if the fact is they're very hard to ban out, then you might as well ban out generic OP bans such as the Galio and Zac, or even one of their most prominent pick, which is the Zaya.
I agree with you there most strongly, and
even the Lulu should have been banned out.
True. I mean, the fact that you're giving power picks to an already strong team, it's absolutely mind-blowing in a sense. And again, it all comes down to this pick and ban right here. TNC going into the next game, again, like you did mention, that's actually a good insight right there, where they might need to consider on just banning out the generic OPs. That technically even...
Wow, look at JLC dealing a lot of damage with Trevor onto Lando. Spirit Rush is burned for the next minute or so, but look at all that pressure from the Baron buff here in the top lane.
And the tricky part here is Lando couldn't really do much. I mean, Triacy might, his presence doesn't really phase the members, both Trevor and JLC.
Can't even deal a lot onto JLC, even with his ultimate.
Exactly. And it's just the respect for the lead that TME has right now. But
Marky is legendary. He might be able to survive with a wild growth against High. He has a lot of shields on him. Endless Ace is going to try and finish off the kill, but the hero's entrance will give him a little bit of damage reduction. Still going for this turret. Actually almost takes him down, but he takes down the turret and then gets out of dodge. Cope's going to try and take out the members along with Trevor. Cell division is available for him. Trevor actually gets more kills, double kill. Has to run away from Endless Ace. Might go for something. Lando still very, very tanky, but as 4 members against 2, I don't think they can take this fight. Trevor's legendary. Marky actually recovered back to half health after being at like 5 HP with a Warlord's Bloodlust. I don't think Orthros is enough to actually defend against 5 members who are Baroned up. These death timers are quite long, 10 seconds, and look at how fast they're gonna kill Orthros as well. No mercy at all coming from the Manila Eagles. They are soaring right now. The turrets aren't falling too quickly. High might be able to get something out of here. Burst as well, but it's already the Nexus exposed rather. Will High and Burst be enough to actually defend their Nexus? It doesn't seem like it. JLC is definitely a scary, scary frontliner, and all the damage comes from Marky. Secures this first win with a huge goal lead, with a decisive, commanding victory from TME.
Wow. I mean,
oh boy.
I'll be honest, I actually wasn't expecting that to an extent, because I had such high expectations of TNC. They've been performing, for me, they've been performing really well as of the recent split. In fact, probably even better than they're probably the best I've seen of them yet. It's just that when you're going up against a team such as TME, you really have to...
Final boss.
Yeah, final boss right there. You know, you really have to think to the T. And again, at the end, I have to heavily agree with you right there. When you're going up against a team such as TME in the pick and ban phrase right off the bat, the best way to go would probably just ban out the generic OPs.
as well as superstars. Like, of course, the Orianna and Syndra, definitely something you can ban out against Trevor, but he still has the Ari, and it's still going to beat you down, no matter what he's playing, whether it's on Syndra. So just ban out the most powerful picks, and that is the Zac and Galio. Because Trevor is going to wreck, Marky is going to wreck no matter who you ban, but it's of course still a good insurance to ban out the Xayah. You could also have banned out the Lulu, because you should have read it when they banned out the Karma that they will pick the Lulu first.
Exactly, and I don't know, TNC really needs to rethink how they go about that pick and ban, because otherwise going into game 2, if they're not able to remedy that, then it really might spell trouble for them. It might be another repeat, but of course, hopefully that won't be the case. Considering that they do have Endless Ace, like I mentioned, I kind of peg him as the master tactician for TNC, so maybe they'll be able to make those type of adjustments.
Yeah.
I still have high hopes.
It's definitely something, the pressure is still onto them, but it's also a bit relief. They are facing against TME, so it's understandable if they lose. I'm not saying that, oh, they're definitely going to lose, but it's understandable if they do, and really impressive if they actually get one win against TME, and they have the potential to do it.
Definitely.
Under the leadership of the master tactician, Endless Ace.
Of course, we'll just have to see if that transitions later on as we head into our final game of the day. But of course, for the meantime, we have been your casters, Arctic at your service. And of course, with me is Vulcan. Stay tuned as we head into our final game between TNC and TME. But for the meantime, don't go away.
Orthros has to flash away, respecting the power of that Blade Caller. And look at that, the black backline still being assaulted by the tanks of TNT, while Lando has to run away from an angry Marky. It's going to be Burst also being taken down high. Now alone here. It is just going to be Endless Ace trying to catch up to him. But Edgar's Conquest coming from JLC. Almost steals this giant cup. Just going to continue being locked up. Burst actually survived through that. Nixie High actually takes out the tank for TNT. Now TNT on the run. Trevor going for a flash. He doesn't have Spirit Rush any longer. Marky isn't here, but now he is. He might be able to deal enough damage to scare away TNC at this point. And Trevor might be in a little bit of danger here, being away for the rest of his team. Constantly pulling it out here. He does not have the Blade Caller, but does have enough damage. All his auto attacks just out high here. Look at that. Constant double kills here, left and right. Lando now under duress. JLC can just go almost with a Winds of War. But I think Trevor, legendary, he might be able to survive a little while ago against High. He has a lot of shields on him. Endless Ace is going to try and finish off the kill, but the Hero's Entrance will get a little bit of damage reduction. Still going for this turret. Actually almost takes him down, but he takes out the turret and then gets out of dodge. Crumb's going to try and take out the members along with Trevor. Cell Division is available for him. Trevor actually gets more kills, double kill, has to run away from Endless Ace. Might go for something. Lando's still very, very tanky, but as 4 members against 2, I don't think they can take this fight. Trevor is legendary. Marky here actually recovers back to half health after being all fighting with the Vanilla Eagles. They are soaring right now. Turrets aren't falling too quickly. High might be able to get something out of here. Burst as well, but is already the Nexus exposed rather. Will High and Burst be enough to actually defend their Nexus? Doesn't seem like it. JLC's definitely a scary frontliner, and all the damage comes from Marky. Secures his first win with a huge goal lead, with a decisive, commanding victory.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthen
Look within yourself. What do you see?
Conquers all. Darkness is coming. This world needs to burn. You cannot hide from me. There is no shame in choosing chaos.
Come into the light. I will light the sky with my blade. Give your soul to the light. A new light dawns above this world.
I have one simple rule when it comes to the law. Time operates under my jurisdiction. And if anyone tries to create a loophole, I'll close it. You're out of time. A little proactive preparation. Everybody runs. In my sights. Now who belongs in a museum?
Good evening, everyone, and we welcome you back to the Bacchus Pro Gaming Series 2017 Summer Split. I'm Vulcan, and with me is Arctic. Going into our last game of today's first day, entering the 4th week. So, I gotta say, TME, I'm not surprised.
I mean, I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, in the sense that I wasn't expecting it to be that big, a big win for TME, because I really thought that TNC was going to step up their game and put up a good fight against TME. But again, the pick and ban phase really went wrong. But of course, we'll be seeing what will happen during game 2.
So to our viewers out there, note that we are still on our share and win promo. Like I said before, this is a promo to you guys out there enjoying the stream. Enjoy your chances that you might win yourself a mystery gift. We'll be handing out 5 mystery gifts to this promo. So how it works is that you will be seeing, that hashtag, using that hashtag, copy that, make sure you take note of it, post it on your Facebook profile, make it public, share the stream with that hashtag, and post it. That's it. Easy as that, and you might win yourself a mystery gift.
Speaking of wins, of course, we do have another contest. That is the PGS Digital Art Fan Contest. All you have to do is create digital artwork that consists of 1 player per team. So we have a total of 8 teams. So choose out your favorite player. It might be the most mechanically gifted, maybe the one you're crushing on. So of course, we do have a 9,000 RP prize pool if ever you are one of the successful people to win that. Of course, for more details, visit esports.garena.ph/PGS for more details.
And now on to the schedule to see how this day has been going so far. I gotta say, pretty intense, especially when match 1 was something we were expecting. Actually, pretty swift, but Jenski fought back strong. That's a short recap of match 1. And on match 2, AEX, the ex-champions of Rampage 2016, sweeps the floor with 2-0. And now, on to match 3, TME, Team Manila Eagles against TNC Pro Team, starting off with a 1-0 in TME, securing the first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy, like you mentioned. Hopefully, we do see corrections. As looking at the standings, TME...
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they are on a roll right now, and it's already a given that they're securing the first seed. But of course, they want to establish that dominance, really go undefeated throughout the entire split.
Okay, you are guaranteed this first seed. You'll be sitting on the throne, waiting for enemy. But isn't it better when you burn it to their memory that we are someone that has 100% win rate so far, and this is a huge statement. This will drive the other enemy teams to actually fight and work for their glory on the Rampage 2017 stage.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see if that is something. Again, will TNC be able to pull out a win? I mean, logically speaking, TME has had a ball, but considering I've been championing how I feel that TNC has one of the better roster changes, I still believe that acquiring talented players such as Hayes, High, Endless Ace, I feel like it just completes the missing component that they've been missing from the previous. But of course, we'll be seeing if that will be the case. Heading into the drafting phase.
This is what I saw in game 1. There is this, whole public. All of the teams know this. Marky on the Zaya and a Lulu combo is almost at 100% win rate. So I wonder why in first game they left that open, but this time, this entitles TME to get a first lock in the Thresh. This is something very scary. You've seen Rocks on that Thresh combo it with, let's say, I did see it once with a Zaya, which was very potent.
I'm very flabbergasted right now. But
Why,
then again,
what happened?
I mean, well, again, probably not as much. I take that back, because at least they did ban this. Again, they did ban the Zac, because we've been talking earlier about how they might want to go for just banning the generic OPs, because there's not really, if you try to go for target bans onto TME, it's actually quite difficult, because everybody, as far as I'm concerned, from what I see, from where I stand, everyone on TME I could almost consider superstar status. JLC, Coops, Trevor, Marky, Rocks.
Hands down to JLC.
Man,
the Dark JLC.
Has
the 100% win rate. I mean, everyone right now in TME is on fire entering the summer split. They are just burning their mark all over the map, and also against TNC, saying that we are a team that can go with anything, and we have the skill, the play style to really crush you. And let's see if TNC will let TME dominate them, or will they fight back with another let's say, a composition that we haven't seen so far, because we've seen Lando on a Trundle, on one of these heavy split pushing champions, let's say Renekton, worked really well, but not so well against when we're talking about JLC, the Dark JLC on TME. He's also the same style, that it's the same with Lando.
And what's kind of worrisome here is that, like you mentioned, like when you think of Trundle, especially with Lando, he performed really well on that during promotionals where he'd go for these heavy split pushes that forces the enemy team to respond. It's just that the problem here is that during game 1, he was forced into a more responsive role, which is why he wasn't really able to utilize that. So hopefully we do see that change with TNC. But overall, let's go ahead and review what picks they have thus far. Gragas and Trundle are going to be locked in for TNC. I gotta hand it to them. These two champions during the previous game, sure, it really resulted to a stomp during game 1, but these two champions actually perform better than the others. So why fix something that technically isn't as broken? And like I mentioned, Lando is the king of these unexpected ganks during previous games. So hopefully this is something that they could really push for during the next game. But yeah, what are final lock-ins here?
Yeah, we're seeing a final lock-in on the TME side. The Xayah made throw again. By this time, I thought TNC would have learned their lesson, but I think, judging from this composition, they have something planned out, and I think we see it right now.
What is going on? Okay, so is it going to be the return of the Trundle support, though?
Take it in, Arctic. Take it in slowly, and let's see how this is going to play out. A support Trundle might work out, I guess, against a heavy, let's say, a movement speed oriented or position champion like Xayah. But I think Rox is going to be that. I'm not pretty interested in this matchup. I don't think this is going to be the usual bot lane we've been seeing. Will
not at all.
Will this be the one that will break TME's win streak 100%? Let's see, a Trundle support and a Lucian ADC.
Yes, and there we go. Of course, compositions are locked in for both sides. Who are you guys rooting for? Let us know in the chat whether you're watching from Facebook or YouTube. Hashtag TME win. If you want to see Manila Eagles continue their undefeated streak, or do you guys want to see TNC Pro Team not only end that streak, but put them one step closer to going into the playoffs? Hashtag TNC win.
Hashtag TME win. If you feel like Team Manila Eagles deserve this well-deserved spotlight entering the summer split as one of the most strongest team with the, I gotta say, dream team roster changes for this PGS. So I have two viewers out there already, but let's see in action. Will the bot lane Trundle support beat the winning streak breakdown? We'll see into the rift. Here we are live on the Rift. This is the last game and TNC's last chance to break TME's winning streak. 100% win rate so far for Team Manila Eagles on the blue side against TNC on the red side. Let's see how this plays out in this last match.
I love how they kind of showed both Trevor and Burst in that intro, because they're technically, if I'm not mistaken, some of the younger players in the PGS right now, and very fresh looking. So we'll just have to see if that'll be the case, though, for one of these two sides. Of course, like we did mention, will TME continue that undefeated streak, go 2-0, or will the 1-1 finally happen?
Who is the fresher one? This is a test that I'm fresher, I'm cooler, I have what it takes to make it to playoffs. This is a standoff.
Hashtag confidence there.
Hashtag confidence and freshness. So entering the second game, obviously TNC has learned their lesson. Maybe not, slipping up that Xayah. Maybe they thought that the nerf was something enough for Marky to lose that Xayah's touch. But I don't think that's the case, seeing how Marky is one of the heavily gifted, the most gifted mechanical skill champion, the player in this summer split, because every champion that Marky touches, he's like, this magic. It's like he's doing magic. He sees a Xayah and touches that Xayah. It just boosted up in power.
Exactly.
Marky's touch.
It's like Marky's touch. Everything he touches turns to gold.
Everything.
And I'm not talking about the rank. I'm talking about the actual value of gold. But yeah, we've been talking a lot about TME. Let's go ahead and talk about TNC, though.
Yes.
Like I mentioned, TNC is one of my favorite teams going into this in terms of their roster. And it's not technically just me being biased because I have worked with both High and Hayes on La Liga Pilipinas, but with very good reason that I consider them one of the better roster changes because I was actually about to make a blog entry about this, but what I like about TNC's roster changes is the fact that if you look at Endless Ace, he kind of allows Lando and Burst that maturity as top and jungle laners because they were pretty strong players during the previous split. But as Orthros mentioned during a previous interview, bringing in Endless Ace, it kind of showed the team that may improve pa sila. So I feel like that's why we see such a strong Lando and Burst. I feel like they're up and coming top and jungle respectively. But Hook coming in from Rock's not connecting.
I think this is one of the point where we see that melee support is really having disadvantage. Look at that, Rox is on to High. High gets ignited, and there's the flash out of High. He gets taken down. A first blood for Team Manila Eagles.
Oh man, I mean, it's still too early to tell, but that's clearly a good start for Team Manila Eagles, kind of establishing that power. But Burst, will we finally be seeing that surprise game?
Okay, Rox has no flash, no ignite. Here comes the Frozen Pillar. A heal burned for Rox. He's very low. Might be taken out. NSA's though flashes out, but Marky will still catch him off guard. Burst just walked inside and just walked out.
Somebody please call 911 because Marky is on fire right now. Game 1 going into Game 2 now. Double kill within the first 3 minutes of the game. That's crazy, but
Goops though visiting the top bot lane, goes for Lantern. Oh, Blast Cone, Burst has no more flash. There's the play. Oh, can he make it away? Oh no! It'll be Goops securing it with a Dragon Strike combo.
What is going on right now? TME 3-0. I mean,
and I think you have to call 117. We are in the Philippines, so
117. There we go.
There we go.
But I mean, again, TNC. I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that they could really show up in this game here. But then again, 3-0. It's very definitive because we've been talking. Sure, technically speaking, if you're gonna look at it from a logical standpoint with the composition that they have, I have no doubt that they could get back into this game. But the mindset is something that is underestimated when it comes to these players. So when you're trying to get back against one of, again, like Atlas was kind of saying earlier, the final boss, you kind of wanted to go into this with as much bravado, with as much positive energy as you can. But when you're in a situation when you're already 0-1, and then you already have your enemy team at a great start, 3-0, it's definitely a trick. It's definitely a predicament for TNC. So we'll just have to see. But then again, if anything, I feel like they do have a potential savior in the form of Hayes. Okay, so sure. We've been talking about how TME as a team is down, but let's go ahead and look at it from a logical standpoint here. I love the Cassiopeia pick from TNC here. That Miasma, it definitely prevents a lot of footwork that TME could work around going into clashes, because again, because of the unique mechanic that Miasma has, where it
can't use any movement space.
Exactly. But Rocks though taking quite a bit of damage there.
Oh, he does get the play onto High. The finisher stacking, putting it up nicely for Marky. Where is the bind? It's onto Endless Ace. Marky's very low. He might be taken out. There's the lantern for the shield. High just mowing down Marky.
I was kind of worried for High there for a bit. I wasn't sure if he was going to dodge those feathers, but good fancy footwork from them. They came up the better, and despite the 100% kill participation lead coming in from Marky.
And also, when you talk about the Cassiopeia, the Miasma is something that's a novelty at this stage of the game, in my opinion, because we did see TNC run the late game composition in the mid lane. I don't think that worked out pretty well because you're facing up a team that thrives in being a snowball, rushing, one down mid, and especially game 1, it ended pretty quickly, and I don't think Hayes on that Cassiopeia will have the luxury of time. Oops, spot out burst, and then he's coming in. Frozen Pillar for the snow. He is trapped! 10x game. Come on, versus Lantern. No, it'll just be the combo for him to back away.
TNC though, I gotta say, they're definitely showing signs of life. If anything, I still have my heart invested into them as far as making a comeback in this game.
So in terms of still having a fight and life in this game, it's up to Hayes. He has the defibrillator to the bot lane. He has to say clear and just make sure High gets that lead, because he's on illusion. If he does not get a lead, I don't think TNC's chances are going to be getting higher. But now,
Oh.
making his way in. Everyone's on the Marky. Landed for reposition. Here comes the teleport play. JLC will join in the fight, but Marky will be ending it shortly. Burst has no mana, no flash. There is a hook ready for him, but it will be Trevor for the mid lane, just choking the members of TNC. Endless Ace gets taken down by Rocks.
Oh man, and with the 6-0, it leaves so many windows of opportunity open for TME. They could go for Dragon, they could just kind of settle with that. Even though they settle with that, I mean, they have a great start. Like,
why settle when they could be a better one?
Exactly.
Never settle when you have a lead.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly the mindset that we'd have.
Go big or never go home.
Yeah, I don't think at this point, you know, there's a lot more pressure on Hayes because 0-2 across the board for jungler, AD carry, and support.
Wow, this is like bad news. Every time TNC actually starts, they're the instigators. But in the end, they become dead meat because looking at the bot lane's KDA, 204? I think that's pretty much like a message towards TNC that I guess we gotta stop trying to shut down bot lane because our mission has failed. With both Marky and Rocks having 100% kill participation, they have more gold, more items, more damage.
Well, in all fairness to TNC, technically that's the logical thing that you should be doing. You kind of want to shut down the person you know that would be highly efficient at his champion, and that would be Marky on Isaiah. The problem is, like you mentioned, it's go big or go home. At this case, they were trying to go big by shutting down Marky, but it just didn't really translate to that. In fact, anything, it only gave Marky that heavy lead, both Marky and Rocks.
That pain I felt for Endless Ace, because when you're on a melee support against a range support like a Thresh, expect that you will not do anything in the lane. Most likely you might be just dragging down high because you will be getting the XP, and looking at the level that Endless Ace has is just level 5, whereas Marky and Rocks, they're both level 6 and High is just level 6 so far. So this could just go to show the struggle of having a melee support against a range support.
Definitely, and with all said and done, it's such a struggle for High and Endless Ace at this point.
But
you know,
leave it to Lando on that Camille. He has the Tiamat.
Actually,
there
yeah.
is still that hope.
I'm glad that you brought up top lane because it was something I keep on forgetting to bring up. But yeah, if you're going to look at it, aside from Haze, Lando is definitely potentially the hope and the prayer that TNC needs if they're able to wait this out and not suffer any more casualties. Looking at the gold difference between JLC and Lando, 54 to 84. So that's a 30 CS difference.
Here it comes. Lando does have a huge CS advantage. He does flash away from the top zone, but in the bot lane, High catches that hook. And there is the Feather Storm and call back. Oh, he flashes towards High, and that would be a kill for Marky. And in the top lane, more of a trade-off. Lando gets taken down. That would be a kill for JLC.
Finally, we do see one kill going to TNC.
801. Oh, Trevor's very low. He's burned that ghost. He wanted some sweet kills, but so far, in terms of farming phase, I think that Lando and Hayes, they can still bring life to TNC's bot lane, because when you have a snowballing Cassiopeia, when it comes to, let's say, I gotta say 25-minute mark, if TME allows that, TNC will be back in the game.
Exactly, and again, like I mentioned, they just need to avoid these casualties from happening. So, hopefully, because with I could say for a fact, proven and tested, Hayes has the potential to turn things around for his team.
Yikes.
He did it for La Liga Pilipinas before. We'll just have to see if he could do it for TNC as well. But so far, definitely tricky.
Gets the lantern in the nick of time, but there'll be the petrifying gaze. Hayes flashes over the wall.
This is the problem that TNC is having right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out this replay first, because this is what transpired in the top lane, if anybody was wondering.
Wow.
So it's actually a 3-man dive going in onto Lando, which made things all the more faster for them. Of course, the flash to save Coops in time from being a casualty himself. But yeah, as I was saying, the tricky part here is that imagine a scenario wherein TME didn't have as many casualties. That aggression from Hayes earlier would have easily translated to a kill. But because of the lead that TME was able to pull on TNC within the first 10 minutes of the game, it makes it all the more harder for Hayes. This is a true test. This will really push Hayes to the limit. And at the same time, again, TNC has to stop with the casualties in order to get back into this game and allow Hayes that opportunity to carry them to a 1-1.
Very early, Rod of the Ages. Less than 12 minutes in, he already has that Roa. Will be stacking up pretty nicely. Whereas for the bot lane, High still behind in itemization. Marky already has his Essence Reaver. Rocks is colored by the Ice Pillar. Coops goes in for the Demolition Standard. He is tagging in. There is the Cataclysm for the lockdown, and JLC making a teleport play.
Oh man, this is absolutely
First, touch the body summon away. Flashes over that wall for that safety. That's his sanctuary.
Yeah, sanctuary. But there you go. I mean, sorry, that was a really far off reference. But anyways, 9-1 on the scoreboard. But you know what's interesting here is that even though that's the case, I've actually been monitoring the goal difference. It never left 2,000. So this, you could kind of owe it to the fact that across the board, TNC is actually up in CS. It could potentially be something that they could work with. Again, it all comes down to avoiding these casualties.
Yes, but I think the first blood turret will be another casualty for TNC, especially the bottom lane duo and trio will be getting the first blood bounty, giving it the last hit to Marky. That is a huge gold lead, 650. That is 2 kills.
Man, that definitely propels TNC a lot more forward. And finally, we do see them leaving that 2,000 gold lead mark into transitioning into 3,000. So I don't know. I'm absolutely speechless at this point. I was actually checking out the kill participation from both Marky and Rox, only missing out on 1. So,
Rox making a fancy play, a flash in play. Better engage will stun Rox, but instead Rox will be the one carrying the mid lane.
Man, Rox. I can't help the pun, but Rox rocks on this Thresh at this point. I mean, this is another person I've found such a joy to watch on TME right now. We've been talking about how Marky's strong, we've been talking about Trevor. Rox as a support is absolutely godly, and considering that he only came back after missing out on a lot of splits, because he is a veteran actually. He only made his return only recent, but the way he's been performing rivals that of even some of the best supports in PH right now.
Wow, look at the footwork from Trevor, displacing Endless Ace, forcing out a splash. Coops goes in for the Cataclysm, a teleport will be cancelled for TNC.
This is crazy at this point. Marky just taking down this turret like a champ. So
he can do it, man. He is 305 with a CS of 111, and itemization-wise, he has nothing to fear. Whereas High, he is steadily catching up, but not nearly close enough.
Not
and
at
now,
all.
the fact that TME is invading TNC space, I think this is bad news because this further delays High's itemization. He can't itemize or he can't even farm. Leave it to Haze under Roa. It's not going to do that much work. He needs more gold. And especially Lando. The reason when the bot lane lost terribly, this also denies Lando scaling. And now Marky, under the turret, fearless, going straight for High. When the bot lane gets shut down, the top lane will follow. Which is bad news for Lando. He was one of the saving graces.
Exactly. And we can't even talk about surfing.
Well.
Everybody's gone surfing.
No, Lando flashes away though. He does not want to surf, but Trevor says, let's surf! That would be a kill for Trevor, but now in the top lane, look at the calling by High. He's dealing not enough damage. However, Hades will be securing the kill. Marky's tagging up to Feathers Rocks.
There we go. Finally, we see a kill going on to Haze. Hopefully, this will propel them to slowly get back into this game, but with emphasis on slowly, because they still have a lot of groundwork to cover. But
Marky with the bait, auto burst, he's very low. That would be a Feather Storm. Marky's on a rampage. There is the explosive cast. Coops gets closer to High. JLC is there for the taunt in. JLC gets a kill.
Man, TME not giving any room for TNC
Trevor.
to breathe.
And this Ace is pretty much a dead man right here.
Man, this is so tricky at this point. And I'm not even sure where to peg it anymore. In terms of the drafting, this is somewhat of a step. It's a step up from TNC. But whether or not this actually translates to taking down TME, like, theoretically speaking, that's still a huge question on my mind. I mean, without a doubt, there's definitely a logic to this composition. It's just that
when bot lane lost, everything just crumbled.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a domino effect.
And the problem here is that, sure, you could have a theoretical idea as to as to countering certain compositions. I mean, again, they left the Galio open, and I feel like the Trundle pick is somewhat key for TNC. They definitely have some form of logic for choosing the Trundle, going up while opening the Galio at the same time. That being said, the problem here is that no matter how theoretically sound your composition is, if overall, just based off pure mechanics and macro, even right down to the micro, you're being outplayed, then there's really no way for this theoretical composition to manifest itself. And that's what TME is doing right now. They're just overwhelming TNC, that they're not allowing any room for TNC to actually really test the grounds to
scale up back into the game. That's
Exactly.
pretty bad news. This is a classic scenario where we're seeing that things that look good, especially a fruit basket, you buy it, turns out it's just styrofoam at the bottom. So it looks full, but you just got bamboozled. So this is the scenario where TNC thought that, hey, this looks pretty good, let's take it. They used the composition, but turns out they open it, it's a styrofoam. It's not what they want, and it's actually working against them. This is how TME capitalized on that. And now Trevor going for a call-out with the Weaver's Wall, and the calling though, channel in. There's the cataclysm in. Heroes entrance is there. Hayes is trapped between two giants of TME. A shot up for Hayes. Hayes is still free hitting with the Cassiopeia. Trevor's on a Ramage. Marky though over that wall is trying his best, going on for Hayes. He better strokes away from versus body slam. A double kill for Trevor.
That is a 1 for 3. Wait, a run for 2 actually. But yeah, I mean, look at Hayes though, really fighting for his team here. So again, the dream potentially still lives on for TNC, but the problem is, could they keep this up? That's still the big question on my mind here. And again, like I mentioned, Hayes has all the potential to carry his team to a victory. The problem is ultimately was the early game wherein they suffered so many casualties that it's proving very difficult for Hayes. Again, look at how amazing he played out the Clash. Let's go ahead and check out the replay. So a Weaver's Wall disconnecting TNC. So Hayes and Burst actually separated, but still look at the damage that Hayes is dealing regardless. Again, this is an unfortunate circumstance that TNC is in right now. Hayes could have potentially carried this fight here.
If he was fed enough and had the resources. But look at Marky. It's baited again, that Gragas. This is bad news. And what happened there, Lando pushed that bot lane turret. This is the first turret TNC got in this game. Lando excels really well in split pushing, especially Hayes likes to play long game. But the fact that the bot lane just crumbled is bad news for TNC. Now JLC feeling the sting of two members of TNC.
Oh man, this is very tricky for TNC at this point. I feel like, sure, they could get pickoffs from TME going into these full 5v5s, but if they want to try to get back into this game, they really have to try to set up, like if I were in TNC shoes right now, I would set up Vision and try to find ways I could get pickoffs from TME, because still, regardless of the lead that TME has, there are still positions that they could exploit wherein TME is kind of separated from each other. If they could do that and take down the target fast, then sure, they could capitalize on small victories. It's just that looking at the bigger picture, in general, TME is so ahead that TNC really has to bank on mishaps from TME to get back into this game.
Oh, Lando oversteps. His battery gets stunned and locked down by that Flash. Here comes DLC for the heroic entrance. 4 members under the turret. Trevor for the cutoff. 3 members are just scared. I want to go home, but I can't because Trevor cut me off. Let me out of this prison. They go walk away.
Oh man. At this point, TNC again forced into a reactive position where they could only react to the offense that TME is pushing right now. And Rip Herald actually, I didn't even notice Rip Herald there for a moment. This is going to be big.
This is going to be bad news for TNC.
Oh, the
here
damage.
Comes that Rip Herald. JLC goes in for that AoE taunt. That's going to be Burst taken down. And also the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor is exposed. Hayes is doing his best. Pop that ghost already. Lando can't even go in. If he goes in, he goes, pops goes the weasel. Lando gets bursted down. Rock's trying to make a hook play, but I think it will be the Rift Herald trying to chip down the HP of that turret. Look at the damage being dealt by that ADC, especially marking on that Xayah. Just pure threat.
Oh man, 19-3. That is a huge difference. Transitioning into a 10,000 gold difference. This is a game that TME has all the power to finish at this point.
Everything I see right now in this game, Coops and Trevor, they are just gonna cut off TNC's escape, trap them, and make them squirm on their own terrain advantage. Especially a follow-up by JSC. That Galio is just a it's a superior lockdown, and this composition by TME is something that you have to study. I think this is a great composition.
Yeah, I mean for TME.
For TME.
For TME, yeah, there we go. Because, well, in all respect to TNC's composition, I actually like the idea in a sense because if you're going to look at it this way, when you're going up against a powerhouse such as TME, you want to try to strategize and think of a way to potentially outsmart them because going at them with pure brute isn't really something I think would work because like I mentioned, TME all across the board are very strong. So you kind of want to look at other avenues where you could outsmart them. Going with this composition, I feel like that could have worked. Again, like I mentioned, if and only if they kind of avoided the casualties that they did during the early game, because that would have granted, again, this would have granted Hayes the avenue to carry them into this game.
Yeah, if there was no sort of casualties in the bot lane, Hayes and Lando would be free to scale up comfortably, knowing that Lando actually had the CS lead against JLC, and until now, Lando has the superior gold. But this is a bad news. Burst, though, forced out of his flash. The Flay is such a powerful tool.
Oh man, at this point, though, there we go.
Lantern to the rescue. JLC catches that Express.
TM at this point is trying to establish full domination over the Baron side so that they could just wait for the right time to go for it.
I think, though, Hayes is catching up in itemization. He has the Banshee's Veil. Something. Oh, now a needlessly long rod. That rod is going to help Hayes deal lots of damage. But Rox trying to go for a fancy footwork, misses all of his skill shots, and looks pretty sad about it.
Oh man. But you know the worrying trend here is, once one of the tankier members of TME, like let's say if ever Hayes does start to hurt, it could easily be remedied by an adaptive helm. So, there we go. We actually have
a huge minion wave on the bot side of the map. Seeing this, TME takes that opportunity. Lando has to teleport, but where are the wards for the teleport? 0 wards, and Burst gets caught by Rox. High there to deal out damage onto Rox. Heroic enters up, the calling is gone. Now Hayes from the backside trying to go in, but Marky's on the front line. He has the taunt, the 3-man taunt by GLC, and a knockup lockdown onto Endless Ace. Forced to back away, the Ice Peeler for the slow helps them escape from TME's grasp. But Lando has other plans, shutting down Coops. But I think with one member down on each side, TME still has that advantage because they're fully stacked up, and Ace gets cut off guard, forced out of his flash. Trevor cuts him off again.
And TNC just really forced to back away into defending what they
on the bot side though, the minion wave is just huge. That's going to be back trouble. Now TME pressuring TNC, and I think TME is still performing phenomenal in the summer split 2017. Like entering the summer split, the roster changes that TME had, I think was a godsend for TME because judging how they've been performing in the summer split, 100% win rate, man, this is not even a joke anymore. This is not even funny for any team. This is like TME's glorious moment right now, and possibly the last clash for TNC. Burst backs away. Hayes is dealing so much damage, but Marky returns the favor, and then Ace is going on to Marky. Marky gets knocked up by the Ice Pillar, but it'll be Trevor cutting them off. And that would be almost game set. Look at that minion wave in the bot side.
Yeah. I just have to breathe a huge sigh of, I don't know what it is, man. But I mean, yeah, I'm a bit sad in the sense because I really had high expectations of TNC, to be honest. I was really expecting an even out game, but then again, you gotta hand it to TME. There is no complacency at all.
Yes.
If anything, the undefeated streak that they have right now only strengthens their resolve to become the best team in the Philippines. And to be honest, they're really proving me correct right now that they could very well be dubbed just that.
Yes, entering the summer split, everything is new. Roster changes. This is a PGS split that we are entering. Think of it as something everyone is a fresh slate. Everyone does not have the same playstyle they had before. Roster changes just tip the balance of the scale, so actually onto TME's favor.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, again, this isn't just a message to just TNC, but all the teams in the PGS split right now, that they have a lot of homework to do if they want to keep up with TME. But look like,
I don't think homework is the right word. They need to do their thesis onto TME. Look at that engage by Lando, very aggressive, trying to zone out the members of TNE, but JLC will be taking that high though. Look at the damage he is taking in from Marky.
Yeah,
that crit though, wow.
This might be the final stand.
So I hope that it's not the homework. Homework is not the right word. Make a thesis, make a project, go OJT onto TME to know how they are doing it with a 100% win rate so far. Last flash coming in, high gets zoned out by Trevor's Weaver's wall. Hayes gets locked up by the Cataclysm. Endless Ace is trapped between the wall. JLC goes in for the kill and Marky goes in for another shutdown. The Nexus turret is taken out. The Nexus is exposed. TME still has this monumental win rate of 100%.
Man, oh man, oh man, that is the game. Hashtag TME win.
Hashtag TME win with looking at the score 24-5. Pure dominance coming from TME.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted at this point. Never have I seen, probably the last time I've seen a team be this dominant is during IPT's own undefeated streak days.
Oh.
But clearly the tables have turned. It is now their sister team that is in the spotlight. I'm just overwhelmed right now, man.
I'm pretty much excited for TME. This is the top team in the PGS from the top 8 teams all over the Philippines. TME rose up. I am excited. If ever they do make it to the GPL, they crush the competition in the finals. We'll just have to see if TME will still have that momentum, but leave it to veteran teams like Mineski, IPT, or AEX to do their homework, thesis, and OJT to study TME's strategy and potentially take that away from TME. All is not lost. Everyone, especially the top 3 teams, actually the big titans, Mineski, IPT, AEX, they still got what it takes to represent the Philippines.
But again, of course, once again, congratulations, Team Manila Eagles. That was astounding. And looking at the standings right now, it really sets things into perspective right now. And like we mentioned, it's almost still anyone's game going into the playoffs right now.
So guys, these are the standings. TME, 18 points. While the second one, it would be just 9 points. Half of the scores. But to give you guys a brief idea on how TME is feeling so far, to end this first day of the 4th week, let's hear it from TME themselves. Take it away, Atlas.
Of course, good evening, Summoners. We're here for an interview with TME Rocks, one of the big playmakers from the earlier match. And we have a few questions for this guy. Of course, Rocks. Sa dalawang games na yun laban sa TNC, sobrang clean, sobrang linis. Why do you think na sobrang dominating ng games nyo laban sa TNC?
Dahil siguro sa kalamangan nila sa practice. Kasi unlike other teams, wala naman ang idea kung paano sila mag-practice. Pero nag-show naman na kami, nagpa-practice kami araw-araw as long as ginagawa namin lahat ng mga kaya namin para maka-attend ng practice everyday.
So yun, practice lang. Tapos yung micro-macro communication, ganun. Okay. What about 12-0 na kayo? Ano yung feeling na hanggang ngayon sa Summer Split, undefeated pa rin kayo?
Parang nasa panaginip ako. Hanggang ngayon, di pa rin nagigising.
Oo nga. So, coming to that, so feeling mo nasa panaginip ka. Sa tingin mo, gusto mo ba ituloy yung panaginip na to hanggang sa matapos yung Summer Split?
Gusto ko matuloy ito hanggang matapos yung Summer Split.
Ano yung gagawin ng TME para mag-prepare para hindi sila magkaroon ng kahit isang talo hanggang matapos yung Summer Split?
Tuloy lang namin ginagawa namin at i-improve namin yung pag-practice namin lalo. At siguro matutupad yung panaginip na to na hindi matapos.
Of course. Sa Summer Split na to, so far, 15 points coming into 18 points na. So wala nang chance yung ibang team para makakuha ng first seed mula sa inyo. So sure na kayo yung maghihintay sa finals. Which team, aling team yung gusto nyong makakaharap sa finals?
Wala akong ma-name drop na team actually. Sa tingin ko lang kung sino yung deserving na mananalo sa playoffs yung gusto ko makalaban. Gusto namin makalaban ng team.
So of course, whether it be IPT, AEX, or any of the other teams in PGS, Rox wants to face the strongest team other than his own. So of course, that was our interview with the TME Rox. Thank you, all of you, for watching our PGS for today. We'll be having more action for tomorrow and next week, so just stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow.
Bounce to call up an Ice Killer. Phillips goes in for the demolition standard. He is tagging in. There is the Cataclysm for the lockdown, and JLC making a helmet play. This is upwards. That's the body step away. Starting to that. Whoa. Trevor going for a call out with the Weaver's Wall, and the calling though. In. There's the Cataclysm in. Heroes Andres is there. Hayes is trapped between two giants of TME. A shot up for Hayes. Hayes is still breathing with the Cassiopeia. Trevor's on a rampage. Marty is though over that wall, is trying his best, going on for Hayes. He penetrates away from versus body slap. A double kill for Trevor. That is a glorious moment right now, and possibly the last clash for TNC. Burst backs away. Hayes is dealing so much damage, but Marky returns the favor, and it's Ace going on to Marky. Marky gets knocked up by the Ice Killer, but it is Trevor cutting them off. And that's how they are doing it with a 100% win rate so far. Last crash coming in, High gets thrown up by Trevor's Weaver's Wall. Hayes gets knocked up by the Cataclysm, and as Ace is trapped between the wall, JLC goes in for the kill, and Marky goes in for another shutdown. The Nexus turret is taken out. The Nexus is exposed. TME still has this monumental win rate of 100%.
And that is
Hashtag TME win with